in camera for the Creek North Storm Pond A land acquisition.
I just have a question. Under the operations washout culvert repairs, we're going to kind of talk about state of the union with our washouts and our culverts under that, or just what's in the RFD? Both.
Could be both.
Okay. I'll move as amended.
All in favor?
Yep.
Carried. Any errors or omissions to the minutes of April 28th that are on page 7? All in favor? Carried. Any business of the minutes? We'll go to page 49, 7A, CEO and director reports. Any questions for any of the directors?
Yeah, I do have.
Page.
Just, it's sort of a comment under Jen's. Are we actually going to look at doing a yearly report to ratepayers? I know we're not doing ratepayer meetings, but the last time we actually uploaded a ratepayer, our yearly report for the ratepayers was 2017. So we didn't do 18, we didn't do 19, we didn't do 20. And I know it's more than, you know, I know it's legally, we have to do the actual financial statements and post those, but that annual report actually gave a lot of data on how many roads, how many grader beats, how many, and I think we're missing that piece.
Absolutely, we should put something together, yeah.
So if we can look
Yeah,
at,
that wasn't under me. Actually, it's under the Carol at the time, legislative. So yeah, we can pull that ratepayers handbook together this year, gather the information from last year and then bring it back to council to review and then.
even
post
if it goes out in the fall for whenever, like
Yeah.
something, but I think we need to get back in there because it has been quite a few years.
For sure.
So that's all I had. I
Anybody
don't know why I
else?
thought that was under you. And the other one for Caitlin, under the land use bylaw amendment and meetings that we did, we had the meeting in Zama. So the only question I've had since that meeting, and they thank for coming out and it was a, you know, good one that they thought. But when will the next draft come out, like timeline wise? And when will they be able to do all the stuff they want to do that they brought up at the meeting?
I think probably in June.
June?
Yeah.
Okay.
And then the changes would come into effect once the land use bylaw is brought back to council, which I don't believe will be until probably August.
So probably like early fall kind of thing,
Yeah.
Your phone's ringing.
$20.
On Jeff's, on the regraveling program, are we going to be requiring samples in April continuing forward?
There's provisions in that tender that there could be sampling on site, random sampling on site. So that may still take place.
I'm just asking because if we're going to do it in April when nobody's actually crushed for the year yet, then we should probably let them know this year so they actually have a stockpile.
Are you talking about for next year's graveling plan or
Yeah.
for this year's? Yeah, no, and that's going to be in the email I had sent there yesterday that we're going to be notifying all the potential gravel suppliers of, you know, any recommendations or changes to the spec soon so that they can, if they're preparing for next year for gravel tenders. So
Okay.
is that's what you're asking?
Yep.
That's me. Yeah.
Because a lot of them crush right before they gravel. They don't have a big stockpile sitting there.
Yep.
Only other one I had for Grant, on your report about the beaver dam removal or beavers in general, I guess. What are we doing? I know that program is for ag land, but do we have any sort of control or program for the Zama area?
Currently, I think we cover all the county. So if there is any beaver problems out there, and we will look at them, because if obviously it's having an effect on a road or hamlet, yeah, we will take a look at it. We have to decide how we get at it. Can we do we have to blast or can we go in with an excavator? So certainly, yes.
Okay, because I'm thinking that might be part of the problem that we have on the Zama Road right now. Because I know that there's even this morning, there's 3 beavers in where where it was running over the road. There's 3 in there right now.
See, one of the problems we have to address when we go decide to take out beaver dams is it a trap line. So we have to work with Fish and Wildlife, get permission from the trapper, and which is usually not a problem, but it's a bit of a roadblock. It takes time.
Can we get the trapper to actually deal with them then?
They'll usually let us go in and do it because beaver aren't worth a lot of money. Then we hire our own trapper to go in and.
Okay.
Yeah.
And then for weed notices coming up, are we actually going to send some to the GOA on there in the green zone and to CN?
CN, absolutely. And and if you know of any spots, then we'd like to know them. I'm not that we aren't looking, but if you do, you can help us out there. Just give us some direction as to where these problems are. Then for sure.
Be careful giving anybody direction where weeds are in Mackenzie County.
I'll take on CN, that's fine. Okay, and then this shelter belt program for the seedlings, does the county order any extra? Because I guess I kind of dropped the ball. I was thinking that we should have ordered a bunch for the Zama campground in the park, but do we have any extra?
They often send us extra,
Right.
but we don't actually order extra.
Okay, so if we're gonna do that, when do we have to have the order in? December for next year? Okay.
By December 31st.
Anything else from director reports?
And usually we'll pick them up. This year it's going to be from 24th of May to June 1st. They'll be ready.
Anybody have anything else? Move information? All in favor? Carried. Do I see Aaron on online?
Yeah.
Colleen? Can you hear me, Aaron?
I can hear you. Yep. Can you hear me?
Yeah, I see that you're scheduled for 10:30, but if you're ready, then I think we can go to page 25 and hear Aaron for a compass assessment report here. I'll turn it over to you, Aaron.
That sounds great. Thank you, Mr. Reeve. So I will start sharing my screen with you guys. So if I'm not mistaken, there we go. We should be right at the start of the presentation there. So once again, we're unfortunately doing this online. I'll go through the 2020 assessment for 2021 taxation for you. What we'll be talking about today, very similar outlay as in previous years. We'll look at what happened at the assessment review board, what we did for inspections in the previous year. Unfortunately, we'll touch on the Fort Vermilion flood. Then we'll go into what happened within the new assessment, what we're planning on doing for the reinspection cycle this coming year, and then as well what we plan on doing above and beyond that. As far as the assessment review board went, it was another very successful year between Mackenzie County and their ratepayers. We only had 2 complaints that were filed. Both were residential complaints. So they were heard by the local assessment review board. Decisions on those properties confirmed the assessments. Throughout the inquiry period, we did see very productive conversations with ratepayers, understanding both the assessment process and as well cleaning up our data if there were errors or omissions on properties. So at the end of the day, the total assessment change that we saw based on inquiries and assessment change or by complaint was 0.1% of your total assessment. So very little fluctuation in value based on complaints or inquiries. Our inspections that we did throughout the year, we started off 2020 was and continues to be a weird time. So what we did when when things kind of started hitting the fan here in March of 2020, we focused our attention on farmland inspections. We had 2019 aerials from another service provider. And since Mackenzie County has also updated their aerial photos on MuniSite. So we started looking at the farmland in depth, reviewing the soil series, clearing, all that kind of stuff. So we worked in through that part of the inventory through the spring. And then from there, we shifted to our physical inspections that happened more so in June and through September. And then for our year-end stuff, looking at new permits and any known changes that we had on properties, that's where we had the spike there in December through January. So all in all, we looked at 100% of the properties that were deemed flood affected. And in total, we looked at 2,840 parcels throughout the municipality. Within that as well, we also look at quarterly lease reports that are provided by the province and any new subdivisions that might happen, that kind of thing. Our rotational inspections were focused north of the river, in between the fort and high level. So that was the majority of where we spent our time for our reinspection last year. With the flood, we worked closely with the flood coordinator and as well as Alberta Disaster Services to make sure that any information that was needed from the assessment end of things was available to them quickly, so that ratepayers could proceed with whatever claims or issues they had to deal with both of those parties. As mentioned before, we inspected physically 100% of the properties that were notified or identified to us as being flood affected. We made the appropriate adjustments to those properties. We reviewed them in September and then as well in January. So with our legislated December 31st condition date, we were able to go in September, figure out which properties had significant damage or damage that could be adjusted for within the assessment. And then again, made sure in December that we were accurately reporting on the assessment where progress was on those properties. Ongoing, we'll be revisiting those properties that haven't been totally repaired or have some other mitigating issue with them. So we'll be keeping a pulse on the flood zone and the possibility of relocation of people and things like that. So we'll be staying in touch with the flood coordinator to make sure that everything is taken care of on the assessment end for these properties. Moving to the current assessment that we're putting out here in the next week or so. The residential assessment level is at 0.966. Non-residential is at 0.977. This slide doesn't show it, but it was recently passed at their stage 2 audit by the province. So everything is good to go with the assessment this year. We have 1.88 billion in total municipal assessment base. This doesn't include the linear base. And of that 1.88, 1.64 roughly billion is taxable. We had a taxable change this year of $47,214,820. Of that taxable change, we saw about 4% growth in our residential class of assessment. The non-residential class dropped 1.9%. I'll get into a little bit of the details of where those decreases came from going forward here, but there was some assessment bulletins provided by the province that really affected some of the heavy industrial buildings. Overall inflation, we had about 1.7% on the residential class and 0.2% in the non-residential class. So overall growth, we're sitting at 1.85% and overall inflation at about 1.1%. So again, we've seen some growth here in the county, which is always a good thing. So the highlights for the industrial inventory, we also, unfortunately, we did have more disconnections than we had new additions in the heavy industrial stuff. This is the bulletin that I was speaking about just in the last slide. Additional depreciation to buildings where that house M&E, where that M&E has previously been disconnected. The province sent out an assessment bulletin later in the year that said an additional 60% is to be applied to these buildings if the M&E has been disconnected and remained disconnected for over a year. As far as the Paramount field goes, they did not remove a majority of their buildings. They focused their efforts elsewhere in the province doing M&E shut-ins and abandonments. From my understanding from their property tax representative, they will be focusing their energies back to removing buildings here in Mackenzie County. With the new assessment bulletin in place, being as they've come across an extra 60% of that assessment is gone, they may still focus their efforts elsewhere in M&E disconnection and abandonment. So they may leave their buildings here longer. It's uncertain at this point what Paramount's going to do with the remainder of their buildings. But it is expected that eventually they will come around and remove whatever's left there. As far as sales go, we use 685 sales within the new valuation. 217. Oh, yes, sorry.
Aaron, before you jump forward, if you can back up just a second, under that additional depreciation of buildings, you're
Correct.
talking about the memo that came out from the province for additional M&E reduction. Is that just for oil and gas, or that's all for all industrial M&E that's not being used?
That is for all industrial M&E that's not being used, but I think the focus of it and the intention of it was for the oil and gas industry. And because most of the time, whenever a property, even if it was used in manufacturing or something like that, if that M&E is disconnected, it's usually removed. And the remainder of the building still has utilization. Whereas in the oil and gas sector, if you have a separator package and you've disconnected the package and the equipment inside, the building doesn't have any other utility but to house that equipment. So that's where it was mainly focused.
Do we have a copy of that bulletin that came out?
I can send one over. It's assessment bulletin 20-04.
20-04. Okay, thank you.
No problem. Any other questions?
I think we're good for now. Thanks.
Okay, thank you. So as I was saying there, we used 217 new sales in our assessment this year. Of course, that's the sales between June 30th, 2019 and June 30th, 2020. And we took out the older year sales from 2016, June 2016 to June 2017. So shifted that 3-year period, but we still have a healthy amount of sales happening in Mackenzie County. So it really helps us get these valuations where they need to be. There was 401 permits taken out during 2020. 51 of those were outbuilding type permits. 57 permits were issued relating to the flood, and 219 permits were associated with dwellings. The COVID-19, won't spend too much time on this. It's been hashed and rehashed and talked about way too much. But our re-inspection cycle was actually largely unaffected. With the easing of restrictions come mid-July last summer, we were able to get out and meet with people or actually be physical on the property. We were adhering to the public health measures at that time. We did limit our interior inspections during that time as well. If we were going to be close to anybody or within their homes, we did mask up. And also one of the things that we did for the fall with the reintroduction in the second wave of public health measures, we took the assessment or the permits that came out, and we actually made phone calls to property owners beforehand to go through the permits, get an understanding of where they were at with their development, ask pertinent questions about their development, and then also let them know that we'd be stopping by the property, trying to do minimal contact with any persons at the property, so that we could get some photos and just verify measurements, that kind of thing. So all in all, there was a good reception there. Ratepayers where we weren't able to talk to them immediately on our first attempt, majority returned our voicemails, and it was actually a very, very good way to interact with the ratepayers out there. So all in all, I think that process worked, and we may use some of that going forward in this year's assessment as well. Here we have the assessment changes by ward. The percentages shown here in the graph are based on the entire assessment base for each ward. It's not percentage for the individual property kind of thing. So it's what your entire base is for each ward. We've seen increases in the majority of the wards. Ward 7 obviously was impacted by the flood, so they've seen the biggest decrease in assessment base. Wards 9 and 10, again, influenced by that assessment bulletin and the ongoing oil and gas economics. We've seen some depreciation shrinking of the assessment base there. Wards 4 and 5, their increases driven by sale prices, new development, and new subdivisions.
That's not the only thing. You have to also look at the councillors ward 4 and 5. Everybody wants to live there. Those two councillors.
Okay.
Well,
In Ward
yeah, well, Ward 5 has the highest increase there at 8.66% of their total base. So that's.
I know you don't have to tell me. I know.
Ward 8's not very far behind.
There you go. So I'll have to keep tabs on this for next year's presentation. So moving on, again, 2021 is upon us. Time keeps ticking along here, so it's almost time for us to start beating the pavement again and getting through some more data. So like I just said, we're making our way through the county. Our inspections are drawing closer and closer to the center of the municipality, towards Fort Vermilion and Lacrete areas. This spring, we did spend some time again looking at reviewing the farmland with the new aerials that were at the community site.
I've got another question for you, Aaron.
Oh, yep.
No, I just actually wanted you to fold up a map and see where the center of the municipality is before you call Fort and Lacrete the center, please.
Oh, fair enough. Center of the white zone, I should say. So again, we're looking at the farmland too. The flood properties will be drawing great attention to those as well. And our inspection practices are going to be tweaked to comply with public health measures as well, and to ensure the safety of both your ratepayers and our staff. So here's that map you were looking for, Jen, but it doesn't really depict the whole municipality. It kind of just focuses on that white zone.
I think we've got another question for you, Aaron.
Aaron, according to your map, Ward 5 had the highest increase, and they're getting the inspection this year, so they can see more next year.
The
2021.
I'm not sure if I follow what the question is.
On the map, it says 2021 re-inspection area, and that would be right around the Ward 5 area. My question is, it had the largest increase, so they'll probably see more increases next year because they'll get actual hands-on inspections, right?
That's at the risk of putting my foot in my mouth, I don't really know. We don't know until we get out there. You know, some properties may see increases because there might be things missed. Other properties may see decreases because there's things that were removed that weren't necessarily taken into consideration on the assessment. So it's kind of by property what will happen there. Over the last 4 years, we've been very diligent about being physically at the properties, and if there's a known change or a permit taken out for something, then it's already kind of captured, and we've looked at also when we're on properties, reviewing what we have on file. So it's not just we picked up a garage and carried on. We looked at what we had for the entire property, so that we are confident that the assessment for that property is actually reflecting what's there. So while yes, it's kind of logical to say that assessments may increase in the area, I don't want to set off any alarms saying that we're going to see a huge shift there by any means, but there is the potential that you know, more assessment base will be captured. Does that answer your question, Counselor?
Yeah, that's good. Thank you.
Okay. So yeah, the map is pretty easy to interpret there. We're kind of focusing on the urbanized area down by Lacrete, and probably get into the rest of the fort that was on higher ground this year. And then, yeah, we'll probably after this year, that's when we start redoing it, and we'll start going back into that 2018 re-inspection area and making sure that things are just trucking along the way that they should. So I'm quite pleased with the amount of properties that we've been able to physically look at, inspect, the conversations we've had with ratepayers over the last few years. And yeah, it's quite exciting to see that we're making some good headway here. And looking forward, not much has changed in our view of what we want to do for Mackenzie County and what we want to do in years going forward and in our current year. We want to continue to do those physical inspections. We want to maintain our accurate data collection. We're going to continue to review and implement good assessment practice and keeping up with all of the latest standards, and also taking courses and educational opportunities where they're provided, so that we can transfer that information into your assessment base and onto your ratepayers, and giving us a more stable and defendable assessment. We want to continue to have our timely responses to ratepayers, making sure that they're friendly responses as well. One of the things that we want to reiterate to the public too is that we are available for all types of different interactions, whether it be telephone, email. I'm up for FaceTime, and also if we want to do web meetings similar to Zoom or any other platform, we'd be willing to accommodate ratepayers in that. We're in the age of accessibility, so I'm fully willing to jump on that train and make sure that we have the best communications available to both administration and the ratepayers. And again, that goes into the last point there, that we want to remain accessible and we want to cultivate those relationships with everyone. So based on that presentation, we have some minor shifting throughout the municipality. We've got some increases in assessment base. So all in all, I think a very productive year with all of its challenges that it faced. If anybody else has any questions, I'd be willing to take them on now.
Eric, here, I've got two. Aaron?
Yep.
Just first thing you'd mentioned with Paramount up in the Northwest, that it seemed like they had maybe done some abandonments in different areas. Without holding you to any kind of a task on it. Can you just kind of generalize what you mean by that? What you think they might be looking at? How come it changed from a year or two ago?
So because the M&E portion of their assessment is the largest portion of their assessment, they attacked that pretty aggressively in Mackenzie County that previous year. Perhaps industry knew something was coming down the pipe with that bulletin. But again, Paramount has their own internal weightings of what's going to cost them where. And if in other municipalities they had inoperable fields, they probably attacked again that aggressively, that M&E component, in order to bring down their tax bill more significantly in other areas.
Good, Lisa.
I guess on that as well, because I obviously missed that additional download by the province for 60% of M&E for a whole pile of facilities that are actually still out there. If you own a store or a shop or a whatever and it's empty, you don't get a reduction from the province, which is a little bit disconcerting. But offline, I guess, if we could actually get a number of what that 60% actually means in reduced taxes for us, because we need to be able to add that to the growing list of additional downloads of policy changes that the province has done that's affecting municipalities. So that would actually be a nice number to have.
Oh, absolutely. I agree 100%, Councillor. It's always good to have those numbers. So I will work on getting those numbers to administration here, and we can then compile that with the other downloaded costs.
So Aaron, does that work the same if I have a rental space, business in town with rental spaces and I don't have it rented out for the year? Do I get a tax break?
No, so this would apply strictly to buildings that house M&E.
Josh?
Same thing.
Eric?
Yes, sorry, Duff, hopefully didn't cut you off. Just a general question, Aaron. Like we're looking and always talking about land prices and how they've been moving up relatively fast.
Mhm.
Is that something that you're noticing across the whole area and a trend? I don't know. Can you just make a few comments on this sales value of land quarter seconds changing in the last year or two?
Yeah, it's depending on the part of the municipality, the gain seems to be greater in some areas than others, but across the board, the typical trend would be upward. That goes across pretty much all property types, really, whether it be residential, farmland. I know you're specifically looking at or inquiring about farmland parcels, but yeah, we are seeing values increase for those quarters. I don't know if they're increasing at the same rate they were in the years previous. I know I have some other municipalities that I work with that saw large increases in their farmland valuation year over year, which has kind of cooled off, and now it's more at a quote unquote reasonable level. So that's kind of the trend that I'm seeing within your municipality as well, is that there was some large increases over the past few years. It's kind of gotten to maybe an equilibrium or it's reached maybe its maximum potential that people are willing to bid up. But again, we are seeing still some increases over and above the years prior.
One more, if nobody else. The Don Good came out of Peace River about 3 or 4 years ago and is looking at really changing the way the farmland is assessed provincially, which sometimes scares the heck out of farmers. Have you heard any rumblings in the province about changing that assessment system?
There was that question, that exact question was posed at our assessors conference this year to a panel of different people, one being the former president of the RMA. And it would still seem that there is zero appetite politically or provincially to change the way that we're or move away from the 1984 manual. So it doesn't appear that there's any appetite to, at least politically speaking, to move away from the way it's been done. So unfortunately, I don't really have any more information on that besides it's just the general feeling out there is that the powers that be don't really want to rile up that portion of their voter base.
Thank you.
Any other questions? Well, thank you very much, Aaron.
Oh, thank you very much. I look forward to seeing you all in person sometime soon here.
Sounds good. You take care.
Take care as well.
I'll move that for information.
For information, all in favor? Yep. Carried. Disaster recovery and mitigation update. I'm not sure. Is that you, Jen, or Fred, or everybody a little bit?
We're all doing a little bit maybe here, but so I think the one thing to note isn't in camera item 17B. So I think we'll get more into the mitigation in under 17B. So I guess my conversation today is regarding the 2021 overland flood. So it was the rapid snow melt that we saw all across the municipality. So I understand that Fred had open conversation with AEMA on April 17th because the flooding started happening around the 15th, 16th. Colleen's got some pictures she can bring up on the screen here too. So I spoke to our representative with AEMA last week, and the question, is whether or not we're going to file a claim for some of these expenses. So this was the initial map that was created, I think, on April 25th. So this is just the southern pieces of the county. Correct, Fred? Yeah. So this is just the southern mapping that was done. This is a picture that was posted. It's actually on the 11 Mile Road outside of high level. So this is some of the melt that just happened here last weekend on the 1st, I believe this picture was taken. I understand this resident didn't necessarily sustain damage to their home, but again, as you can see, the outlying areas did. The next picture, I believe, is a picture of one of the county's roads flooding. And then there's another picture.
That looks like December in Buffalo Prairie.
And then this is this is only one of many pictures I've seen of some of the culvert damage and that. So I guess from council's perspective, and the question from disaster recovery program itself is this just a natural occurrence that happens every year? Is this something that you normally budget for as far as some minor road repairs and that? And I think based on these pictures, especially some of this culvert damage itself, to me, it warrants a bit of a claim to disaster recovery program. So it's not going to be obviously as large as what we've seen in the past. So I guess council, from that perspective, we're looking at opening the claim one under the municipality, which then allows residents themselves to make application. If the county doesn't make application, then the residents, if they sustained any damage, then they can't make application. So I have until the 17th to file the application itself.
Just on that, because with the new changes to disaster services program, it's one claim per property. I'm talking on the resident side of it.
Mhm.
One claim per property, regardless of what it is, right?
Correct.
So as long as if anyone does, push through a claim or whatever, they need to understand that that's their one kick at the cat. That if, forest fire and complete loss or, something bigger happens, that they're ineligible to actually claim even if it's 10 years down the road.
Exactly. And we've already been taking phone calls, obviously, from residents and that's been the communication with them right from the get-go, is that if the county does open a claim, it's at their discretion whether or not they make application under it, because some of them, they might have sustained some water damage to their basement, but is it worth it financially to void your application for anything going forward? So some residents sustained minor damage to, say, some drywall they were just remodeling anyways. So I guess that's up to them to make that decision going forward, but it's definitely been communicated. So then if council approves making application for this, then I'll ask communications to make sure that gets posted out again and again and again, reminding, as well as all the communication that we have with the residents.
And
Yes.
I was just going to say, sorry.
Cameron and Fred.
How many homes were directly flooded or affected by the overland 2021?
I haven't got that exact number because I was just brought back into this one. I understand it's somewhere in the 10, maybe 10.
10?
maybe.
This year?
Yeah.
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 But I mean, you wouldn't hear of all of them. Because I don't think you've heard from our family reporting anything.
No, and that's it. Some of the residents took it upon themselves. They've just done that. So, we'll find out more once we open the application process, I would guess.
I realized we couldn't do anything about the flooding, but could we have done anything about those homes those 10 homes?
That's
I
well,
guess I spoke to Bill Hebert a little bit at one point in time there on, I think it was a Thursday when the heavy runoff was in the south portion. And I said, we have the sandbagger ready to go. Is there time if we make this available to the public? And Bill said, with the overland flooding, it's so tough to know because every different year, it's a little bit different. Like some of them will be consistent where the flooding is, but every year it'll be a little bit different as to new places getting flooded. And the reaction time on it is that you'd have to throw a dart at the board and hope that you protected your home. Like we can make that available, but it's very tough to know if it's going to flood in your area. So, and by the time you can see it coming, it's too late, right? So it's really tough with the overland flooding and the quick melt.
I think it's very key for, especially at MPC, to make sure people realize, you know what? Build it high enough.
Brad?
Yeah.
Has there been any discussion at any point about using that machine to set up a number of bags in preparation, just have them stored somewhere? Is that a possibility, or has that been talked about?
There is a possibility. I think when the sandbags are filled with sand, our understanding is that the sandbags will rot. You can get about 2 or 3 years out of it. So then you've I guess invested in the sand as well as the bags. I guess the sand could be reused, right? But it could be an option, but I guess you'd kind of want to somewhat think that there's going to be use for them in the next year or two. Otherwise,
not just sunlight then.
That's right. The sand itself, I think there's always some moisture in it, right? So it'll help rot the bag, I guess, so to speak, is what we're told by the bag manufacturer. So,
Yeah, those bags I believe are biodegradable, but you can get non-biodegradable bags, but it's a lot more expensive. But when we did do the demonstration on the sandbagging machine, we had couple gentlemen come from, I forget where they were from, somewhere near Lacrete, and with the volunteers that came in, I think less than 15 minutes, we had 2 pallets of sandbags ready to go, and it's a very fast process. So I'm kind of puzzled why we didn't utilize that more. I think, I get it if you're sleeping and you wake up the next morning and your place is flooded by or surrounded by water. Yeah, there's very little that you're going to do. But I'm a little bit torn here that I think we could have done something. I asked, I forget which meeting it was, that why don't we try out that sandbagger? But nobody wanted to jump on that.
And I guess one thing I would say, I guess just as far as resources and allocation, right? Could we potentially have made it more available for residents or something? Yes. Did we have the resources internally to be able to assist? The answer is no. Our crews were absolutely flat out for kind of 3-4 weeks trying to do everything they could with emptying ditches and steaming culverts, especially on the south end of the municipality. Josh made the comment that the picture looked like Buffalo Head at Christmas time. So there's a lot of culverts that rather than just kind of filled with snow, it was ice. So it was a lot more work for the crews to try to keep the water going. Right. So could we have done something in those broad terms? I'd be confident to say yes. But could we have done a lot and tangibly and use staff resources? I'd have to say we didn't have that capacity.
Go ahead, Jeff.
So some of the ones, again, I don't know all the 10 that necessarily, or if that's the accurate number, but I can tell you the ones that did flood that we were aware of, it happened overnight. It was quick. There was nothing that we could have done. The ones that were close, that we had, the water was moving slower. We had actually steps in place to potentially sandbag. Now it didn't need to do that. We had other mitigation steps that were to address that, but once we were notified that water was getting close to a house or starting to threaten a house, I think in all instances, once we had enough, if we had enough time and a little bit of leeway before water was pouring in, we were able to save, I think, the vast majority of those, whether it was down 88 Connector or in Buffalo Prairie or wherever the case may be. The ones that got flooded, either they didn't notify us that there was water issues, or it was so fast, like a creek had spilled over overnight, like the gentleman that was here the other day. He woke up in the morning, or the home builder woke him up in the morning and said, hey, there's water in your basement. And there was no ability for us to have gotten ahead of that or to have done anything preventative. So the ones we did know, we did prevent, but.
Oh, there's no way you could have, and you know what? We're just very thankful that it was just cold in April. Else there'd be 50 homes flooded or more.
Yeah.
With having probably saved 100.
Jackie?
So.
So if they do make a DRP claim on their land, is that put somewhere on their property title? So the next unsuspecting soul that buys the piece of land has a clue?
It's listed on the municipal affairs website.
Still, you go buy a piece of land, you don't go to municipal affairs website to see what's wrong with it before you buy it.
Yeah,
Well,
so it's a
hopefully
due
people start
diligence.
paying a little bit more attention.
Well, yeah, but we're making it so buying a piece of land is going to take you 6 months.
And that's the other thing I was going to add to it is if I flood maybe only $20,000 worth of damage, it's a one-time application up to 500,000. So I have to make that decision as a homeowner. Is this 20,000 worth it, or am I moving away in a year anyway? So I'll take it. But the poor loser that's going to buy my place doesn't get the access to the 500 or one-time 500, right? So that's the downfall, I guess, or the buyer beware portion of it. That would be concerning, I guess, moving forward.
And that
Duffy,
whole
then
one
we
time
start.
is, oh, sorry.
I was just gonna make a point to back both Byron and Josh there, like with the thaw that we had this year in Buffalo Head over Christmas, that absolutely made our water run in whole different directions, and therefore there was no predicting which way it was gonna go. I don't know how you can prepare to navigate that. Like that is something that I don't know if that's possible.
Lisa?
Well, I guess that back to that one claim per landowner or whatever, but again, people need to understand it's not just flooding, it could be plow wind, it could be any kind of natural disaster. Is there any way that we can, because we would know if they put a claim in, correct? Because it would be sort of under our claim, because we'd have to put a claim in first.
We
how that
open the claim process.
So is
They
there a way
don't-
that we can list it on their something, tax roll, whatever?
We would be able to register a caveat onto title.
We could register a caveat under under a municipal affairs claim.
Yeah, well, we could put the agreement onto the title or notification onto the title.
Can somebody look into that?
Mhm.
So we're saying the rapid thaw that we had in December had a direct impact on what happened this year because the culverts are all plugged, correct?
Culverts and ditches. So the ditches raised, ice melted into the ditches, raised the, and then thawed, and then it froze. So it raised the level. So the water wasn't able to get, when we were starting to thaw in the spring, wasn't able to get down into the bottom of the ditches, was running along top,
Yeah.
caused a significant amount of these issues.
Okay, so if would it be feasible to put in those culvert, kind of like how they got along the river here? The little dam where you turn the crank and it plugs off the culverts? Like, would that be feasible to do that on our major drainage ways in that area?
Well, it was everywhere. It wasn't even actually the main drainage wasn't too bad. The main drainage channels were not too bad. It was all the little roads, like all
Everything.
the side roads.
Everything, like, you know, so you went from down here, now it's frozen up here. Everything's running over top,
Right.
like everywhere, wherever you go.
And that's where it is. It's just critical. I mean, to build, when a person builds, like you could see that yard over there that we had on the TV or on the screen there before. The bins were on high ground, the house was on high ground, and the shop was on high ground.
Isn't that right across
So-
the middle of Toronto?
Yeah, it looks like it, yeah.
That one actually has a natural creek that runs through it every year. Just the creek's a little full this year.
Yeah. But I mean, you can see that like he's taken that in consideration.
His house?
Yeah, and that's crucial, like so important. That's the biggest thing is we can do is I think educate people that, you know what, make sure your elevation is taken care of.
Is
On
that
the
something
s-
we can do at MPC?
Yeah.
On the south side, it might have been freezing and thawing in December, but on the north side, a lot of it was lack of ditch maintenance. Trees in the ditches, culverts plugged with dirt, not necessarily ice. Like, we need to do some ditch maintenance. There's not really ditches.
Lisa?
So I guess moving forward and kind of back to what Cameron was saying, and we do have that sandbagger now, but, being conscious of our staff time and that kind of thing, but is there a way to actually plan for this for next year to even have, like, even at the, say at the fire hall in Tompkins there, to have a stockpile of sand? So all our staff has to do is hook onto that sandbagger and haul it out there, and even have one of the fire department members man it with a bunch of volunteers, and have like kind of those staging areas that are set up around the municipality that, you can actually deploy it with limited resource and on a quick sort of time turnaround.
I mean, maybe I would be opposed to having a whole lot of staff spending any time.
But
especially
I'm
in the
saying,
rural.
we have it, but it's like, it's easy to use.
It's one thing to take and protect homes in Hamlet, but we want to be careful how much time and effort we spend into picking up the shortcomings of people's decisions that they've made in the country.
I know, but if you're sitting out there in the country and you want to be able to, protect your own home or whatever, either you go out there with your loader and
Well,
move it
most-
around.
For most part, what people do in the country, instead of sandbagging, somebody's got a hole in the area somewhere and they'll take and use dirt, and it's faster and it's actually more efficient. It's easier to do.
I'm
They
just
just-
thinking, we have that sandbagger.
Mhm.
And if it's available, if we can figure out a way to make it available to the ratepayers. And I'm saying, I'm not saying a bunch of staff time or anything else, but if you want to take the initiative to protect your own home, we have that ability to do so.
My recommendation on that would be only to really put one staff member on it, because you're going to need to fill that thing with the skid steer or backhoe or something. But one staff member with operating our piece of equipment to make sure that it's filled and that it's being operated correctly. Other than that, it could be volunteers or the residents themselves, but it could be possible if you made it available and you advertised it ahead of time and said that sandbags are available if you have any concerns, but it'd be up to residents to gauge, I think, when or if they want to make that work, either for nothing or to possibly save their home, right?
Could we train our fire department members to be able to load it? And they could maybe be the operational manpower?
Go ahead, Ken.
Well, we had that little demonstration here, what was it, 3 weeks ago? And it worked good. We had, I don't know how many, was 15 of us there? 20? We could probably do that in Lacrete as well, or Zama. And then at least one of those people is going to be available when the time comes to come along and say, hey, look, this is how this works. Let's get to work. It's very simple to operate. The only drawback is you do need something to load it, either a wheel loader or a skid steer or something. But the actual operation of the machine is very simple. And you could have 4 people loading sandbags and 4 people tying, and in a matter, like I said, in 10 minutes, we had 2 pallets loaded.
So
Go ahead, Jackie.
just looking at the picture that we have on the screen, I mean, you could fix the one from flooding by ripping out a portion of the road, but the other 2 guys across the road will now be flooded. Like, when everybody looks after themselves, the problem is they flood the next guy down the road.
Yeah, that was an issue this year. Yeah,
So we've had that before. haven't we?
that's
Yeah.
usually an issue.
He even knew where he built a barn.
So did
that's
we-
dry. It's
So did each homeowner take elevations of where it flooded? Like, did they, was there markings? Like, this isn't the first time this has happened. This has happened in 2013, correct? So, for future development, you would expect each homeowner or landowner to mark those spots and say, okay, if I'm going to be developing here, I better not be developing at this elevation or higher.
Actually, we got very lucky with lots of them because there was a lot of trailers that have been set up in the country that didn't have basements. And there's a lot of water flowing underneath those trailers. So I think there's a lot of opportunity for those homeowners to take and say, you know what, yeah, my home's fine because it didn't get high enough to do any damage to the trailer. But if I ever do build a house here, I want to make a few changes.
It all, you can build it this year so it doesn't flood in 5 years from now. When somebody down the road clears a whole bunch more, it's gonna flood. So rule high level, the more land that gets cleared north of the highway, the more people flood on the south of the highway. It's just the way it is.
What about in the hamlet, that lady that we had, that her cellar was full of water? Is there anything we can do there in that back alley area to do a little bit of a ditching or whatever so that the water better moves away? Anybody know? Sarah Wheeler, whatever? You know where it is?
Oh,
Peter Fair's subdivision back there.
yeah, there is a few different places actually in Hamlet where people's basements were getting wet. Yeah, I think both of those could, I guess we could solve future problems with some ditch work. There'd be, yeah, within rear laneways, I think there would be opportunities there. But one of the challenges with that, I think both locations, people have kind of taken the rear laneway as property. So there'd be sheds and various things that need to be moved. Not saying that we can't, but it's not just as simple as going in with a mini hoe and doing a little grading or cleanup. It would be a more involved process than that.
Yeah, I think that one in the back end there, there was some kind of a ditch when I go looking there. And there was only one that had a trailer and a shed on the back alley. And I think the planning commission took care of that one, if I'm correct.
The trailer's been taken care of. I believe the shed is still there, but in theory, it should be easy enough to get people to move their sheds.
Yeah.
As long as you're not building a ditch and flooding the next guy down the road.
No, there's drainage at the end there on the west side. It's just, there was a hump that had a hard time getting through in the rear end, back end there. So it doesn't look like a big job. I don't know. Maybe we can look at it.
Anything else?
If I can just make note, the anticipated cost right now for the application, and I mean, the applications are estimates at this time. So our application would be for about $500,000 in damages. To date, I understand there's just about $250,000 cost expenses just for some of the response going forward, as well as there's an item 11B in some of the other areas that were identified as repairs, even through some of the I guess the drive around road inspections and that for some of the culverts. So there's some anticipation that the county is going to be responsible for some costs, just like in any other disaster recovery projects. They'll pay up to a certain, they'll pay back to what it was prior to the flood. So if at any time that Public Works decides to move from a 600 mm culvert up to a 1200 mm or two 600s or whatever, then municipality itself will be responsible for any of those upgrades, but that's working with Public Works on that.
Cam and Jackie.
Josh, me.
Go ahead, Cam.
Are we still on this 2021 flood? Okay, I'll save my question till we're done that.
Jackie.
So does the same stipulation count for DRP with the county? If we claim it on this road this year, we never claim it again?
No, there's no there's no municipality one time because they understand that the municipality itself has to have infrastructure in place. Yeah.
Lisa.
So that DRP funding, would that also apply for the washout, whatever it ends up looking like on the Zama Road? Yeah, okay.
Yeah, and that's what when I did speak to them, again, the map that was sent to them was just the south portion. I showed them those pictures. Like I said, that one was from 11 Mile. So that was 2 weeks later where that melt started happening. And as I said, as it progressively goes north, they understand the size of the municipality.
You had a comment, Eric?
Yes, Josh. I look at the way the water moved across our property this year, and the slough, we've got a kind of a whale-shaped slough in the middle of our home quarter. I don't think I've ever seen it quite that high. The road on the north side of the property washes out pretty much every year, but it never causes enough problem to add a culvert or clean things up. It's just a bit of maintenance, a little bit of gravel ditch. I'm going to ask council, thinking back over the last 20 years or so, is this the worst that we've ever seen for flooding and damage in our road allowances and buildings? Is that the worst that you remember?
Well, I've just heard from some farmers saying that certain areas, certain swamps, there's more water than they can recall ever seeing.
sitting here, I think we have it everywhere. Like kind of every year we have like certain areas that have issues, but it just seems to be sort of a little bit of everywhere this year.
W?
Jen, would it be possible, or is it even an option, like if we're looking at different, and I know Grant is looking at some surveying and some options for that drainage just in Buffalo Head there. Would any of this fall under there? Like, would there be any potential funding available through this program to get some upgrades over there?
There may be some, again, it would bring it back to pre-existing condition. So it would be a pre-existing, and then the county would have to pay any additional costs. So they send their engineers out, they look at it and they say, okay, it would cost, let's say $1,000 to replace this 600 culvert, but you decide to put in 2, so it'd be 2,000. So the county would be responsible for any upgrades, any changes, any additional time that it would take to install. So they would pay a portion of if it was deemed so by their engineer.
Okay.
Anything else? Anybody?
So, I guess we're done with the 2021 flood. What about the 2020? Anything to report?
There's something I think coming up as 17B on in camera, flood mitigation.
Yeah, just I guess just to touch on that, obviously I guess had a couple more conversations with the province regarding the conditional grant agreement. There's a little bit more, I guess, back and forth required with them. And then internally, we're just continuing to kind of button down the budget and a few other things here just to, but yeah, the details of that will be presented to council later in the meeting.
So I'm gonna move that for information.
I will.
All in favor?
I just have
Go
one
ahead,
other
Lisa.
question though, just to verify. So we're back up a bit because it was under all disasters. So 2019 fire and 2018 overland flood. So we're done with the 2018 overland flood, right? We have all that.
No,
No,
no.
and Chuck Egg, we're still not.
We're still waiting. Yeah. So 2018, there's still some areas that they're looking at. Everything's been cleared up. The River Road itself, that was a large budgeted item. Their engineer is going to come out and have a look at it because we've seen some, is it scouring along the bank back in 2018, and there were some concerns for that. So when their engineer comes out, if we make application, then he'll be looking at that as well as the Chuck Egg one, still that one road that I'm still gathering information on. So there's a little bit of 2018 left, a little bit of 2019 left, obviously 2020. And so now we're going to 2021.
Good, Walter.
There was a couple of roads in Beaver Ranch that DRP was applied for. Did we get money for that? And are we doing something there this year?
Yeah, that was all under the flood recovery itself. So I understand, well, there was actually an engineer that went out at the end of, or I guess beginning part of 2020 to look at that. There was 2 rather large washouts. I think one of them was a culvert. And so I did give that over to Jeff here. So he'll be looking at doing that this year as well, but that is funded through disaster recovery program. It is under our their application with them.
All in favor? Carrie, let's take 2 minutes before we tenders. site tours first. We got Fort Tourmaline Rural Truck Pump install on the first one here. Are you ready to open that, Fred, or do you, I guess we can open these maybe first. Sure, they're all scheduled for 11 o'clock. Right, yep. Somebody want to move that we open?
Okay, so this is in regards to the site tour, the capital site tours that we did near the end of April there. We had a very good turnout. I can't remember how many exact different contractors, 12 different contractors showed up, toured all the sites. We made amendments to the projects as requested. In terms of the scope of the projects that we're seeking proposals for. You have the RFD in front of you in terms of the budgets. I guess I just look for a motion to open or proceed with opening envelope one.
Someone to move? All in favor? Yep, carried.
Okay, first one's from 120-3288 Alberta. 120-3288 Alberta Limited. So they have 2 envelopes. Envelope 1. So they have their insurance, WCB, and their core. And their check. What's that? They're good. Yeah. Great, that's all we need. Second one's from Northern Road Builders. Two envelopes. So you got WCB, core, and surety, and insurance. So they're good. Third one is from Boss Bridge Works. Is that the name of the company? So they got 2 envelopes. WCB, core, bond, and their insurance. So they're good. This one's unlabeled. So this one's from Tree Tech Contracting, 2 envelopes. So they got WCB, core, insurance. And a check. This one's not labeled. Still not labeled, 2 envelopes. So this one's for Dechant Construction, or Decant, D-E-C-H-A-N-T, Decant. So we got WCB and core, surety and insurance.
Never, no.
Were they on our site visits?
No,
No.
that's, they might not have got the addendums.
Oh.
Don't know. And I don't know where they would have gotten the package.
Is it not on our website?
Yeah, this one's unlabeled too, but 2 envelopes.
People putting in bids without packages?
No, they had the package. I just don't know
How they got them?
from where.
Because they weren't on the list when they picked it up.
Have a Lacrete address.
I have a Lacrete address on it.
Yes.
Okay, next package is from Outback Ventures. So they have core, insurance, WCB, and I'm assuming this is their, yeah, consent to surety, so their checks. Next one's unlabeled too.
That's Bill Dreger.
2 envelopes.
Dreger Construction. I just Google it and then it's on the phone number.
Oh. he changed his name.
Wow.
He was at, they were at.
It'll be a sub.
Okay, so then, yes.
So this one's from DBM Contracting. So they have core. This is their, must be the WCB, insurance, and their check. And the last one. Not labeled. RKM Contracting. So WCB core, insurance. I don't see a check. So the only thing they're missing is a check, but I don't know if that's maybe included in the second envelope or not. But
Oh,
he says currently working on this on their envelope. There was some confusion in regards to the wording of, in regards to the surety. So we allowed them to, we sent an addendum, or no, we allowed them to, anyone that called about it to send a check as per like we do for other tenders. The wording was just missed, didn't include those options in the tender, so that was our.
They don't
additional
have
offer.
to have a check?
What's that?
They don't have to have a
They
check
don't.
to require?
No,
or
they needed to have
qualify?
something, and whether it was a surety or typically what they'll do is they'll supply a check for a portion of the project costs.
Right.
And that's what we've done all along. We didn't catch that in this proposal, that it was written just as a surety, which is much more difficult for some of these businesses to get. So the ones that called and inquired about it, we had, as we caught this late last week, we told them a check would be sufficient. But RKM maybe hadn't got that message yet, so. I would say there's still, as we made exception to the rest of the group, for everybody else, I would say that would still be, they would still be permitted to participate, but
So we've changed this now. You get to send a regular check. Doesn't have to be certified, doesn't have to be nothing.
similar process to what we would have done on the gravel tendering process. We had 2 or 3 different options in terms of the surety. In this request for proposal for the site tours, we didn't catch the wording, but it had a wording in there that only provided for one, which was the letter, the surety consent for surety. So we allowed them to provide a similar sort of deposit or security that we would have done on any of our other projects that we've tendered. But we didn't have enough time to put it into an addendum to send it out officially to everyone. So most of them, well, all 7 of the 8 did. RKM, I have a feeling, didn't get that message. And so they are trying to get the surety, the consent of surety, which is more onerous to get.
So they're not actually compliant then. If they didn't give you anything, they're not compliant.
They're not, no. But technically, neither would a lot of these ones be that supplied a check. A check wasn't actually an option on the tender agreement itself.
So we might as well just throw all of our tenders in the garbage because we can't get them right no matter what we do. I know, but this is getting ridiculous. We go through tenders I don't remember in the last year having a tender that didn't have problems with wording.
So was there an official addendum sent out regarding the security?
No.
So it was a call log. So do we have a call log of who was called and who wasn't?
Yeah, we would have a list of who had called or who had made an inquiries. Yes.
So we exempted 7 out of 8 of them, but we don't know if we exempted the 8th one.
I don't recall taking a call from RKM in regards to that, or our office taking a call from RKM.
We didn't actually call anybody.
No.
So when we noticed the issue, we didn't actually make the effort to call all of them that had picked it up.
We had, by the time we noticed the issue, it was essentially was Friday, as in 3 days ago or 2 days ago. So we never had an opportunity to get an addendum out.
So what do we do? Realistically, if you really want to be technical, if there wasn't an actual addendum sent out of any kind, or an actual email even for that matter, that was logged for all 8, if there's none of them that actually have the surety letter that was listed in the contract, all of them are out the window.
If we pause or you allow us to build, we can go back and look at the tender, the document that went out and seeing if it's a disqualifiable item, just to confirm whether or not if that lack of that check would disqualify or null and void their submission. I think we might want to have a good grasp on that before you make a decision in terms of what you want to do. In the context, I think there was maybe 2 out of these 7 that had that consent, the original document. The rest had supply checks as per our regular business course.
Go ahead, Fred.
Yeah, not to jump in, but I was going to announce this on mine here as well. We had a requirement for consent of surety as well. We have 2 bidders on my project. Both of them called me at 3 p.m. yesterday, so an hour and a half before closing time, to say that, well, the one doesn't have a surety company, and the other one, his father passed away last week, so he was pretty tied up, only seen the requirement today. His bank or surety company requires 2 to 3 business days to get that in. So both of my bids also won't have the consent of surety in it. But I've only got the 2 local contractors that bid on it. So I just wanted to put that out here as a part of the, I guess, contemplation on
We
things.
need to fix something so this doesn't keep happening.
So that's my question, is that because if previous contracts have always had that standard wording that it's multiple ways that they can actually supply the security part of it, why all of a sudden has the wording changed?
So the
Like,
process has
who
changed.
are we now paying? Which engineering firm are we now paying to write our contract, our tenders that aren't paying attention?
I guess that should, in my opinion, it should be captured in our policy as to what we should require. I know that's been brought up in council before, whether we just require consent of surety or if we allow certified checks or some other option like that, right? So for our bid bonds, we did allow either a bid bond or a certified check in the amount of 15,000 to kind of go with a 10%-ish price of the project or estimation of the project, right? But as far as, you know, the labor and bonding portion of the project, it's a matter of how much risk do you want? Do you get a local contractor that you trust, or how big of a project is it, or what kind of dollar value are you talking about, or complexity of the project as to how many options you want to provide, right? So to me, it should be a threshold of dollar value, but possibly also a bit of a thrown in complexity of the project as to how many things could go wrong. That should be addressed in policy, that I don't believe is currently like providing totally all of those options. And I know Jen brought a draft forward here at the last meeting, but that's where I think that should be addressed and get clear direction from council as to what, as administration, should we be allowing for what types of projects or what types of dollar amounts would certainly assist. But every time you hire a different engineer to write up your I guess your tender documents, right? Either it's a new engineer that doesn't know your policy, or even an engineer that's maybe a different department from that engineering company that is now doing a totally different project that may not have gotten the memo. So it'd be a definitely prudent, I guess, on administration to always forward that policy then at that point to make sure that they're capturing everything.
Or have a tender document that has your standard boilerplate Mackenzie County requirements, and then the engineer just puts in the actual project.
The alternative, I guess, moving forward be to, currently, I guess, kind of tendering and procurement is kind of on the director or on each department. The alternative, I guess, to ensure more consistency would be to have centralized the procurement process. There's other cons to that as far as some timing, and then you've got people writing projects that don't necessarily understand to the same degree what needs doing. Like there's a pro and a con to it, but on the technical legal side, you should see some things cleaned up if that were to be the process, but you might lose some of the context going through a process like that, right? Like it might not flag on here, but it might be a change order somewhere down in the process because there's other kinds of things that would be an alternative, but it'd be a change in methods.
Go ahead.
Or have all the tender documents before they're actually posted come to council like we used to do it, and we used to be able to catch a lot of that. Because with the 10 people sitting around this table, there's all sorts of experience on reading different documents and what's missing and what's not, and what we've used before and what we haven't. And it sort of takes out that, change of new person looking at it all the time. And we've talked about that before, is that maybe they need to come here first before we actually send them out.
So just some context. First of all, this one did come to council. We did discuss this one, so it did, administration takes, I take responsibility for the error, but it
wasn't
also.
it the day before?
It did, that's correct, but it did come to council. The difference here from, when we're talking about boilerplates or whatever is traditionally operations has dealt with tenders. So the tenders has been through the process and has been revised. This was a totally different document and a totally different direction for requests for proposals that we haven't actually done. This was the first kick at this cat with this process or this document, at least in the last several years. Last year, these projects were just kind of day labor called. There was no request for proposals. There was no process. So the document and the process that we used for the capital projects for this year was the first time we've used that document and that process for several years.
Yeah, but the request for proposal process within the municipality is not a new process.
I'm not saying it isn't.
It might be new for, operations side, but it's definitely not new for the municipality. And we have those boilerplate type, clauses that could actually go in to actually say what is required for deposit, what's required for, the envelope one kind of thing.
So this RFP itself was pulled directly from what was submitted to us by Brownlee. It's their document. So that's what I used to create this, with some additions, obviously, with the general scope of the project and other things like that. But the RFP major document itself was right from Brownlee.
That doesn't lend me a whole pile more,
No, I'm just saying it wasn't just created on a whim.
I guess the reality is too, like I go back to the size of the projects and complexity of the projects, right? Like some of my multi-million-dollar water treatment plant projects are going to require something completely different than a two driveway culvert upgrade or something like that, right? So it'll depend on your required document. So even a boilerplate type template, you're going to screw up on it. Even in this instance, if the contractors call you in advance and let you know that, hey, why do you have this in here? Do you realize that this jacks up the price a ton for the amount of the project cost, right? At that point, if you get that in advance, you can do an addendum to change that. But again, through that addendum process, if you have it on APC, then everybody should be getting that notification that way. But it's also, I'd dare say, I guess, administration has been maxed out. So when you have your plate that full, it's really hard to catch every little thing like it is already on a normal day-to-day basis, let alone when you're maxed out already. So,
But in this case, I think it's pretty fair to say 7 out of the 8, they either have consent of surety or certified check, right? So, and the other one has nothing.
Did not submit. I just made a note. Sorry, just made a notation on their envelope, currently working on this.
Was he notified that a certified check was eligible?
I don't know.
I did not take a call from our CAM.
That's the question, because the other 7,
I think we need to either accept RCAM or scrap the whole thing.
Yeah, we don't have choice. But we don't have choice. You're gonna have to accept them all or kill them all.
I move that we accept them all.
So, okay,
I don't know, how do we want to word that in there? Because in an official addendum, do we want to actually have a reason why?
just put in there that all required documents. Before we open this, and I hate to do this, but I'd like to pull Project F off of here. Simply because of driving around and seeing the soft spots in the area. I can't take and spend that much money on that road.
Where's that?
Blue Hills.
Oh,
And because there's some soft spots there, but we can take and I can fix those soft spots, and I can fix a whole lot more soft spots for that kind of money. Because there's when the frost came out now, I would get hung if I was to rebuild that mile of road.
That was my point on 2 or 3 roads. That we could probably do 8 miles for that price and just do the soft spots and put a crown.
But the crown, like, yeah, every road needs a crown, but is crowning gonna fix the frost coming from underneath?
No,
Probably
but I
not.
mean, like you can tell in the spring now when the frost leaves, you can tell which roads are what. And if there's 1 or 2 holes, that's it. But there's 1 or 2 holes on every freaking road.
Which one is that project doing you're talking
Past Jake Roses
Project.
Is it in our package?
in Blue Hills. F.
Township Road 1044.
Page 43.
it's on page
What's that?
43. It doesn't-
Page 43. What
doesn't say
project
where it
number
is, but
F.
Yeah, oh, okay.
So I don't know, are they all, is every schedule in a different document? That's what I'm saying is I don't even want to see the numbers for Project F.
So just while we're going through it, so each one has a separate schedule, but then did we also give an option for all?
No.
No? Okay.
Just-
Then is there still budget to fix your soft spots? Or are you gonna put up with your soft spots?
No, there's 300,000 in this budget. Right?
But
Go ahead, Mark.
I would recommend, I guess, if Jeff can confirm it, it should be a deletable kind of thing, but if you can confirm that, but I'd recommend to council too, if there's an expectation that kind of the budget for the different areas, I guess, be changed, that there be motions made specifically directing what that expectation is, right? So that there be a motion along the lines of that Project F be canceled and the funding be reallocated to fixing soft spots, or exactly how you word that, just so that it's clear and upfront, I guess, both within the tender opening, but also as far as the administration or the expectation of administration and.
I think I've seen it when I haven't looked at it since Jeff brought to council, but I'm pretty sure that's a deletable. I think everything is deletable.
Pretty sure, yeah. I'll confirm when we break there, but that's my understanding as well.
Okay, so then what kind of motion do you want? Do you want to?
So that Schedule F be deleted and the $300,000 budget be reallocated to fixing soft spots in and around the 1044 Range Road area. So Blue Hills.
How good you're getting. Look at how good you're getting.
Now you guys are staring at me.
Wolf Lake.
No. Range Road 1044 and surrounding area.
See if Josh was awake.
And then that goes with this project C as well. The project
Schedule FNC?
FNC, yeah.
What
You
is
deleted?
C? Now you're taking somebody else's. He's being a.
That's
Or
ours.
just do F.
No, okay. No, just kidding. Just F, yeah.
So if I can just comment on that, you wouldn't have to reallocate your budget. You would just have to rename the project because right now it's just to rebuild.
Right.
So what you're actually doing is you're basically doing the same thing, but it's just a little clearer is that you just want to rename the project to include. You wouldn't reallocate your budget. Does that?
So then would we be doing a project F internally or would we be tendering that out as well?
I think day labor. Because there's places where there's places where there's from here to there.
Yeah.
Right, exactly. And
So would those spots, like, is that with a grader? Like, does it have to be dug out? Or?
dug out.
On this Eagle's Nest Road there, is it the full 2 miles? I didn't see where, is it for 2 miles? or
Yeah,
is it
we
a mile?
adjusted the same budget amount. We adjusted the start and end point as per your direction at the council meeting before packages, before the site tour there. So it was adjusted to the start of the swamp there. Essentially, I think the scope was 2 miles, but moved a mile or two to the east to the start point.
I'm just not sure if there's a full 2 miles that need the rebuilding. I didn't.
Well, that's what we put out as per
Let's just leave it there.
what was directed to us.
Hopefully there'll be money left.
But you did the tour, right? I mean,
We did the tours. Yeah, it's right through the swamp. Like that road is pretty bad. There's easily 2 miles worth of work there through that piece there. So we also gave on some of these projects, we gave, although they were quoting on what was in front of them, we also said there might be the possibility if they come in under budget, if we're able to stretch how much, if it's just surface work that we're doing, for example, how much, instead of 2 miles, maybe we're able to get 3, or there's a provision there for administration or the county to still stay within budget, but expand the amount of work given the same scope. So.
Somebody want to move that?
No, you made the motion.
You can't make the
No,
motion.
in order for Josh to make the motion, you
You
have
gotta
to turn the meeting over to
Walter
Walter.
moves. Favor? Yep. Carried.
Somebody else to be a scapegoat.
What's that?
You need somebody else to be your scapegoat?
Oh, no.
Just to confirm your question under 1.4 discretion of the county, it says the county, which is on page 5, the county is not bound to accept any proposal.
I'm sure that there might be 1 or 2 people that are not going to like that, but there's going to be a lot more people that are going to like it because I'm going to help a lot more people than just one.
So you're telling me that's how I should have worked for my 3 roads?
I'm not telling you anything.
Beat my head off a brick wall later. It's all good. Yeah, I have twice already and it's went nowhere. So I want the road fixed, but if we're gonna waste the county's money,
You can reject them once you look at it.
then we should have just changed it before we put the tenders out.
One other point that's in that tender document, 1.4.7, which might get us out of this question is, it says negotiate with any and all proponents regardless of whether or not the proponent has a proposal that does not fully comply, either in a material or non-material way with the submission requirements of the RFP or any requirement contained within the RFP. So it gives us the ability to deal with the people that are supplying, whether or not they meet all the requirements or not, as per how it's written in the document. One point 4.7.
No, it's a clause to get you out of having to follow rules. That's what it is.
Okay, so what are we doing? Opening the second one?
Need a motion. Already moves to open envelope 2. All in favor? Great.
So these companies had the choice to bid on whatever schedules they wanted to or not. So first one's 1203288.
Anybody have any idea who that is?
This is Simon Bigger.
Don't you have that number memorized by now?
Yeah, that's fine.
Yeah.
Okay, so they have a bid for project G, project Gulf, 55511.00. 55511.00. That's the only bid that they've bid on, or project, sorry.
Gee, which one? Oh,
55, 511, 60,000 bucks.
I don't know.
that's close to Russell too.
I think that Lambert Point Road.
G? No,
Where's G?
G is Bufflehead.
Is a culvert replacement.
Anthony's word. Or it might be mine. I'm not even, no, I think it's Anthony's.
Northern Road Builders, envelope 2. Okay, so they've got so project A, they've got a bid price of $308,750. 0 cents. Project B, they've got a bid price of $99,600 and 0 cents. Project C, they've got a bid price of $67,055 and 0 cents.
386.
Project D Delta,
Sorry, Jeff, what was the number for C?
67055.
70. Thank you.
Project D,
Whoa,
432700.
wait, back up for a second. So project C is budgeted 385 and they bid 67? Are we
That's
missing a
correct.
dollar amount, okay, thought we're missing a zero somewhere.
D was 43270.
432700, 2 zeros, 432,000 and 0 cents. Project E Echo was $379,700. Do you want me to read Project F's in
No.
then?
Nope.
No. Okay. Project G, 58,000, just 58,000 even.
You got a whole lot of money left in your Eagles Nest Road because they're only gonna spend 30,000 on it.
No, that's not
That's what
30,000.
roads are gonna be.
Only
That's not
300.
30,000, that's 300.
Okay, Boss Bridge work. They've got bids on all projects. Project A, 380,000. $0. Project B, $90,000 even. Project C, $80,000. Project D, $245,000. Project E, $293,950. And project G, $55,000.
I don't think their intention is to do that. Two more. Well, hope they will come up with.
So next one is Tree Tech. They have a bid in for project C, Charlie. $48,245. They have a bid for project G Golf, $115,000 even.
For G?
They all tour at the same time?
They all toured at the same time. They all heard the same speech. They all got the same material. This is also, because it's a proposal, there's a matrix for evaluation on these as well. It's not just based on price. Deckent Construction. Project A, they've got a bid in for $888,292.68. Project B, a bid of $114,422.88. Project D Delta, $462,366 even. Project E Echo, $240,262.56. And Project G Golf, $157,200.56.
That makes you wonder if they're bidding on the same thing. eh?
No bid on C, yeah, and then no bid on,
Especially if you actually look at our budget. So our budget came from where? Did you pull the number or did an engineer actually go look at it?
Council.
No.
Mhm.
We just pulled out the number. out of our-
Eagles Nest been in there since 2018. So
Like you look at that Blumenauer, look at Schedule C.
Ultimately, it would have been, I guess, administration that came up with those numbers, right? But some of them have been there for a little while. I don't know if I'd be able to say with confidence specifically who.
See, the whole idea with the Eagles Nest was the 800,000, I think, was to oil at 2 at the end.
On a 300.
I think that was part of it.
No.
I think,
Did I get Schedule
yeah,
A right?
because that was that money,
correct.
Yeah.
if I'm right, Walter,
I'm,
that you had money to rebuild that road and oil it.
Next one is Outback Ventures. So they have a bid on F, that's deletable. So Project G Golf, $43,500. Outback,
sorry, but-
43,500. They never supplied a number for any of the others.
Not even for F.
DBM Contracting. They've just got one bid in for Project G Golf, 58,500. That's it.
Martin, she does a lot of the pavement and curb repairs.
Last one's RKM. So Project B, Bravo, $88,942.28. Project C Charlie, $53,908.80. And project E Echo, $274,610.20.
Looks like everybody got something, man. It's good.
So there is a matrix that was included in, because we're doing these through proposals, so.
Can you shrink it down so that they're all on the screen?
Welcome to Word.
I just got a question here.
Older.
So what are we actually, what are these people actually doing? Like there's variations in price. Are they hauling dirt? Are they?
There's supply and apply everything, and that would be required for that project. So if it's a culvert, they need to supply the culvert and the gravel for it. If it's a rebuild on the Eagles Nest Road or whatever the case is, they got to supply all the gravel and all the work. So it's completely supply and apply the entire project, no involvement or purchase from the county.
What's the standard that we're gonna end up with in the end is what I'm kind of getting at. Like,
So all the
how are we gonna
specs-
judge it? Are you finished? Are you not?
Yeah, all the specs were included. So there was a scope of work provided on each project. I have that as well, that all of them have. So there's detailed spec in regards to the requirement, the thickness, the amount of gravel we needed, whatever the measurements of the culvert. You're more than welcome to take a look at that. That was detailed and provided to all of the contractors, and they put their bids on based on that.
I'm just, in the end, how are we gonna judge it? Did you do?
Well, it's got to
What
be
was
built
asked
to
for?
county spec.
Yeah, it's going to be built to county spec, and we're actually, Bill Hebert is going to, we've made a little bit of a shuffle in terms of our workflow. Bill's going to personally manage and operate these as a project manager. So he's going to be managing these projects in addition to, so he'll be on site with the site contractors as the work is being performed and making sure it's up to our requirements. He'll also be managing the gravel retendering, which has started this week here already, and any other side projects that are happening, anything with mitigation that we happen to need a operations perspective on, he'll be looking at that too. So we actually will have a project foreman, for a better word.
Okay, thank you.
So this is based on matrix, not just straight price?
Correct.
Because I guess my question or my comment would be is that there's some pretty big differences here, even right from what we budgeted to, like, you look at the Blumenart Road, what we actually had budgeted and what the actual, all of them came in at. Either we missed something or someone, I don't know.
But the
That is
contracts all
sand
look-
there. I think the contractor missed something.
Because the last time it was this far off, we had a contractor that actually missed the road in the drainage project.
On the Blue Mart Road, for example, they're from 48 to 80,000. So percentage wise, it is quite the difference, but it's all not too far. It's not close to 385,000. They're all 300,000 less.
Yeah.
So
It's like they missed something big.
There's money for oil for Blumenort Road. So they're not bidding on the oil portion.
oh, there we go.
Okay, and that's, yeah, see, that's what I was thinking. Some of these bids might have that in there. Yeah.
But that's only one project. Look at the, like project A is like almost half of what was, actually less than half by the two. Well, the one was over obviously, but there's two there that are less than half of what the budget. So when they come back and say, hey, we ran out of money, are we going to be starting dumping money in? Like, we played that game before.
I would hope the matrix should explain what they need to do.
There is enough detail in there and enough oversight from Bill Hebert that I'm confident they know exactly what needs to be done on these roads. The only thing I can say is I wasn't part of that budget process, so I didn't set those dollar amounts. That was a previous predecessor that would have had that input. But we did look at them when we were dealing with these projects in the planning stage, and we didn't think that they were necessarily that far off based on our own experience. The only other thing I can think of is competition may have played a role here, and people might have sharpened their pencils a little bit in terms of their submissions that we're seeing before the county, as opposed to we would have just day labored this at a 80% rate or something along those lines, or whatever the case may be, and not necessarily had any competition. So that sometimes is reflected in the bid prices too. So I couldn't tell you exactly why they're under, but I'm fairly confident they know exactly what needs to be done based on the specs that were provided to them and the site tours. All these guys were on tour.
Yeah, the site tour should tell you everything.
Sorry, go ahead, Jackie.
Okay, so what are we actually doing with Machisis now? Because I thought we were going to Make it longer to use the budget. We're only gonna do 2 miles now?
No, so we made the modifications as was directed that night. So we changed I'll read you the exact one here.
245, so that could,
Yeah,
You
we-
asked for it not to be a complete rebuild, but just the top and do add a crown and stuff. That's exactly what we passed on to them. So I think we actually changed the spec to 4 miles under that.
Can we change it to 8 and get like 3/4 of the road done instead of having to do
let's
this every
just do it
year?
like this and then we'll maybe do some day labor.
The problem is we set it to, we made an amendment to the scope of the work as that we were directed that night. They all bid on that amendment, but they all knew that there was a possibility if they came in under budget, and we explained it on several of these projects. I mean, the culvert ones, you're not going to add another culvert just because you're under budget. But the road rebuild ones, we said, there might be the provision that if you're under budget and you're the winning tender, that there might be an opportunity for us to go further. So instead to go 4 miles, we might go 6 miles, as long as we're still within the budget that was allocated. But in terms of the bids, they all had to bid on the same thing. So they couldn't just bid on the chance to, maybe it's going to go to 6 or maybe it's going to go to 7. They all bid on 4 miles from Machias Lake, I believe is what it was.
So if you went to 6, could be per mile.
Yeah, if there's if the winning bid and there's enough money in that capital project to go further down the road to do the same scope of work, unless council advises us otherwise, we'll make those efforts to spend up to budget, if we're going to get more bang for our buck down the road. So.
So I get where Jackie's going with that, and I get that comment, and I realize that our rural roads are, in sort of some shape, but we've also talked about, and there will be coming, there's like a $250,000 budget amendment that we're looking at for culverts. We've talked about that there's going to be needed to be a budget amendment to do some ditch work cleanouts so that we can actually, not maybe flood next year. So I would be a little bit leery at this point right now to say max out the budget if they came in lower to extend that actual work on those roads before we actually see what that number looks like. Be able to, maybe another $100,000 worth of culvert issues in the Machias area might be better off than fixing, another 2 miles of that road directly. I'm not sure what that looks like, but I'd like to see what we're under first and keep that in rural road maintenance, but we might be better off to do some ditch cleanouts and stuff.
Oh, I'm just looking at the price difference and going, oh, I don't know any of these people, and I really hope the lowest bidder doesn't get it because I'm thinking he ain't gonna do half a job by that price difference.
Well,
Which one are you talking about?
I'm looking at D. Because it's a massive difference.
The only one that was even close is G.
Yeah, but he said they're just doing a crown, not a rebuild.
Yeah, no, but you're doing a $200,000 difference in the two bidders.
Like someone forgot something there.
Like there's gonna be a massive something is,
You said like some of these number budgets were set.
No, you go between what she's talking
no,
about. is you
between
look
the
at
two
D.
bidders. One
you
is
got-
432 and one's 245. Who forgot what?
No,
There's
but-
one gold plated.
But you know what? I hate to say this, but I've worked with a lot of these companies and I know some of those companies who does the bidding, and then those numbers don't surprise me.
Okay, but
And it's not gonna be quality that's gonna be the outcome. Like, if you were to pick the highest bidder on some of them, you still wouldn't get the quality.
just compare the top two. They're relatively close other than Schedule D. So did they actually bid on the same thing on Schedule D is my question, because
You said boss is Bill Dredger?
Yeah,
Okay, because he's got a fair bit of experience.
well, they were all on that tour. The
Like-
guy said it was all explained very clearly, so.
Like, these guys have all done government jobs. Like, they're all on AT contracts. They're all on,
you're not
They-
helping them at all.
what's that?
You're not helping them at all by saying that.
Well,
It's
but
what it's trying to say is their experience.
I guess what I'm saying is by us picking the lowest bidder, that doesn't make us exactly the idiot either. Like,
Well, I don't see how there's a $200,000 difference on one project. On a $400,000 project, how there's a $200,000.
well, let's just say, for instance, gravel. If they have to put gravel on top of there, and depending on where they're hauling it from, who they're buying it from, where they're getting their dirt from, has the guy got a dirt pit from from the neighbor, or is this contractor pissed off from the other guy? He has to haul it 4 miles down the road. Those things, they play a huge factor, massive.
Okay, you weren't here when we built the high-level rural drainage ditch. They forgot the road completely.
I
The lowest
caught
bidder
that.
forgot the road completely. So I'm kind of leery when
But
there's
there
that much of a
again,
price
there
difference.
again, that guy hadn't done those kinds of bids before.
Okay, but my
And
issue
Thiel?
is for that price
didn't have
difference, if
experience
they
with
rip up the whole road for 4 miles and then they can't do it for that price, what? Nobody has gravel on the road for the rest of the year? I don't know. We're gonna put a tractor there to pull people in and out?
So what are you gonna do? Take the high bidder?
No. I
Okay.
wanna know why there's such a price difference there.
Well, I think some of that'll come back. If it's a matrix bid, some of that'll come back, because it might not actually be based on lowest price, right?
Matrix is in, yeah.
So
It's
I'm going to
included
move
in
that
that, wasn't it?
administration review
Yeah.
the tenders and return.
Yeah.
Got a
One
quick
comment.
question.
On the money left over from Eagles Nest, I'd like to move it to, like, there's a Super Bee stuck in the middle of the road. There's other projects in my ward that I'd like to move that instead of making it longer. So before you make any commitments, maybe we could discuss it.
Well, isn't that what I just said? That it needs
Yeah, I
to
know.
come back before that, until we figure out what we're actually doing?
So
Just
you're saying,
reinforcing your statement.
If we need to make a motion of that, then that's cool, but
No, I think we all understand.
so anything over and above, like, it's like, so if the contractor gets it, it's at, say, 50,000 and the bid is 60, at 10 grand, you want to spend with the same contractor?
Not necessarily.
Not necessarily, no.
Yeah, I think it should come back because
That's
we're
what
gonna
he said.
start,
so obviously we need a motion. I would like to make, and I guess we haven't awarded them, so let's,
Yeah, that's.
because you're gonna bring them back to this meeting, right?
Yeah.
So-
Okay,
And then see
all
what
in
our
favor?
budget difference is.
Carried. Administration review the tenders and returned for awarding later in the meeting.
Yeah.
And Lisa moved it. Yeah. Because it's a matrix, right?
Are we moving to lunch?
I think we'll, what's that? Okay, let's break for lunch, half hour.
4 miles.
Get up.
Call back to order. Page 39. We got Fort Vermilion Rural trunk pump install. Sorry.
I don't like to keep the titles of the project short. So.
Yeah, there we go. So I move that we open envelope 1. All in favor? Carried.
So again, just to reiterate to council, both, we have 2 bidders here, TD Mechanical as well as Ranwell Plumbing. Both called me at around 3 p.m. or just shortly after yesterday with our closing time being at 4:30. Both with difficulties of getting the consent of surety, which is a requirement in the bid documents. But I did, so they are the only 2 tenders. They're both local. I did ask them to put in a letter of reasoning, I guess, as to why they weren't able to supply that. So I'll open up plumbing envelope 1.
So are we at least going to take the successful bidder and make them pay a deposit or something?
My recommendation would be, if council is comfortable with it, is to proceed with opening envelopes 2. We could make a motion, correct me if I'm wrong, but if we made a motion that due to both bidders not having the consent of surety, that administration check to make sure that each company would be able to supply it prior to signing the contract, or that the successful bidder be able to supply consent of surety prior to entering the contract, would be my recommendation. But yeah, due to both not having it, so it's in my mind still fair.
Yep, I'm okay with that if the rest of council is. Okay.
So I have the certified check. Ranwell in their letter says Ranwell realizes that we do not have a consent of surety attached to this bid. As per Fred Weeb, we would like to offer our bid package with the assurance that we will have the required surety in place by May 31st as per contract requirements. We have a certificate of insurance. Core. As well as a business license.
Fort Simpson's looking a little wet, eh?
Yeah. So just a question on this. We have a budget line of 240 and then budget allocated to construction portion is 194. Is that a combined?
So I have a bit of an update on that as well. We did issue 2 addendums. The second addendum, actually, we removed the SCADA programming portion. So because your meters and pressure gauges and things like that tie into our computer systems, we removed that portion from the project as well, because we have a computer programmer that we use that's familiar with our systems. So we felt we could do that at a better price utilizing our programmer. So that updated number for that second line under the cost of source of funding, I have as 172,880. So that would be the amount allocated for the construction. So what I will be opening for bids here should come in under 172.8. If it doesn't, then I would need a budget reallocation to that. That answers your question.
Kind of.
So envelope 1 for TD Mechanical. The certified check. Certificate of insurance. Core. WCB. Business license and a letter stating we have our bonding in place with Foster Park Brokers, but we need a few days to get our updated financial statements to them before they sign off on the surety. So I do have a matrix system on this as seen in your RFD there. After opening envelope 2, I guess that bring back a recommendation to council later in the meeting.
All in favor?
Yep.
Carried. Have these contractors done this type of work for you before, Fred?
They have, yep. So Randwall Plumbing,
Yeah, Steve's dad just passed away, I think. Yeah. How old was he?
Yeah, funerals today.
Steve Teason's dad.
Jake Teason.
Be that old.
He was 80 probably, I would say.
so Randwall Plumbing's total lump sum excluding GST is $258,342.77.
Is that's combined?
So that is, that's the total lump sum bid price. So I've still allotted a budget for the programming and engineering aside from that.
So
Or do you
this,
mean
this
combined?
price is the install plus the construction?
But he said.
Yes, that's right.
programming,
Okay.
engineering, all that was also, he said 172, but. Half of them. Tiny light is open.
So for TD Mechanical, the total lump sum price is $229,750. 50.
Just Josh, a question. So Fred, so just to be clear, so what's the actual budget for what this tender includes?
So our council budget is $240,000.
Yeah.
So that's for the total estimated cost of the whole project of the pump installs. So I've taken out from that 240, I've taken out the engineering and programming.
Yeah.
Which I will,
Which
that
is-
difference between the 172,880 that I have allotted for construction.
Yeah.
That difference between those two would take care of the engineering and programming.
So the budget allocated to construction portion is 194.
172 is my updated number because
Oh,
I
sorry,
addendum
missed
to, sorry, your RFD after
72.
the council package got put out, we put out an addendum to SCADA programming portion of it. So from what I'm seeing here, after my review, I'll confirm, but we are well under budget. So with this bid, yep.
Well, I'm looking at, but we're way over budget. If we only have 172,000. and the
Sorry,
budget's came-
220, yes. I'm sorry. Yeah, I'll have to review the numbers then. Yep. So I'll review the numbers and bring back a recommendation to council. And
Fred or Josh? Just a couple of questions here, Fred. I see that we're targeting Hillcrest Community School pressure. Firstly, what would be the pressure that we're trying to provide to Hillcrest PSI?
I'd have to look back at my reports, Eric. I don't remember that offhand, but typically we try to target 60 PSI.
Okay. Now, along with that, you were here a long time ago, Fred, and we're going to miss you as we move these things forward. Genovar's original program had a pump system in that water fillet bay boards to pressurize that 6-inch line down towards the creek. With this increased pressure there, are we going to be able to consider changing some of these low pressure, dribble into the cistern with possible enough pressure to supply straight to the house? And following that, we've talked at times about finding short lines to add off of the main grid. Will this enable further discussions down those lines at all?
So I guess to answer the first question, Eric, the 6-inch line is undersized, I guess, even for community to community water supply. let alone if we try to provide full pressure systems. The further on those laterals that you're talking about in your second point, the further out you extend with those, the more pumping stations you would require with all your elevation changes or length of pipe for friction losses. So the more you expand your system, and that demand of that full pressure would require significantly higher budgets for the infrastructure that would be required for it. So currently, yes, you'd be able to supply full pressure probably from both ends, but as the system expands out, those expectations would be there. And then again, like I say, the 6-inch line is undersized for community to community backup system, I guess.
I guess you're right. I wasn't asking to have everybody under high pressure. Just wanted to see what it would do as comparing to the up under pressure. But yeah, that does enable us to put the low pressure systems out down some of these branch lines if we can go that way. Good. I think that's what you're saying.
So I think he just clarified. So with this additional, so not just getting the water to the school, but this would actually assist in additional pressure to be able to push out further from spur lines.
Correct. Yeah. So essentially, again, before the way we've been currently operating our system, we've been extending the creeks supplying the water further towards Fort Vermilion because of the elevation change. Didn't have enough pressure and flow even along Blue Minort Road from Fort Vermilion because of the water treatment plant being down the hill elevation change. So this will supply water back up to Hillcrest. So it somewhat alleviates a little bit of the water demand, I guess, from the creek. But it certainly, as the laterals, depending on where those laterals are, it expands the system, I guess, from Fort Vermilion and what that can supply for the.
And that's what was in the original plan. Now, we knew that the plant pumps and so on, the Fort Vermilion get it up the hill, but wouldn't do much. We would have to add additional pumping pressure from that truck fill area in order to move it better. Okay, good, thanks.
So on that, I guess then, because I know we're under some water issues, supply issues out of La Crete. So if we can actually back that off and supply more from here, because we have a kind of a much more open water license out of the river. So how much will this help, or will this just be kind of a drop in the bucket?
Currently a drop in the bucket probably, but I think we hit a couple birds with one stone. Because Fort Vermilion has more capacity currently, I think remaining percentage wise for the treatment plant versus La Crete, it was supposed to address that a little bit. And if any lateral lines in the future come off of there, that would help for that. And then every little bit helps as far as I'm concerned. If La Crete, I guess we're getting a fourth well in La Crete there, so that'll help. But my thinking here too was, in addition to supplying this water to Hillcrest and possibly a future truck fill there, that would be the big significant factor, like more so than your lateral lines, right? If you're serving a big population that would balloon into the service area that right now hauls from La Crete, they would probably haul from this future truck fill as well.
So would it help at all to make Hillcrest get a trickle system? I mean, really, a school.
So
only
Hillcrest
uses water for
technically,
8
I
hours
think
a
it
day.
has a 5 gallon per minute. I want to say they are somewhat restricted already. They are still using a cistern or a storage, and that's partially even for fire flow or fire protection. So that's where I say, like, currently it's a bit of a drop in the bucket, but I think still looking out 5 years, 10 years, and depending if that future truck fill would ever get installed there, that's where this would make the biggest difference down the road.
I think that future truck fill could still be on the agenda. I remember John Dreger and Elmer Dirks and I driving back and forth between Hillcrest and the other side of Wolf Lake Road and Craig's Line, looking for another place for truck fill down there. So that's something that was targeted at one point. Hopefully it can come back.
So I'll move, or did we already move?
Lisa moves, all in favor? Carried. In page 45, we got Storm Pond. Go ahead, Byron.
Yes, thank you. Yeah, at the last council meeting, we opened a couple of proposals for the La Crete North Storm Pond. There's one received from each of Helix Engineering and MPE Engineering. In the time since the last meeting, we've gone through and evaluated the rest of the the rest of the matrix as well. So based on reviewing them, they were both strong proposals. Obviously, we got one came out on top. So our recommendation is that it be awarded to the most qualified bidder, in this case being Helix Engineering for that project.
Do we have enough money in the budget for this? I thought we only had 50,000.
We have enough to get started. We can't, a lot of the engineering costs, I guess, would be part of the actual construction. So if we don't, I guess, proceed with construction, the design element of things would be within budget, and we'd just, I guess, be kind of construction ready.
Correct. There's only the 50,000 right now, what you approved last 2 meetings ago.
So then if we approve this, do we not have to do a budget amendment? Because how do you approve an $84,000 project when you only have $50,000 in the budget?
I guess that's the tricky part on the engineering side of things, right? I guess we regularly amend scopes of work or services, kind of depending on findings or for different things. I guess from my perspective, I wouldn't feel that we need a budget amendment. We would just, I guess, reality is if budget amendment and some of those other pieces don't fall into place, we'd shelve this project sooner than later with them, but we now have a confirmed consultant to work with to move forward.
So if we shelve the project, do we still have to pay them 85,000?
No, that's, I guess, part of the goofy part for procuring engineering work is it's all based on cost estimates, but then billed for actual work completed, right? So there's really no guarantee, or there's no minimum amount of work that we need to give them, but there's also, right, that's where I guess kind of the project management side of things and managing scope and what I'll refer to as scope creep, and to make sure that they stay in line.
I talked to you about that post on Facebook. Did you guys correct that? I didn't check.
Yes, we did. Yeah, we made that amendment.
Okay, good. Yeah, it's just the post made it a little bit, depending on how you read it, it was a little bit misleading. It made it sound that all the funding is going to be recouped by offsite levies, not just roughly 30%. So
yeah,
thanks.
Yeah, we tweaked that wording.
Good.
Okay, I'll move it. All in favor? Carried. Thank you. Next we got Hamlet Spring garbage pickup, page 65. Go ahead, Donnie.
Thank you, Mr. Reeve. So I did a handout, the issue of the Hamlet Spring garbage pickup came to council, I believe, on the 28th, and it was referred to community services. So I handed out, just as a reference, the community services RFT that was brought forward to the committee at that time, and it explains what was required to do the spring cleanup in each hamlet. I went out to the Public Works people, and this is what they came up with. So when I presented it to the Community Services meeting on the 6th, the Community Services recommended to council that a call out to nonprofit organizations for proposals for a fall, not a spring one, but for a fall community cleanup, and that a budget of $10,000 be set county-wide with funding come from operations. That's what the Community Services proposed. I went to finances, and finance told me that there was no operational funding for this, not even in grants to other organizations. There is an operational budget that's set for $15,000, but according to Jen, and I wish she was here, that funding is not really meant to be used in this capacity. So the recommendation to council that administration reach out to nonprofit organizations for proposals to proceed with a fall community cleanup and bring back findings to council.
Go ahead, Lisa.
I don't know if we're gonna have some conversation. Because some of the conversation that we had at the community services meeting was, again, kind of, taking it from what we talked about at council, was coming up with other ideas for nonprofits across the region to be able to fundraise. So how do we actually do that? And not just for the hamlets, but how do we open it up countywide? Like if, Rocky Lane Pony Club or the Egg Society or the High Level Egg Society or whatever, depending on what they come up with, ideas, even right down to, it might not be actual cleanup, but it might be a drop off point. It might be, in conjunction with picking up doing a bottle drive at the same time so that, you can double your profit wise, or working out on the batteries. What did we figure out? It was like $10 a battery or whatever, but other ways to be able to do that, as well as getting the sort of FaceTime for the nonprofits back out in the community, saying that, they're actually doing something, and it makes it easier. Again, if you have a nonprofit that's actually active, that nonprofit will actually, kind of roll in additional support as you go, right? So to try and figure it out, there wasn't a one size fit all. So what works in Lacrete might not work in Fort, what might not work in rural high level. We did talk a lot about rural high level, considering it's the only ward that doesn't actually have a transfer station. So, the whole cleanup part, it would have to be run a little bit differently. We tossed around ideas. Okay, well, if we just do a free week at the transfer stations instead of doing this, but then that kind of goes against everything we were trying to do as far as ensuring that, we're more cost recovery on that end. So basically what we came up with was the 10,000 to be set, and it was actually geared towards out of that operational funding for the grants to other organizations slush fund that we kind of have, and see what comes back as proposals. So open it up to the county as a whole and say, okay, nonprofits, what do you have as an idea? And as far as coming back in with, community cleanups, and whether it be for the hamlet, whether the Tompkins Fire Department wants to use it as a fundraiser and do something out there, and just see what comes back and have that discussion when we look at all the proposals.
I'd like to make a comment.
Go ahead, Eric.
Just backing up a bit. I know a lot of this is for fundraising for nonprofit groups. That's good. I know my son, when he was in Rocky Lane 4-H Club, they made a bunch of money hauling e-goods to high level. But still, the policy that was in place was in support of our communities, right? There was the helmet cleanup, and this is the one that we were originally started talking about. And I still kind of like that idea as supporting our people, to be able to give them a bit of a breather or support to clean up the community. And this, in our discussion of community services, included a little bit of support for rural waste too, where we'd have a short period of time, maybe a week, where there was no charge to bring stuff in. And again, I know that it maybe flies in the face of us trying to cut costs, but it's still supporting the people, and I think they would appreciate that. Moving it to the fall, maybe that's what we have to do if we have to organize a bunch of things. But again, just acknowledging where this policy was and what it can do to make people appreciate it. Just a comment.
One of the other things we talked about is that, when we do this, is that it would not be a staffing thing. It would be the nonprofits bringing it forward as far as, okay, what's your proposal? And then they do it. They use their equipment or their, the dads in their trucks or whatever else the deal is that it actually removes the ability or the drain on our staff and our resources, because we don't have that ability to be able to do that.
Duffy?
And even, go ahead.
And I agree with you on Lisa on that, but I just don't know how you're gonna do that in the rural community. Like where you're gonna. That's a big task. Like, I don't know, like if you think about how far everybody is spread out and how to organize that and how to, I see that getting downloaded back onto the county. I don't know.
The only thing I could think of is you could possibly put an area, I knew you guys have transfer stations, so you could use transfer station. They have to haul it in themselves. Stoves go here, bottles go here, whatever goes here, whatever goes here, whatever goes here. And your nonprofits would have to sit there and supervise for the day instead of the transfer station operator. That's about the only way I could see it working.
So
The one
and I
conversation
agree
that we
with
had
that.
was rural high level, though. They don't have a transfer station.
So how are you gonna split the 10 grand and decide who's got the cost, or how do you?
But see, that's where the request for proposals come in. So if, say, Lacrete Minor Hockey has a proposal to do the hamlet, okay, bring back an actual what you're gonna do for it or whatever and how that make that work. And if you can tag team it with a bottle drive at the same time or something else or whatever, if there's a group in Fort that comes with, you know, a proposal or whatever else, and then let's look at it as a whole thing and say, okay, does this actually make sense? Can we actually do it, you know, within that $10,000 budget countywide? Do we need to, you know, or they're asking for way too much and we can't do it? Then we have that discussion whether we can actually pull this off or not. Because again, it goes back to that, a lot of our nonprofits, we fund already. You know, so this is also one of those things where it's like, well, we've been funding nonprofits for years, either directly or indirectly. Maybe this is the time for them to give back a little bit as well. So it's kind of that give and take, right?
And Peter, then Eric.
I'm still hearing quite a bit. The people would like to see it, but as we discussed at community services, we need to define it a lot more. Like tree branches and garden waste is just totally unacceptable. This was like for big appliances and stuff, people that don't have trucks. And that's what we need to define pretty clearly. And I think then any group could do it in a day in a hamlet, like if you have a decent group. Instead of all the tree branches and stuff like now, it's ridiculous the way it was up till now. And it just doesn't work and it's very labor intensive.
So Lisa, would this go back to community services then for like?
It was
tenders and
actually
stuff?
thought that the proposals will be brought back to council as a whole.
Eric?
Yeah, just thinking, we're talking budgets and that's mostly in the hamlets, right? If we were to do what we were talking about community services and just open it up with no cost, there's no budget needed, just reducing some of the income. But people, I think, are pretty aware of these costs now because I've a few people have contacted me about garbage showing up down the ends of roads and so on. I got some pictures sent to me too. So I think a little bit of a break that way would be a good idea.
So would it be the idea to do the rural transfer stations, give them one day where they could bring their stuff? And that's the perk they get, just one day, and then do the hamlet stuff? And as for Jackie, set up a station with one of the nonprofits
on her yard.
I'd say a weekend, Peter. Yeah, 2 days.
Okay, so we're talking about a whole bunch of different things that we hashed out at community services where some of you guys didn't make the cut. So we sort of dropped the whole idea of free weeks or free days at the transfer station. That's not what we're bringing. That's not what we're brought forward. So if we want to make that a separate different option, then that's a whole nother road we need to go
The
down.
real person can just take and bring his appliance and put it on the road.
But if we open it up, you never know what some of the rurals, but you never know what some of the rurals might actually bring forward. It might be a rural nonprofit that actually does a hamlet. Right? So let's actually look and see, maybe there's an idea out there. So if we just open it up, leave it as the way it is and see what comes back and then actually have a conversation on what's available.
But you gotta give them some kind of rules here, because I'm sitting here thinking, going, how the hell does this work? So who pays the tipping fees? Who pays the freight? Who pays what?
For what?
Like if I get 7 big garbage bins and get them full, who's paying to haul those to the
Put that in-
landfill
put that
and
in the
who's paying
proposal,
the
because you're
tipping
the,
fees?
Ward 9,
I-
Ward 9's the only one that doesn't have a transfer station. So it would be a little bit different to put that in a proposal.
I think we should scrap the rule and just do the hamlet.
We should
If
scrap the
anything, like
hamlet then too.
I would be okay with scrapping it all.
I like the community involvement. I like the idea of people having that opportunity, but
It's the rural places where I'm hearing about people hauling to the ends of the roads. That's what's coming back to me.
Yeah, but if they can haul it to the end of the road, they could have hauled it to the transfer station also.
I know, Jackie, but I remember you complaining about this for years, about people dumping stuff off. And this is like a couple of days of freebie to those people that don't want to pay, then they drop it off. I don't
They
see a
didn't
big
pay
problem with it.
before and they still dumped it in the ditches. Those people you're not gonna please.
No.
They're just pigs and they don't care.
I think it's gonna get worse though. Like $200 to drop a trailer full of grass clippings, like, come on.
Well, grass clippings and tree branches, I think most people, they just go and haul into the bush somewhere.
Yeah, I'm just saying, like, stuff we're
any
charging for
decent-
stuff we're gonna burn, but what are people gonna do with a mattress, a couch, or whatever? That's the kind of crap that's gonna end up at the end of a dead end road.
Yeah, but decent people wouldn't do that.
Yeah, but that's what happens, like an old mattress and
When it
box
comes-
spring at care and share after hours. And then what they can do is take it to the transfer station and the transfer station charges $50, right? So they weren't happy either.
When it comes to money, decent people will also become indecent.
I'll move option 1. that we actually kick it out and let them come back. And if there's no proposals for rural ideas, then there's no proposals for rural ideas. We discuss it at that time. But you never know what the imagination and the resourcefulness of our nonprofits across this region are. So let's actually see what they come back with.
Okay, all in favor? Carried.
You gonna put something out on Facebook then, what we're doing with that?
No, let's wait till,
There's a lot of questions. People want to know, what are you doing?
Well, no, we talked about that about when we decide what we're doing. We'll put out on Facebook that the county is not
Mhm.
doing one, but we're working on a program, or a request for our
Some communication out there.
nonprofit option.
okay, if
An
nobody
option of working with our
objects,
nonprofit.
then we'll go to 11A. Walter wants to leave and he'd like to get some of these things out of the way. So if you don't mind, Jeff, we'll go to page 109, culvert maintenance.
So 11A, this was just a request for information that was passed on to administration in regards to our current culvert maintenance program, how it's funded and how it operates on an annual basis. The operational budget is approved with funds to purchase culverts for regular replacement and first access to quarter sections. Concerns for culvert issues come from the public quite often. Grader operators see failing culverts along the grader beats. Supervisor travels the roads checking for culverts of bent ends, coupler fails, rust holes, etc. Identifies which typical processes. Supervisor identifies which culverts require replacement on a priority level, addressing safety concerns, and on average, we're replacing 25 to 30 a year as a course of our regular sort of operations of about $110,000 operational budget to purchase culverts. I've attached, I believe PW 039 was attached that governs culvert replacement and along with a number of other road issues.
I guess the comment I've got is like, I know in my ward, anything north of 58, those roads were built years ago and the roads have spread out. The grader just keeps blading and the ends are 3/4 plugged, and we've gotten away with it for many years, but this year we didn't get away with it. I think we need to either hire somebody to go and clean those ends up or do something. It's not just, I don't think we have to replace a lot of culverts. Some of them we do.
I think that's our problem, Walter. We are not giving the operational guys enough funding to replace culverts and repair.
Yeah.
Because it's everywhere and from one end of the county, the other end.
But the roads have widened from what they were built. Like I took a front end loader last year and cleaned mine out where, and I moved 2 feet of dirt off the shoulder of that road so the water would run in the culvert.
It's, I mean, that's not a unique problem and it's the same, it's what's actually pushing 11B, the next item on the list there to go through, is that we're recognizing that in this summer or this spring was definitely brought a lot of that to the forefront in terms of culverts and drainage issues and a variety of issues, a lot relating to culverts that we are just underfunded to address some of those issues. And this 11A was just an information decision in terms of what our current program is. Operations would gladly expand that operation or expand that program should council wish to fund it additionally, but that is the extent of what we have that's been provided to us.
Lisa?
The actual policy isn't attached here. I don't know if this should be the conversation to have here or the next one. And I guess for me is, our transportation portion of our budget, if you actually look at the pie graph, is pretty substantial. So it always kind of makes me wonder, it's like, okay, we used to do shoulder pulls on a regular basis, like actual shoulder pull projects. When we used to come back and see all the different project lines under operations, it was shoulder pulls of these roads. We haven't seen that for a long time. So I don't know if we continue to do that or not. We used to actually see, again, there within just operations, those, culvert fixes and that kind of thing. When we sit here and talk about how the ditch mower has mowed over all these culverts, but yet, we'll just let her go and, worry about it when it becomes a problem. I guess my question is then, what are we actually doing with that huge transportation operational budget? if we have this many problems across the region that are just that standard sort of maintenance fix stuff.
Well, it just costs money. Having roads. like
Well, I
we
get
do-
it. But I get it. But again, why are we used to be able to do it, but now we can't do it. So what are we doing that we're not able to do that standard, maintenance when
I
it
think,
actually
well,
screws
just the
up?
sheer traffic numbers. The amount of heavier equipment that has increased over the last years is crazy.
But what does that have to do with your culverts? How come we're not doing shoulder pulls anymore? How
Yeah.
come we actually don't have them? Like, how come the grader operators aren't marking culvert issues? Don't tell me that they don't see that. It's like there's a culvert, there was one there isn't one there now, or it's plugged, or the weeds are too high, or there's too many trees in the ditch, or like, I know it's easy to just get on that grader and just drive and not pay attention to what's around you, but maybe there needs to be some additional, and they all have cell phones. It's like, oh, drop a pin here. This is where we have a problem.
I think
Someone
some
come
do. Some do. I know.
That's to going back to Walter's point. A lot of these culverts, they can't even see them. And then, I know a lot of roads in my area, well, there's no shoulders to pull from because there's simply no ditch. Where do you pull from? So our infrastructure is failing. Like I know what you're saying, what Josh's saying too. Our traffic in the last 10 years has probably doubled
But
easily.
aren't some ditch cleanouts cheaper than rebuilding roads?
For sure.
For sure.
Combination of things needs to take place, right? I mean, every situation is a little bit different.
We need to do
Some
some
places
ditch
that'll work, some
cleanouts
places
before we
not.
gotta build new roads.
And that would take me for myself to live and see. And I know we practiced there. We said this a year ago or 2 years ago. Make sure we have 30-meter right of ways before we proceed with new builds, and have 20-meter right of way. And then like ditches on Airport Road, they're like that. Like it doesn't work. You do shoulder pull there, then you're taking away from your crown. You're gonna have a 1-lane road. In the future, so.
Byron, do we have a reclaimer for gravel, like to put on a wing of a grader?
We don't believe that we still do. I'm not sure if you.
But different than the mill raiser that we discussed last time?
Yeah.
We had one years ago, but it just brought all the shit onto the road and everybody was mad because there's grass and shit.
Flat tires. And
Yeah, the challenge then is always, right, obviously you get gravel, but it's the grass and everything else that you're pulling up to, right? So how do you?
But it's
how do you clean
amazing.
that?
Like you do that and it dries out and you scrape the rest of that stuff back off once it dries out, because it comes to the top, gravel goes to the bottom. And you do that year after year, and you are going to keep some kind of a structure for your road. You have to start somewhere by bringing it back up.
Josh?
We gotta spray the grass first.
And
Spray
sure,
the grass off the shoulders. I mean,
Go ahead, Eric.
That's just what I was thinking. Walter and Duffy both talking about that a long time ago. Chris Kellen and I was selling herbicides, and he had sprayed some of this residual, not long-term, but just short-term residual herbicide on the side, exactly to do that, to get the grass and sod out of there so they could use salvage the gravel. So that is something that's been done up here before, just a while ago.
You forgot to mention in June of 74.
You don't know, want to know what I was doing in June of 74? No, it's not.
75.
Oh, yes, you do.
75.
I'm sure you remember, and I'm sure you know what you were wearing that day too.
So I'll move this one for information because we're actually talking about the next one.
All in
so we
favor?
can-
Carried.
Back to you, Jeffrey.
Back to you. Yeah.
Just a comment on that as we move it to the side there. I'm pretty sure I've got a couple culverts within a mile or so home here that are in need of just a little bit of wheel hoe work to clean them out at the entrances, and that'll move a lot more water and carries few less problems. So I think
Maybe you can
maybe I just need to
spray
give
up here and take a shovel out there and do it with my hand. Save us
could
all.
do that. Yeah. Anyway, that's information needs to be shared. Jeff needs to have all that.
Okay, so dovetails right into 11B. So this is a request for additional funds for washout and culvert repairs and upgrades. Outside of the damages that were sustained potentially through a DRP claim. So administration received numerous calls this spring regarding flooding. There was approximately 85 calls to the office during spring runoff. And this, by the time this went in last week, I would say we're probably over 100 now. more accurate, close to over 100. Calls directly to the supervisor runs average of 200 per day in the same time frame. These calls, these areas of concern were tracked, which is the map. If you, I don't know if that's the map there, Colleen, or I can't quite see all the. Yeah, it's a little easier to see, but we started to track all of the washouts and culvert issues as we were, as things were unfolding. The north, if you were to move north of the river there, it's not as much, but we're still in the middle of it, so.
Well, no, there's not as much because they don't phone. But they'll start.
Yeah, you can start to see the blue there.
They'll start phoning.
So these areas were tracked. Blue represents drainage and culvert issues, yellow represents washouts. So with the substantial overland flooding this spring, many culverts require replacement or upgrading to a larger size. So administration is suggesting a budget amendment with the addition of a one-time project for washout and culvert repairs or upgrades for $250,000. The budget will be used to purchase additional culverts, culvert installation, and fixing of these washout areas. It's worth mentioning that several ratepayers suffered damage to their homes and shops as a result of the spring runoff. We're unaware of the cost of the damage incurred, but that'll be dealt with through DRP if we proceed with that. If council agrees to fund this project, administration will present an RFD further on in this meeting for review in camera. Options before you are to approve the one-time project of $250,000 to be used for addressing many ratepayers' requests concerning deteriorating roads and washouts from overland flooding. Or option 2 is to deny the request.
Well, I see where the site tour projects, if they all come, if they're awarded, they're 974,000. Our budget was 2.3 million. So that's 1.3 million extra funding. I'd like to see this 250 become 500,000 for washer repairs and
Well, I think, after the water's all gone, I think we need to go and reassess all of our ditches. Because with all that water is moving a lot of dirt. So those ditches they might flow today, but once the water's gone and next spring there's more water, they're probably going to be flowing in the opposite direction or the wrong direction.
Isn't that called scouring velocity?
There you go. I was waiting for you to comment on
I'm
that,
looking at your
Derek.
map here, and if you put new culverts in on the north side of that highway with people that want them, you might as well just wipe out the south side of the highway, because that's what's gonna happen. If you're gonna move the more water from the north to the south without fixing the south first,
this has to, I know exactly what Jack is saying.
Downstream.
Yeah, you got to fix ditches too. and
yeah, it
containment
all
ditches.
crosses the highway to the north. That's why the south always floods. Be no different than going and putting a whole bunch more culverts up in the Blue Hills area and not worrying about the bottom of the hill.
Yeah.
Well, what do you think you're doing to the bottom of the hill?
That was exactly my comment that I was gonna make, is that how do you prioritize to which exit route you're gonna
You're gonna
focus
have-
on?
You're gonna have to
Because-
start at the bottom
Oh, absolutely.
and go up.
The only way.
Josh,
Well,
just thinking, we keep using that example of clearing more land and more water moving from Blue Hills north and from above Jackie south. And I remember coming out of high level here last a week or two ago, how that highway kept a bunch of water pooled to the north again. So the highways becoming a retention pond. Same way the 697 at points can be a retention pond down below. So there's a bigger thing happening here too that we need to find a way of managing.
This year, I don't know if you noticed, but 58 actually suffered some damage as a result of the water this
Yeah,
year.
I've seen
Right
those
by the
photos.
Rocky Lane point there, it started to carve out some at 58. We thought that potentially they were going to have to cave it in and turn some of it to gravel, but they didn't. But it just shows you, even in the north, like there's lots, that 58 is almost at its threshold as well. And you almost lost that for a little bit of time.
Yeah.
So I hate to be the big old Debbie Downer, but where are we gonna get 250 or 500,000 from? And of course, I've sat here for a long time and said, we've spent so much money on our hamlet roads and repave, and every time there's 14 potholes and all the rest of it, that we need to start coming up with a rural transportation plan. and where we're gonna actually push traffic, where we're actually going to do some drainage and actually have that rural road network. Because we can't fix all the roads and we can't bring all the roads up to like a trunk road standard. But there's gonna have to be some sort of an attention, and I'd hate to all of a sudden say, okay, we'll do 250,000, but where? Like, what are we actually gonna do? I think we need to be real strategic on where we actually look at some of these upgrades or these repairs. But if we're not going to fix that sort of notification process or what we're actually doing, then, like maybe we need to just institute our shoulder pull program again. We used to do so many kilometers a year on shoulder pulls. And
I like Ernie's idea. I mean, if there was my extra money left.
Well, this is more than shoulder pulls. I very much agree with those shoulder pulls, but this has to do with the culverts being able to move the water forward, and else it's pooling there and using roads as retention, and it soaks up the roads. That's what we see. And that's where we have to go back. Like Jackie says, it has to start downstream, else we're just, somebody else is going to be paying for it.
I get it.
And ditches have to clean out.
I think some of the other things is when I had Jeff in the air and we went flying around, like some of those, if we want to start from the bottom end, like what we need, maybe some of this funds needs to get allocated to, cleaning ditches.
Oh, 100%.
Some of them are so overgrown that you get a little bit of grub and a little bit of garbage and whatever, and you got a dam because of all the vegetation that's growing in there. I get it, grass is good, but when you have 3 and 4 inch trees growing in there, pretty soon you got a pretty good dam going on, and then a little bit of ice, the water doesn't move. So we need to start from the source where it goes.
Yeah, I think you're right, Duffy. I know Grant has been out in the wintertime with the mowers and mowing some of those drainage ditches right down, and that sure helps when that's able to be kept up to date. And Ernie, you made a comment about the water being held back by roads. I can see how that does have an effect on the structure of the road if it stays wet for a long time. Yeah, both good points.
Even the side roads, not just the creeks. I know just one road in particular, just I think it's not Foster Road, just past Abe Rempel's old place heading north. That road north and south, there's a heavy flow going to the east, and then it flows actually a mile to the south into Hayes Creek. But that road itself is just one small example. That ditch itself is overgrown and needs to be cleaned out. And that's just one, that's 2 miles of ditch I'm talking about. So
and whether that's done with the tractor and the mower in the wintertime or a hole with those heads in the summertime, you're right, those need to move water, and if they get cluttered, that doesn't move the water.
So I'm in agreement with this. I think we should, if we can hold this off or table it until after we see what comes back, if we're under budget for those other ones. But the one issue that I have with the option that's listed here is on addressing ratepayer requests. So what this means is that if you actually have ratepayers that phone in and, again, do that sort of squeaky wheel thing, then that's who we're going to target. And I think that's completely unfair because we have a lot of ratepayers that don't call at all. And we have a lot of issues that are our issues that aren't necessarily the end of the driveway kind of issues that we need to target first, or we're never going to fix the problem. If we continue to just say, well, we're just deal with the ratepayers that call in all the time, I don't think that's a coordinated.
You could be dealing with one guy.
So I'll speak to that if I could. The intention wasn't necessarily just to speak, it may say ratepayers in there, but that's who's a lot of the concerns, or at least brought up some of the areas of concern. A lot of the other ones, though, were self-identified through our staff being out on the road, seeing the overland flooding, seeing the roads and the culverts that weren't operating as efficiently as they could be, or were at full capacity and could have required either an upgrade or an additional one. So these aren't necessarily concerns that were specific to a house having more water on its yard or something along those lines, but rather bigger sort of drainage issues where we were identifying, well, here's where the problems of why a lot of this land in this area isn't draining properly, and or these culverts are underperforming, or in some instances there was no culverts to begin with where there should have been culverts. Lambert Point was one of those that, for whatever reason, there just wasn't a culvert put in, or a couple culverts put in where there should have been. So these aren't just to address an individual's driveway at the end of their road or anything along those lines. And whether they called us or not, I would think the vast majority we came across anyway that are flagged on this report. So the intention was, if the project got approved, to whatever capacity to sit down and come up with a plan and prioritize those main drainage routes or those main drainage ditches outside of what falls under grants or irrigation ditches necessarily, that we could assist or do some work on, that would help that water flow better. That wouldn't be the bottlenecks that we're having. The other part of this was, as we've said before, we're maxed with capacity. So the intention was for this project, if we were to get approved, was to tender out this project under the supervision of the project manager, but not utilizing county resources or manpower. So again, one contractor bidding on culverts essentially, and we'll discuss that if approved, or a potential proposal of what that would look like. But that's how this would potentially be implemented.
I just want to recommend something, whatever we go, whatever route we take, wherever these culverts are replaced, doesn't matter where, make sure you talk to the landowners in that general area, because they know the landscape. So just like this Jake Dick I called you about, when he called me, he said that water flows south. I was like, really? Are you sure you're looking in the right direction? And because water always flows east and north, and there it flows south, mile and a half. So these guys know exactly where the water goes. People that live there, they know exactly where the culverts should go. Obviously, there's going to be a discrepancy if you ask too many. Somebody will say it's going the other way, but it's just a good idea to talk to the people on the ground.
Yeah, because some of them have different opinions as to where the culvert should be.
Oh, for sure they do.
Yeah.
So what's happening with the cleanouts then? I mean, this is just washout and culvert repairs.
Well, I
Honestly,
think we
for
should,
250,000, you're not gonna get that many new culverts.
So you go 13 mile, the water is washed over the road at the same place every spring for as long as I remember living there, so over 30 years. Because there's trees growing in the ditch. Isn't because there isn't a culvert. Isn't because there's, you need to clean the ditch out.
You heard some beaver.
Oh, instead we fix the road every year. Instead of fixing the problem, we fix the consequence, and next year we can do it again.
We've talked a lot about, and everyone's mentioned it, as far as the ditch cleanouts and just the end of the culverts, like a rubber tired hoe driving around cleaning out the end of the culverts and doing some ditch maintenance. Like, would we be better off, because at 250,000 bucks isn't gonna cut a whole pile of culverts in.
No.
So are we better off to spend $250,000 on, you know, rubber tired hoe in every ward or whatever, or day labor it in all the areas, cleaning out the end of culverts and doing some ditch maintenance?
Before I would agree to doing the rubber tire whole thing, I would almost agree to a little bit of labor with a shovel and the steamer. Because those rubber tire hose, if you don't have the right guy on there, you're doing 250 grand worth of damage,
More than that, you're gonna be buying all new culverts.
right?
Oh, I have one at the end of my driveway that needs, yeah.
I know, I've done mine myself. I shoveled it
No,
out by
no, the
hand
whole,
and then
the
I
whole
washed
ripped my
it.
culvert out this winter or this spring already.
Oh, yeah. And that's very easily done, especially if it's buried fairly good, right?
but if we do see there's, and I know these projects, these road projects, they can go over budget as we always know, but if we could have 250,000, it's my recommendation, 250,000 for the washouts and culverts. And if we can find 250 for grants department to clean out the ditches and
Work with Jeff.
yeah. Clean out ditches and with a grader or whatever.
Yeah, but
Some
won't-
areas have to be mulched and
But won't most of the, you know, the critical culverts and like the washouts be listed under DRP? So I would like to see what we can actually list under DRP to start with. And to say, okay, maybe we don't necessarily need to do that end, if all of that, if a lot of that can be put under DRP. We've already talked about the issues that we have in Blue Hills, Buffalo Head with that area. And concentrate some funding on ditch maintenance and cleanouts.
Just a couple comments. Willie's listening in as well. So he did send me a text saying that old, he says the old cable snow wing shoulder reclaimer thing is still in the boneyard.
how did he word that?
Good job, Willie.
So he figures that it could probably be, it requires some modifications to fit onto our current graders, but he said I guess we could see kind of if that could work, if that is a direction of council.
we
there'd
could
be-
resurrect, what did he call it?
Project.
I think we should definitely.
For shop.
I want to put that into motion,
He
that
says
we
the old-
resurrect the what?
Old cable snow wing shoulder reclaimer.
Put that in a motion. 'cause
One
I'll-
night. So he says that we do have that, and then as council's aware, also the mill raiser could, I guess, kind of depending on the scope of some work, could also play a role in that. And the last kind of comments that Councillor Peters made here, I think make a lot of sense. I guess my recommendation to council is if you're looking to increase the budget from what Jeff has proposed, not saying he doesn't have projects in mind, but there's been a lot of different ideas. I'd recommend that the scope of work be kind of drafted or maybe kind of confirmed at the next council meeting or something, rather than too much today, just because of like I can see realistically some of the work being done to alleviate the flood stuff being 5 miles from where there's flooding issues, right? But that's where kind of that bottleneck stems from and some of that kind of stuff. So just so that everyone's kind of on the same page as far as is it a new culvert or is it getting in there with a mulcher or some of those things.
And that's where it's important that Jeff works with Grant, because Grant has a pretty good understanding as to where the water's coming from, where it's going, and save a whole whack of time. Go ahead.
You have to your people track all the washouts north of the river or north of the, I guess in the north area, because I didn't see very many on your map.
Yeah, John has been tracking them and we've been diligent in taking pictures for damage, especially in regards to a potential DRP claim. But I don't know if a lot of them made it to the map yet. This map was for the most part managed by Bill in the south. And he was the ones that he was involved in the north, he was starting to track and add to it. There's still more information to be added to that. There was some, but not everything necessarily yet. So
is there still water flowing over roads in places?
Absolutely.
Did you have your hand up, Jen?
Yeah. So a couple of things. One, the comment about the disaster recovery program and the culverts and that. So of course, that's what I touched on earlier, is if we need to either upsize a culvert or whatever, DRP would cover that. So we still need to have a budget of some sort to cover those additional costs. I did talk to Jeff on this. There may be some that are eligible, but I don't think that's going to repair all of the issues. The other thing is to touch on what Councillor Peters said about some of these projects coming under budget. So they were funded under MSI, a lot of those projects, which is fine. So I would recommend, like this motion here says general operating reserve. So working with Jeff and Grant going forward, like if we can group them together within allotted areas, then I can put it under the MSI funding. If we do just bits and pieces of it throughout the municipality, then that's where it would have to come under this. But I would recommend, based on the map I saw and based on just traveling those roads, I would say that you could group a lot of them together and still be able to confirm exactly what council wants to do under the MSI funding. Just so as far as the question came in, where would that funding come from? There is room for MSI, under MSI granting, so.
Can we table this until we actually see what those other roads came in at?
Sure. Yeah.
And then that sort of gives us maybe a little bit of a seed money and then be able to see if we could actually group some of them and allocate, funding towards those groups so we can actually maximize MSI.
Moves to table, all in favor?
You mean to, until those projects are complete?
No, until like later in the
Oh,
meeting when
yeah.
they get awarded,
Yep, for sure.
to just table it till later in the meeting.
All in favor of that? Okay, carried. Page 113. 30 meter right away. Go ahead, Jeff.
All right. So, so background in regards to this. So council approved 30-meter right-of-way for road widening for $200,000 in the 2021 capital budget. The road widening is the first step for some future road rebuilding projects. 3 road projects were identified. Township Road 1050, which is otherwise referred to as Baseline Road, Airport Road, and Wolf Lake Road. Administration received quotes for legal surveys and for land negotiations. The price of land was, or an estimate for the price of land was taken from our development policy. You see the information below you in terms of the cost estimates for all 3 road acquisitions. The plan for 2021 was to complete the land negotiations, survey, purchase of the lands, and submit all to land titles. Road rebuild projects for these locations will be presented to council for approval in the 2022 capital budget. As the approved budget is under 1/3 of the required funds, there's some options listed below. Option 1 being to increase the amount budgeted for this project by $446,000 from the general capital reserve. Options 2, 3, and 4 would be to fund or proceed with just one of those road land acquisitions. And option 5 would be to delete the project in its entirety.
I thought we had discussion around the road widening and that we try and get the farmers to give the land because they really wanted the road widening. Are we gonna go spend a lot of money on this land now? I'm having a problem.
Lisa was first.
Go ahead, Lisa.
One, what was the land price we used? Because we just had this
8,500 an
discussion.
acre.
Huh?
8,500 an acre on here.
Okay, what was, we just had this discussion with the development thing about whatever that price was. I'm not sure if it matches that price or now we're jacking that up.
No, this was from that price. This was from that policy. 8,500 was from that.
Okay, and then, yeah, again, that's like, so basically $400,000 just to buy the land, not including the actual road reconstruction. So my question would be, I don't know how this map works, but would these roads necessarily be the trunk roads or those main accesses? Or are we better, or could we actually allocate or identify another road that's close that we
Well,
could
these
get,
are-
that we could get a 30-meter right of way on it and actually push the traffic and make that the actual trunk road?
Well, these are kind of collector roads. The 27th baseline is crazy busy. That's in Buffalo Head. Airport Road is closer to the Crewell Airport Road. And then the other one is Blue North here. And they're all actually, what's that?
They are all
Baseline.
trunk roads.
Yeah.
Is that PI road?
Well, we're gonna be up to like
Burn Prairie.
$500,000 just to secure the right of way.
And I personally have, sorry.
We shouldn't
No.
be paying 8,500 bucks an acre.
Oh, that's exactly what I was going, Jackie, go ahead. I'll go after you.
I'm just curious what land agent costs are because that's like 80-some thousand.
So land agent costs are based on the number, the scope of the project we identified, and I don't have it in front of me, but it was over 80 or 90 different landowners that we had to essentially negotiate with individually. It was beyond the scope of what operations would be able to handle. If this was a one-off
75.
purchase or a one-section purchase, not a problem for me to go and knock on that door, but 80 different people on top of everything else just wasn't feasible.
Okay, this is a simple concept. You got to buy 28 properties on 27th baseline. You send 28 properties a letter that say, we're willing to pay this much an acre. That's it. That's done. If you don't do it, we're not building the road.
That's exactly what I was going to say, like,
Free of charge.
because,
done.
because I would have offered 2,500 an acre. I wouldn't have taken any land age. I guess I was a little surprised when I seen this because I didn't think, you weren't here, Jeff. These projects, they were on our budget last fall and they got removed. I believe Dave put them on there. But I didn't think we had been talking about buying 30-meter access on these specific roads. That's just county in general. It doesn't matter where the road is, 30-meter right away. That was the plan. When I seen 8,500 acres, like, who's not going to jump on that?
1.3 million an acre.
Exactly. Yeah. So, yeah,
I know at one point we said
we gotta
didn't want to pay for it.
take a different approach on if
Well, we
to
Should
get
only be paying assessed value.
100%.
I
And
don't
even
think
if-
should be paying anything.
$1.
Nobody paid.
Oh, if John W. was sitting here, holy guys, remember that?
Oh, what did he say?
We'd be listening to that. Yeah.
That
Well, and I
corner-
think,
Corner, 7 mile corner.
oh yeah, that was a, yeah.
Others.
But, okay, but I think this is where actually, municipal, and I get the whole thing that you're dealing with a bunch of different landowners, but this is where that kind of expropriation comes from. It's kind of like, I kind of agree with Jackie. It's like, okay, this is the project that we got going. This is what we need in order to, not have V ditches and in order to have safety and all the rest of it, 30-meter right away is not that big of a deal. So fork it over, we don't do the project.
And I think that's a heck of a good idea. You send everybody a letter. One guy refuses it. Okay, job gets canceled. Guess what?
Call a
Your
special
neighbors are
meeting
gonna love
and,
you.
Move to the next one. You've got 3 roads on your list.
100%.
And everybody knows who's the one that doesn't want to do it.
Some roads rebuilt in our area there, the guy gave up the land for a fence.
Yeah.
There was an old beat up fence there,
Mhm.
we built them a new fence, they give us whatever we needed.
Yeah, just give the land, you do the fence. I remember those things, but that's a small portion compared to what we're looking here. The 200 grand would more than cover probably all the land agent survey, all that stuff, if we didn't have to pay horrendous for
Okay,
land.
but
right?
why are we paying land agent? It's a stamp.
No, but you gotta do survey, you gotta register all kinds
But
of
that's
stuff.
all
I don't know
separate.
what-
That's
all
all
separate.
separate on top of the land agent.
I got a mile and a half along this Wolf Lake Road, just right beside the road there.
Okay,
Save-
Ernie,
could
you
save-
actually, you
save
could be the
25,000
land agent. You
20
could
I'll
be the
give you-
land agent for the 28,000 and we'll just pay you your honorarium a day and go get them to sign off.
I'll do it for nothing. I'll do it for nothing.
Yeah, whose ever ward it is,
Well,
because they benefit. I mean, they want a nice new road.
Yeah,
We're gonna spend the
That's,
money,
that-
right?
that's the best way to go.
I think,
I think all our projects should be like that, be it ditching or be it roads. If you want that road rebuilt,
Yeah.
you sign off on.
go get the
and you know what?
sign-offs, let's do it.
And tell them, you know what? Well, not all you neighbors have. Well, who hasn't? Well, why don't you go talk to them?
Yeah.
If we gotta
Put the
spend just
pressure
about
on.
$700,000 to acquire the land in order to spend another
Yeah.
couple million to widen a road, that's kind of,
Yeah.
I don't know.
No.
Not for it. No.
Never gonna happen.
Never gonna happen. Just like I'm gonna go back to what Eric was saying before on that truck fill station. You guys were looking for truck fill station back in the day. And I told John W. 1 mile down Wolf Lake Road, right, the pipe is running right on my land there, the water line. So you can have a piece of property, 1 acre property there for $1. Build it right there. Never came back.
So can we charge local
It's good for
improvement on
everybody.
these roads?
Exactly.
For me,
Can we charge local improvement on these roads?
I don't know if you want to go there.
Well, no, but if these 28 properties are going to collect this much money for their acres, so we
Turn
can
around
make
and
the
charge them
road
double?
wider, charge them improvement tax on it, they can pay it back.
No, I think if the roads.
So you
get
do that to the
bad enough-
hamlets, right? Well, you don't actually buy
We do.
them.
We do it to the hamlet.
But you know, not everybody is upset with the terrible roads. Because if you got to slow right down to go past my house,
You don't need
I'm
dust
okay with
control.
you having to slow down because I got to slow down to turn off onto my yard anyway. And now you're not racing by my yard anymore. So I mean, there's a little bit of that goes on too.
Yeah, so not sure what direction you want on this one, Jeff, but
Actually, can I suggest that we actually maybe bring this back, maybe have a greater conversation on like right away and land purchases like that? And
Yeah.
before we walk down this road and set precedent, maybe we need to actually have a bigger conversation about what we expect and how we want that to handle.
Motion for information, I guess, for now.
Or kick it to the next, kick the road acquisition, or kick the land acquisition for municipal projects to a committee of the whole meeting.
not next one, the one after, because I won't be here next one. Can guarantee you that. It's in the May, I'll be seating, hopefully. It's not too wet.
Can I ask a question?
There is
Go
a
ahead, Eric.
committee of the whole meeting end of May. It's the next one is June. So
Yeah.
let's go June.
I heard a bit of discussion here about collector roads, so market roads, collector roads. Is that kind of the target on the 30-meter widening?
I
Is that
think
where
any
we're heading?
road, any
Any
road.
road.
I would
Okay.
just, the comment was made that maybe instead of building these roads up, just using a different road. And I said, well, these roads are actually, all three of these roads are very busy roads.
But what I'm thinking is that if you could take some of the traffic off them
Yeah.
to another road that you can actually have a 30-meter right away on, maybe that wouldn't be such a bad idea.
But
There's
none
gonna
of
be
these-
some places where people, you'd have to replace fence lines and some people like the bush on the edges. I don't know, but I agree with the target on the market roads anyway.
Well, I mean, then it's up to the neighbors to convince their other neighbor.
Yep.
Instead of us.
So on that note, so all of our new roads, all the farmer roads and the endeavor to assist roads and all that, are they all 30-meter right of ways? Like everything going forward, we are doing 30-meter right of ways
Mhm.
everywhere, right?
Wherever we can.
Yeah, all, essentially anything surveyed since, I want to say probably 82, 84, somewhere in there, all has a 30-meter right of way. So it's the areas surveyed prior to that.
I didn't realize, Airport Road, that's 20-meter right away. It's got, the oil or Chinese pavement on it, going towards Fred's parents' place. But 4 weeks ago, I took the comments down to a mechanic. I was driving down a road. I tell you, that road scares the shit out of me. On with the combine, you don't pull over to the shoulder because you will tip. The shoulder is like that.
Yeah, that's super bad.
Yeah, and you can meet a small vehicle, but that's it. You would not meet a big truck along that road with combine. Never mind a tractor and seeder.
Yeah. So we're gonna move that,
Sure.
What are we actually moving it to?
just
Committee of the whole
committee of the
meeting?
whole meeting.
Okay.
Duffy, move it, all in favor? Carried.
Are you ready for your road numbers? What time do you want to go?
Yeah.
You have to go pretty quick?
Should we take 5 minutes? Yeah, let's take 2 minutes. Call back to order. So administration's had a chance to review some of the stuff there. So
We
we'll turn
have.
it over to you, Jeff and Bill there.
We're just waiting
Sylvia.
for Colleen there, maybe. She can
Oh.
pull it up on the board. She sent an email regarding the summary.
Are we live right now? Or like, cause you got, it says mute there or,
No, it says mute all the time.
oh, it does. Okay. Okay.
So we have gone through the proposals, verified the numbers, applied the matrix as per that was outlined in the proposal guide. And the green or the yellow highlights are the ones that were successful. So for Schedule A, I'm sorry, I can even say, I think in summary here, in every instance, the lowest bid was the successful bidder. So Schedule A, Northern Road Builders at $308,750,000. Schedule B, RKM Contracting at $88,942.28. Schedule C, Tree Tech, $48,245. Schedule D, Delta, Boss Bridgeworks, $245,000. Schedule E, Deccan Construction, $262,000. Sorry, $262.56. And Schedule G went to Outback Ventures for $43,500.
The bottom one, RKM got.
RKM got Schedule B, Bravo.
So just what everybody got a little bit.
So that
That's the way it should be.
Except for that DBM.
DBM or the numbered Alberta company were not successful, but they only bid on one project. We did have further discussion amongst the team in regards to Schedule D and the concern regarding that bid. And the consensus was that the winning bid there is actually probably the most representative of the work that's required there. More specifically, meaning the ones that were above 400 were high. So we don't have any concern with that 245
I'm
bid.
gonna hold you that to you in 3 months when you come back and say, yeah, they forgot this part.
Well, all of these projects have, the culverts might be the exception, but these road rebuilds all have the capacity to have, as we start to remove gravel and road and come across soft spots, they all have the ability to have change orders come in. So the nice thing about having us, all these being, under budget to some extent, is it gives us some leeway if there are some additional problems that are discovered as we're halfway through the project, right? So it would be perfect in best case scenario that they all come in at this rate, but we also are anticipating that there could be other stuff that is uncovered as we're into it. So the little bit of room on the budget amount gives us that ability to address those problems as we come up across them. So
the Eagles Nest Road, it's to build it up, not start digging in there, because if you dig in there, it's in a slough.
you want to speak to the Eagles Nest Road?
So yeah, part of that project is to dig it up. That softest part, which is about 1,800 meters, we will be digging up. From what we see right now, it's beautiful that it came in. I didn't expect it quite that far under budget. I was hoping 400, but it's going to leave us a little bit of ability to do some change works because, well, to be totally fair, I came in a day before to do this and to have a look at it. Unfamiliar with the roads. I think what we have outlined is fair, and it'll give us that ability to make a good road out of that by the time we're done. Out of the whole 3.2 kilometers, about half of that's going to be basically a full rebuild. We have some high spots and some low spots, and that's going to kind of even it out. But also this project includes filter cloths, geogrid and stuff like that to actually find that the material is suitable and just wet. That's where the cloth is going to come in, where we'll be able to dry it out and we'll be able to put it in as we would, because Alberta transportation spec is 0.6 meters of fill on top of basically anything. If you use fabric and the right materials.
So if you guys do a dig out there and they start logging, what do we have, like, is that where we have to open our checkbook, or is our contract bonded that this isn't gonna cost us a whole whack extra?
Well, if we find, this is the unexpected part, without actually digging into the
Well,
road.
and this is why Walter's saying, like, are
Yeah.
we building up top, or are we gonna go and dig into the slough here? Because we all know what's gonna happen if we're digging into the slough.
Some of the areas would probably be cheapest and easiest if they would just put another 1.5 foot or 2 foot of clay cap. Because I mean, there is somewhat of a base. If there's a little bit of a hole, take that little bit of a hole out, but you're better off putting 2
If
feet.
we're
of-
digging up 1,800 meters, you guys are looking at trouble. Because I almost guarantee you that foundation was built out of trees.
That is pretty much standard throughout our county.
So Jeff and I just had this conversation this morning and it's very evident. And of course, when the Zama Road was rebuilt from a oil company road to the municipality road and all the rest of it, phase one, so that first 20 clicks off the highway was ripped out. Like they ripped out the corduroy underneath and everything, right? And the second and third phase, they went, yeah, that's not going to work. So they basically built up and over top of the existing structure. And it is, and then they went back. Fourth phase was to rebuild the first phase again because they couldn't get compaction. And even now you can tell just about where that line is.
The old corduroy with wood is better.
Oh, yeah.
Well, I know when they did Highway 88,
100%.
I worked on there. And when you dug up those trees, they look like they've been put in there the day before, and they've been underneath for however old that road is. So, I mean, I don't know why we've gone, I guess it's maybe not legal to do like that anymore. I don't know, but it sure works good.
I would certainly not recommend taking it out.
No. No.
I think the filter cloth and dirt on top is probably better.
Yep, build up instead of out.
So just a
Okay.
question. So we are, I just did some quick adding and left a little bit in there for contingency or whatever. So what was, because there's at least one of these roads that has an oil component on it. So we're 1.27 under budget based on these numbers, but then some of these numbers actually included oil. So what do we need to leave in that budget for oil?
Wasn't included in the Blue Monarch project or the capital budget there, so that was, I don't know where that was included. It was on another budget line. It wasn't included on this capital, on this number though, right?
So you're telling me that 385 on Blumenort and the quote where the bid came in at 48, that there's that much left on the table. So we have 1.2 within this approved budget already?
Yeah.
That we can use on culvert and ditch repairs and.
Okay, I want to make the motion, the 100,000 off Machesis Lake Road gets spent in Ward 9 on the south side of the highway, cleaning ditches. The north side. Well, that's what you were trying to do earlier. So if you're doing it, I'm doing it. I'm just beating you to the punch.
More than that.
I don't want.
Well, yeah, but I
I'll
was
make
gonna
the
leave a
road
little
longer.
extra in case he found some soft spots, but.
I think just a one general motion that if whatever is remaining in the budget be spent in the general area where it was allotted to.
Yeah, no, we'll
Would cover it.
some, 'cause they're gonna have some soft spots. They're not doing this stuff right.
I don't know if I like that because I need some roads rebuilt and I don't see a dollar in my road.
So what if we actually, so we have 1.27
Seen
million
any for
left over.
years.
They might have
I
to
know.
put, maybe leave a little bit more in, like maybe do like 1.1 or something. So there's another 100,000 in there for contingency on some of these already. But I think maybe if we can bring that back and actually talk a little bit more about ditch cleanouts and culverts and that kind of thing and see what we can do with this, because we already have this money in the budget. We don't necessarily have to pull anything additional out or
But
reallocate.
some of it's contingent on MSI, right? So
That's what I'm saying. So how can you group some of that additional work in those areas to be able to match it with or meet it up with MSI? To be able to do that right now today, I don't think we have that capability to do it.
so we can award this right now. And then we can take and say that the remaining funds be ear tagged for projects in the area kind of that they came from.
Hmm.
Well, I
For
think
the-
that should be, I think we should bring that whole back thing back to the table because there's gonna be, I know Grant's working on some surveying and different things. And so I think like we should know where the most urgent places are.
Right.
I mean, obviously, I agree with Jackie. I agree with all you guys, but to make that decision right now, I don't know.
No, and then to make that decision based on, okay, so which ones need to be bumped up in order so that it qualifies under that MSI? So what else do you have to group in that area as far as road rebuilds and repairs and, you know, whatever?
Yeah.
I think that's, for staff to be able to do that today, I don't think that's fair.
Go ahead.
So the other thing is, we're not going to actually know what these are coming into closer to the end of, like, beginning of fall, right? So
Right.
the ability for us to add any other new projects for this year based on leftover money would be unrealistic. It won't happen this year. So these are the extent, meaning like if we don't know what that final tab is, or we want to bring back whatever is left over from these capital projects, you're not going to know what those final bills are till September, October.
No, but we should have a pretty good idea while we're getting close. If it's the 2 miles by Walters or wherever, and we're getting close, and we can have a conversation with whoever's doing it, say, hey, you know what, how about for, go ahead, Lisa.
Okay, I just back up a second. So you're telling me that even though they bid all of this, we might still spend another $1.1 million getting the projects done?
No, that's not what I'm saying. What I'm saying is that if you're intending to add more projects or other areas or other roads to be spent with the leftover money, we won't have time to identify those necessarily, to tender them out, to identify them, to whatever, to have them done in 2021.
Okay, but you just brought back an RFD that wants $250,000 to do culvert repair. So you were planning on doing that next year?
No, that's for this year.
Well,
Tendered
that's what
out.
I'm saying is that we don't that's additional budget funding. We have $1.2 million already allocated to do some ditch, road, culvert repairs.
Okay, well, we can
Across the board.
continue with this conversation later. I see Arnold has joined us here, so let's just put this on hold for a little bit. And then we can finish the conversation later. Can you hear me, Arnold? I can't hear you, but.
Yeah, I can hear you loud and clear. I'm still in the House of Commons, so to speak, at the same time. So it's a little bit interesting with the Zoom nowadays, but here we are nonetheless. So
Right on. Well, welcome to our meeting, and I hope you're doing all right. And we look forward to hearing a spiel from you to promise us the world and how you're going to make great changes, and
okay.
the future is just brighter.
Well, I'm still got the screen sharing going on here. I don't know how to get rid of that here.
We see you on there.
You see me? Okay.
Yep.
It's just.
Okay.
No, we shouldn't.
What do you
I
can you
see
our
our
council chambers?
RFP site tour projects.
Oh, okay.
I'm trying to get the council chambers into large view. But something happened. Here we go. Yeah, I can see you now. There we are.
Oh, I'm sorry about that.
No problem at all. Such is the world of Zoom, I tell you. So, well, good afternoon, everyone. Thanks for fitting me in here today. I really appreciate the opportunity to come and speak to you. Looks like I could have been there in person if I'd made the drive. I was up in your neck of the world. Probably about a month ago now. Did a bit of a visit with a few folks up there, and just as the snow was leaving. And so, well, I guess not as it was leaving. I think it was second winter showed up as we were there. So we got like 3 inches of snow.
I heard you were in Lacrete, but I missed you there.
Yeah, I was in Lacrete and for Vermilion. So and it snowed while we were up there. So I didn't even take my coat along because we had like 14 degrees the day before I left back home. And then I got up there and it was freezing. So fortunately I had a couple sweaters, so that's how I survived. Nonetheless, the view from Ottawa, which is where I represent all ya. We finally got a budget. We're busy debating the latest budget. Sounds like you're talking about that kind of stuff a little bit here too, as I jumped in on the meeting. But first budget in over 2 years. That's a record for the Canadian Parliament. Bad news is we're now $1.3 trillion in debt. And the government printed last year, the government printed 300 and some billion dollars. And so if you're wondering why things seem more expensive at the hardware store, it might have something to do with all the money that we're printing right now. The other big ticket item that's come up lately is Bill C10. Don't know if you've heard of this one. This is the bill that would regulate your Facebook posts. It's dramatic impingement on our freedom of speech. It basically makes all of us broadcasters the same as the CBC, and therefore subject to CRTC, which is the Canadian Broadcast Regulator, which would ensure that the content that we're putting up meets certain parameters. And so it's a definite departure from where we have been in the past, and a significant threat to our freedom of speech. It looks like Northern Alberta is doing all right today. Where I live, Barhead County has been, about 3 weeks ago, we were the #1 jurisdiction in the world in terms of cases per capita, in North America, I should say. So we were top in Alberta anyways. And so yeah, now I am personally aware of 3 people in the hospital due to COVID, 3 people fairly closely connected to me. My dad actually ended up in the hospital, he never got like checked in, but he went there 3 or 4 times due to COVID. So that continues the 3rd wave is upon us. And we're continuing to look around the world. The UK, for example, they're all back to hanging out in the pub, and Texas is totally reopened again, and Israel is quite back to normal. And all of those jurisdictions have 60+% of their populations vaccinated, and therefore they're back to normal. Here in Canada, the Liberal government decided that they should tie on with the Chinese, so they built a company called CanSino, which is a joint venture between Canada and China on vaccine production and development. They did that early on. We basically put all our eggs in that basket, and when that deal went sideways and went sour, we were left scrambling to sign contracts with all the other vaccine companies. And so here we are today, 2 or 3 months behind the rest of the world in terms of vaccine delivery. It's so bad that we've actually gone to there's kind of like a food bank of vaccines, where the vaccine manufacturers donate a portion of their vaccine production to a kind of a food bank that underdeveloped companies can draw vaccines from for free. Canada's lined up there now to get in vaccines here in Canada. So we actually haven't taken delivery of many of the vaccines, a lot of the vaccines that we actually contracted for. The first tranche of vaccines that we've seen here in Canada come from that food bank of vaccines. So here we are, continuing the continued lockdowns across Canada, while the rest of the world seems to be opening up. Very, very imminent is this Line 5. You might have heard of Line 5 is a pipeline that runs from Edmonton to Sarnia, Ontario. It's the governor, it runs through Michigan just for a little stretch there. And the governor of Michigan said that she's going to shut it down on May the 12th. Back in February 26th, I asked the prime minister in question period what they were doing about this. They said, don't worry, we've got it in hand. Here we are a day away, and just today, the government of Canada finally filed in court actions that might prevent this pipeline from being shut down. So we had an emergency debate last week on it. We had another debate, contingency debate on it yesterday. And today, finally, the government of Canada is seeking an injunction in court to keep that pipeline rolling.
Arnold,
and
why are we so concerned about it? Why don't we let them suffer for a little bit? They don't want pipelines.
Well, it's been I call it the magical pipeline, in the fact that suddenly Liberals are all very much convinced of the value of pipelines, and they are the safest way. And if we don't have this pipeline, then it will be 15,000 trucks on the road and 800 rail cars every day and all. So they're starting to sound like us on this, but it's like, well, if we had Energy East, we wouldn't be in this situation. If we had been promoting pipelines for the last 5 years, perhaps we wouldn't be be held ransom on this. So that's,
I agree with you. And I also saw signs on pumps already, $30 maximum is all you can fuel up in Ontario and all kinds of stuff. And let them suffer for a bit. That's okay. That's okay.
yeah,
Arnold,
well,
Arnold, on that line 5,
Yeah.
do they, is, I guess, is there a thought that it's actually going to be successful as far as the injunction?
well, we don't know. There is Canada and the United States have a pipeline treaty that was signed in 1977 and ratified by then Senator Joe Biden. And so at that point in time, it was a American-led initiative to ensure that pipeline could run from Alaska to the States.
Oh, you're.
Oh. Is that us froze?
You're froze there. You're Rearson.
Are you in Israel? God, they're under attack right now.
Yeah, I've seen there's some
Is that
bars.
what you called censored? That's what you call censored?
Mentioned this, we brought this to bear back in February. They're taking action.
We're kind of losing you. You're kind of cutting in and out.
You
Arnold.
cut out there for a bit. Just for the last 20 seconds or 30 seconds or whatever.
All right. Did you?
You're just talking about how Biden had signed off on it, and then we kind of lost you.
Oh yeah, back in 1977, then Senator Joe Biden, he voted in the Senate to ratify this treaty that ensures that pipelines that cross the American-Canadian border and then come back again wouldn't be interrupted, and that back then that was an advantage to the United States. So therefore, they were the initiators of that particular treaty. Today, that particular treaty would help us out, and we're just asking for Justin Trudeau to maybe stand on that treaty and ensure that this pipeline continues. So I guess we'll find out tomorrow what actually happens. It's been the governor of Michigan has been like unrelenting. She just said like since she got elected, basically that this pipeline is going to get shut down, and so May the 12th was the day. So we'll see.
What's her reasoning behind it?
So they're just worried about a spill as it goes under the Great Lakes there. So currently the pipeline's on the bottom of the Great Lakes, and they're busy building a new tunnel that would go under the Great Lakes, a concrete tunnel, and that they're going to move the pipeline from in the water to in the tunnel. But that's I guess maybe taking longer than she wants it to. I'm not sure, but yeah, she's just said they're worried about a spill, and so she's going to just shut it off.
Maybe they should just extend it on the Canadian part and go east, and then we have our pipeline Energy East, right?
Yeah, well, it goes to Sarnia, and then there's I want to say it's line 3 that runs then from Sarnia all the way to the refineries in Quebec. So it's definitely our current, if we have an Energy East currently, it's definitely the big chunk of it. There's no doubt about it. So we just don't get all the way from Alberta to New Brunswick yet. That's kind of the dream of Energy East.
So is the Liberal government actually kind of warming up to the idea of Plan B being Energy East? Or they're still hypocritical on that one?
Yeah, that's what's the most frustrating about the Liberals, is that it's like this the same thing that they're very inconsistent, right? Is that like they're happy to allow one set of principles to rule in one part of the country and another set of principles to operate in another part of the country, right? So the West Coast, they've got a oil shipping ban on the entire West Coast, and yet hundreds of tankers every year are welcome to come in on the East Coast, right? There's no consistency in that. And again, we see that with the pipelines. They make all the arguments for the pipeline in the case of Line 5, and yet the exact same arguments apply for Northern Gateway or Energy East or Trans Mountain or Keystone XL. But those arguments don't apply to those pipelines. So, and they're very clear about that.
Okay.
So I did drop off when I asked for the audience with you today. I did meet or email a number of resolutions that I was wondering if your council would be interested in entertaining. We have drafted a whole bunch of them, but I've got 3 that I thought you might be interested in. One was the Equalization Fairness Act. That was Bill C-263. It's a bill from my friend Tom Kemich from Calgary, and he's proposing a bunch of changes that would help Alberta in terms of equalization. They're not extensive changes. It wouldn't fix the entire problem, but it would, Bill 263 would make the formula clear. It would have to be a posted formula. It would remove the cap, and you might have heard Jason Kenney talking about this quite a bit. There's a cap, a per capita cap in the equalization formula of $60. So we only get $60 per person coming back. There's no real reason why there is that cap. It's just to limit the amount that comes back. And it would also just change the name of a bunch of the things that we call equalization, but they call them federal provincial transfers. And so when we search for equalization in any of the government documents, it doesn't come up because it's not named equalization. It's named the Federal Provincial Federal Transfers Act. So we would change that act name. So that's a resolution supporting that would be amazing. We also have another one of my colleagues has a rural crime bill for a tax credit for home security. So if you're putting in a new fence or buying a security system or something like that, because of the rural crime in your area, you would get a tax credit for those expenses. And then finally, the member from Edmonton Center, Mr. Cummings, he's got a bill, Bill C-229, which would repeal the shipping ban on the West Coast, which would allow projects like Northern Gateway and the Carmen Creek project, although they are now perhaps defunct, would allow projects like that to go forward, given we'd be able to ship our energy out to the Far East, so Asia. So those are kind of 3 that I flagged for your attention. I do have an entire list with just the kind of the titles on them as well. But I'm sure at subsequent meetings you can, if you could support those, that would be amazing. So
we'll definitely take and have a look at them for sure. That was Bill 263 and CC 29.
So 263 is the equalization bill. C-234 is the rural crime home security tax credit. And C-229 is the shipping moratorium on the West Coast, the repeal of that.
Okay.
Just a question. So Arnold, Lisa here, is there any conversations around updating the Northern Living Allowance and bringing it into kind of the current era and looking at even an inflationary number or an inflationary percentage in there or anything? Because realistically, the deduction for Northern Living Allowance hasn't changed in eons and it hasn't really kept up. Even right down to one of the stipulations on the Northern Travel is the return air. And of course, it's got to be as of the date and all that kind of thing. And of course, I know that there's multiple communities across the Northwest Territories as well that are having issues with that travel component being on that, it must be that lower of the 3. And one of them is the return airfare. I think that's causing grief for a lot of individuals.
Okay, no, I have not seen anything on like updating those numbers at all. We just finished a study at Northern Affairs Committee on the food security. And so there was a little bit, it was touched on a little bit there, but I don't think that that's gonna, changing the Northern Living Allowance numbers is gonna come up at all in that. It was mostly around the subsidies that go for food shipping that we were talking about there. So, but thanks for flagging that. I will bring it up. But that like all of this stuff is in flux given like the printing of money that is happening in the world right now. Like Canada is printing money, but many other countries are as well. And just the inflationary pressures, like inflation is what just destroys things like Northern Living Allowance, because those are fixed dollar amounts, they're not percentages. And so when your money becomes worthless, they just don't work anymore. And that's going to be like, I'm afraid like buying lumber or buying like the commodities are all up everywhere, which is helping us on the one hand, but then hurting us on the other hand. My local bee farmer here was so excited because he sold his honey for $2.40 a pound, when the best he'd ever got before was $1.40 a pound. And then he went to buy his like allotment of plywood for the year, and it was more than double what he paid last year. And so while the income is better, his expenses are up about the same amount. So it just shows that we got inflation happening. Any other questions?
I got one that's a little bit off out of the norm, maybe. I got asked to meet with some people from the Maverick Party, and I hadn't really heard a whole lot about the Maverick Party. I'm not sure if you have or not. And if you have, maybe fill me in a little bit. To my understanding, it's like the Wexit thing, right?
Yep. Yeah, they're organizing against me, so they're not my friends.
Okay.
Yeah, we've tried this before. It's called the Reform Party, and I don't see any value proposition that they bring that I don't bring. If we want to split the vote, that's fine strategy to make sure that Justin Trudeau gets elected. Now they'll probably say that they're not going to do that and things like that, but they are running a candidate in Kamloops, and Kamloops is one of those ridings that we hang on to by the skin of our teeth. And so running a Maverick Party candidate in Kamloops is not going to be advantageous to moving this country in a conservative direction.
Right.
Yeah,
So I'm not sure. Like, I mean, I guess that would bring me to my next question would be, which I would probably ask that gentleman too. I have met him. I've been asked to meet him a couple times and I never have. But what do we finally do? Like, I mean, last election, we had more votes than, or pretty much, I think we had more votes than Trudeau did.
We did, yeah.
And we end up in a position where we're at right now. Like, what do we have to do as Western provinces and especially Alberta to take and stop being run over so badly? Like, I mean, is it up to the provincial governments to make a stand? I don't know. It seems like it doesn't matter what, we're just getting shafted.
Yeah. The provincial governments, that there is big opportunities there, and I think they're taking them. We just got the court case where that says that Alberta is it's entirely within their jurisdiction to turn off the taps. And so that is something. We've also had the whole discussions around the task force around pulling our pension money out of the Canadian Pension Fund, bringing in our own police force, ending our contracts with the RCMP, a number of these kinds of things, setting up our own firearms, like appointing our own firearms director. These kinds of things we can do, collecting our own taxes like Quebec does. All of those kinds of things that we can do. But yeah, if we are unable to ship our products to market, it really kneecaps us. There's no doubt about it.
But to me, it seems like sometimes if the East would maybe have the soother pulled from them, they would maybe be more willing to open for business.
Yeah. I guess the reality is that like most of the East don't think about it, right? while we spend a lot of time thinking about the frustrations that we have, that we don't get our energy to market and that we can't, that we spend all this money on equalization. The rest of the country, Ontario, for example, they're not like, unless line 5 ends up ending all their fuel production there in the next couple of months, then yeah, then they'll suddenly realize what pipelines are all about. But for the most part, pipelines aren't something that they think about or vote on. And equalization, while it's a big deal for us in terms of the amount that we pay out and the little that we get back, it doesn't end up being massive amounts of the, like it accounts for, like in Quebec, it accounts for similar to our royalties here in Alberta. So it's about 10% of the budget, which is noticeable, but isn't a they don't tie that directly to Alberta. They tie that to Canada, right? And so that's the challenge, is to change some of these things. They don't see the value in even voting about that. They're voting about a whole host of other things. And that's the job of us and our party, is to educate these folks on here, this is what we have to offer, and win enough seats to take power.
So back to what the question that Josh asked, and you kind of answered it, and I guess in a way, but so say Alberta goes down the road of, that whole separation movement where it's like our own police force and our own CPP plan and, yada, yada, yada. But yet we still have a federal government that doesn't recognize the West, regardless of how many seats are being held in the West. What difference is it actually going to make? In the big scheme of things, we could do all of that and still have a government that doesn't actually support anything or resource development, or what difference would it make?
Well, we could limit the amount of money that we send to the rest of the country, right? Like that's
still be making less. Like if we still
yeah,
can't, so we actually need a federal party in power in Ottawa that actually looks as Canadian as a whole.
You're here
Instead of East versus West. So
I agree with you. That's what we're trying to do. But so that's a reality. Going off and separating, I don't think solves any of the underlying problems. We'd still be like we'd still be tied to the United States immensely for where we would be able to sell our oil. We still would be landlocked in terms of getting out our other products, and there would suddenly be a whole bunch of other costs that we would have to bear in terms of border security, passports, all of that kind of thing that currently the federal government does do for us. But yeah, it's a matter of convincing the rest of the country to vote for Conservatives, which we've done before. It's being more of a challenge today when the government is printing a whole bunch of money and handing it out everywhere, here, there, and everywhere. But I think as people continue to go to the grocery store and continue to see what is happening to their money, they will realize that we cannot. They're being handed money that is less and less valuable every day, and that is only stealing from wage earners and seniors.
Because didn't I don't know where the Conservatives sit on electoral reform, but wasn't that actually a platform commitment from the Liberal government to actually look at electoral reform?
Yeah, so they wanted they wanted to go away from the first past the post system, which is what we currently have, and they wanted to go to a proportional representation kind of system, a multi-member. So your riding would be represented by, the ridings would become larger, and then they would be represented by multiple different parties, and you would get seats based on the percentages of the votes. That wouldn't have helped Alberta at all. It would have. They were just attempting to get more Liberals as members of Parliament, which is what it was. Either that, or what it would have done would have balanced out the numbers of seats in the House of Commons with the percentage of the vote. In that case, we would have got about 5 or 6 more seats. So we would have been at 125 seats. But then the Green Party would have been at probably 7 or 8 seats, and the NDP would have been at I think 75 seats or something like that if they balanced it all out as a percentage of the votes. So there would have been the members of parliament as they currently are, and then there would have been another section where they balanced out off of a list. So that again doesn't necessarily, that whole system wouldn't necessarily achieve any of our ends. The only thing that, and this happens every 10 years, so the census is happening this year. Based on those census results next year, 2023, there's a redrawing of the lines again. You might remember that that happened in 2013. So it'll be 2023, there'll be a redrawing of the lines. So Alberta should get, we should get another 5 or 6 seats again, like we did last time. And that will improve because our population is growing, that will improve our representation. But that said, Ontario will likely gain a number of seats as well. So there's kind of 100,000 people per member of parliament. And so as your population grows, you ought to gain more seats. So we'll see.
And you said that's going to be based off this current federal census?
Yeah.
So another reason why all of our residents need to fill out their federal census?
Yeah.
Maybe that's another sales pitch we need to do. Considering that I know for up here, we've done municipal census after every federal census because the feds can't figure out how to do it right.
Yeah.
So.
Yeah. So that's and we'll see how that goes. Like last time there was a bit of a negotiation around that too. Quebec is always fights for their spots, and Quebec was above the national average, and then by the time the rejigging went around, then they were below the national average. Then they were brought to the national average, and so but yeah, it'll be interesting to see how that plays out. I've never been through that. I was the product of it, I suppose. I was the first member of parliament for this new riding that we are, but how that's all going to line up going into the 2024 election, it should be rejigged by then.
So did I misunderstand?
If the election doesn't happen earlier, which is very likely.
So did I misunderstand it, or has the federal Conservatives changed their position on the carbon tax? Like I almost seems like it looked like O'Toole was supporting it now.
No, so we're repealing the carbon tax. We've got a plan to recognize the good work that farmers do in terms of carbon sequestration. We've also got a plan to regulate the border, particularly around China. We compete with China for many things, and yet their products have no environmental standards in relation to ours. So we would regulate the border to ensure that if you're paying for the environmental impact here in Canada, your product, you can't just ship your product out, get it made somewhere else, and then come back in and then have that discount because you're avoiding the environmental standards that we have here in Canada. So those are like probably two of the things that I'm pretty excited about in our plan. The plan is extensive, and we're hoping that it wins folks over in Canada to support us in the imminent election, but we don't know exactly when it's going to be.
So when are you coming up here again?
When I get an invite. Yeah, I don't know. We got a couple more weeks here, next 2 more weeks, and then break week, and then we're going out till June in Parliament. So it'll probably be in the summer sometime.
Yeah. By when did you want a response on these resolutions, Arnold?
As soon as possible. But
okay. Yeah. When are you hoping to take and bring them forward?
Well, they're already all of them are currently in front of Parliament. And so it just as a matter of basically these would be endorsement letters and just allows us to, like, you would put out press releases likely if you, or it'd be part of your meetings press release. So that would just allow people to talk about it a little bit and build some excitement around them.
Okay, can you also do me a favor, Arnold, and remind Chris that half the municipality is in his constituency? We never hear from him.
Yeah, I will do that. He lives in Grand Prairie, and Grand Prairie is the big center there. So we imagine he doesn't leave it too often, but I have seen him in Ottawa a few times here through COVID. So the next time I see him, I'll tell him that.
Anybody else have any questions or comments? Nope. Anything else from you, Arnold?
Well, just to Lisa, one of these days I'm going to make it to Zama because that place sounds like a place out of the storybooks or something like that. So even though it's not in my riding, I want to go check it out someday.
Perfect.
Maybe we'll get you on a bison hunt or something.
Oh, that sounds amazing. So, all right, folks, thanks so much for your time.
Thank you very much, Arnold. And yeah, we'll definitely get back to you on these resolutions here sooner than later.
All right, thanks so much.
Yeah, take care. Yeah. Can we take a quick
Little helpers looking
break?
behind the screen there.
Are we ready to finish 5B? Our roads?
I'd still like to bring this back to the next council meeting with,
Mike?
I'd still like to bring this additional overage or under budget money or whatever you want to call it with the culvert project and what else we want to do back to the next council meeting. And look at it as a bigger area or bigger package or bigger deal or bigger project. And then how to best do it. Understanding we don't have the staff capacity to do it, but then how do you work that out with a day laborer or something?
So how about with the rest of them? The
Probably doesn't make a big difference, does it, really? You can go ahead with the projects you have, right?
In terms of these ones? Yeah.
Yeah.
The culvert program, we have a plan in place or a proposal process in place that would be in camera for discussion. Missing the, we don't have necessarily a plan detailed as terms of which the priority ones or what that would necessarily look like, but at least a proposal as to how that would roll. And the idea that it would be subcontract, wouldn't be day labor, but it would be a request for proposals with one contractor, being selected based on an hourly wage, essentially. The county would cover some of the costs directly. So it's kind of a variation of.
But the way I see it, to defer to next council meeting shouldn't be an issue because the frost isn't out anyhow. You'll probably wait a little while before you get to that project anyhow, or culverts.
Yeah, we wouldn't be shovels in the ground, but we would also have a 2 week or 2 week. It's going to take us time to develop the plan. Once the plan's developed, then we'll put it out for tender. So we're just pushing it down another 2 or 3 weeks every time we do that, I guess.
So the site tour projects, I guess.
So I'll move. Okay, so do we have a motion yet to actually award the ones to the lowest qualified? No.
There it is.
Okay, so we need the motion first. I'll move. No one else is gonna.
Any other discussion on that? All in favor?
Yep.
And then I want to make a motion that the, what do you call that, remaining funds within those projects be brought back to the next council meeting in conjunction with some sort of an idea on ditch cleanouts, culvert. I don't know what we want to call that. I don't know if we want to list it all, but kind of rural road repairs or rural ditch. Because some of these we're going to have to, like, in order to keep, like, I'm just going to pick one, like whichever one is say under 100 grand, in order to keep that as an MSI funded project, we need to include enough in that project to keep it over a certain amount, right? Is it 150?
This year it's 195,000.
So 195,000. So if we don't keep those other projects at least 195,000, we're taking it out of operational fund or reserve funding. So we need to give staff enough time to bring back and say, okay, in order to keep all of these projects MSI funded, this is the work that we can do in those areas on ditch clean out or culvert or road repairs or whatever we want to do, and use up this 1.2, which might actually cover some of the culverts or might actually cover some of the other issues that we have in all of the areas, right? And then in the other areas that aren't included into those projects, then we figure out how we're going to deal with the flooding and the culverts and the ditching issues that we got. Does that sound fair? Because for staff to do it now, I don't know if that's going to work. You guys ready to do it on the fly?
Sorry?
You guys ready to do that on the fly now? Probably not.
The mapping?
Yeah.
Yeah, I don't think so now.
Be brought
know, we're
to
trying
a
to
future
come up
council meeting.
To ensure that MSI funding is maximized?
Well, I wouldn't even put that in there.
No? Okay.
Can you, sorry,
But
Colleen?
we could do in conjunction with washout and culvert repairs. And ditch clean out.
So do I need to round up everybody on the north side of the county to phone in, or are we actually going to find out the culverts?
Can you come again?
Do I need to make everybody from the north side of the county phone in to complain about their culverts, or we're actually gonna go around and find them all?
Well, that's where I don't
Just
like,
the south side's pretty much mapped out because everybody phoned in.
Watched out.
Yeah, well, the north side, nobody bothers to phone in. But do I need to tell them to start phoning in?
Should, because that would help us. And
but see, that's where I have a problem is that if you have to have ratepayers phone in to complain about a problem that's been there for 20 years, like they finally get tired of calling.
But some of them might know where those culverts are.
Some of them have been calling in for 15 years because they have an issue. So if it's all gonna be ratepayer complaint driven,
No.
then,
No,
That's
you're
not
not.
what I'm
No.
saying. I'm just thinking it would help us out.
oh, I'm fine with the help part, but it hopefully isn't gonna be complaint driven. Okay, so what does that say? In conjunction with, what was that other one? Washout and culvert repairs?
Yep.
No.
Nope.
The remaining funds within the site tour projects be brought to a future council meeting in conjunction with washout and culvert repairs / upgrades. Is that what it was? that title?
Slash ditch maintenance.
/ ditch maintenance. Feel like
Think that
maybe-
works.
That doesn't work? Jen, you're,
I was just, actually I text Colleen, but can we change it to that the remaining funds available
Yeah.
in the, and then it's just. Council's okay if we leave a contingency in there?
Oh, for sure. There needs to be
yeah, that's what else you gotta figure out is like, yeah.
Yep. Okay.
1,000 or whatever.
Because what do we normally do, like 10 or 15% over bid or whatever?
No, you're gonna
for
need
each
more
of
than
them?
that.
Yeah, I was gonna leave a little bit more, round it up a little bit.
Yeah, the contingency is usually higher depending, I guess, kind of on the amount of work done in the assessment stage. So I'd recommend a little bit of a higher, but there should still be room left.
Everybody good with that? All in favor?
Yep.
Carried. Okay, next we got the Creek Recreation Society.
Actually, can we go back, because we tabled 111, did we not? Or we just sort of dealt with 111?
I'd also be ready with 5A, I guess, for recommendation.
Oh, okay, yeah. Not going anywhere anytime soon.
Shouldn't take very long, should it?
Right, 'cause
Well,
we-
I think 111 is kind of, I would just receive it for information because this motion covers it.
Yeah, that's what I'm
So,
saying, but
yeah.
just so it clears up the, because did we actually do a tabling thing or we just?
Yeah,
said,
it was
well,
tabled, yeah.
tabled it? Yeah. It's 11B,
Well, we just, yeah.
right there.
Somebody just want to receive it for information.
now?
Yeah, because it's covered with the other motion. Mover?
Yep.
All in favor? Yep. Carried. Okay, Frederick.
All right, so I reviewed the tenders, scored them, and the lower priced one, TD Mechanical, is a successful qualified bidder on it. However, it is unfortunately over the budget that we had attributed to it. I did talk to the consultant. They had based the pricing on the unit prices that they had received very recently. But they had, in the last few weeks here, they had been receiving more truck fill type tenders, and he was seeing process mechanical and electrical prices kind of all over the place, all over the map. And based on what we're getting back, even on the flood mitigation pricing, I'm guessing that's based on the pricing changing so much from week to week that they're building in a bit of a contingency on all their bid prices is what we're thinking that is based on. So going over the numbers, my recommendation, I gave Colleen 2 motions there to draft up. So that $75,000 be allocated, $75,000 be allocated to the 14 million rural truck fill pump install project, with funding coming from the Municipal Sustainability Initiative funding. That's as per recommendation from Jen there. And then with the second motion being that the 14 million rural truck fill pump install project contract be awarded to the lowest qualified bidder upon confirmation of contractor meeting bonding requirements.
So the first one's technically a budget amendment.
So the first one would be a budget amendment, yeah.
So it requires 2/3.
Right.
Discussion?
Sorry,
Go ahead,
the
Jen.
motion has to be changed.
It has to say it's a budget.
That the 2021 budget be amended.
Okay.
Yeah. To include, yeah, something along those lines. Thank you.
Ever? Yeah. Carried.
I'll move motion to.
All in favor? Yep. Carried. Thanks, Fred.
Thank you.
Yeah. Page 67, we got the Creek Recreation Society contingent funds request. Go ahead, Donnie.
Thank you, Mr. Reeve. I received a letter from Northern Lights Rec Center. They said there was a project set during budget deliberation on a 50-50 grant funding, contingent on 50-50 grant funding. This was to include the tennis courts, basketball and pickleball courts. They wrote a letter stating that they have raised that 50-50 funding and they wish for us to release our portion of it. So the recommendation is that the 2021 budget be amended to include the La Crete Recreation Board's tennis, pickleball, and basketball court project in the amount of $299,106, with $149,553 in funding provided by the La Crete Recreation Society and the county's portion of the same amount in funding from the municipal MSI funding.
I have a question.
Go ahead, Lisa.
It's already in the budget. Why do we need to amend the budget?
I don't understand.
Like, I'm
why.
confused because we actually
It's in the
under,
budget normally when we approve it.
like, are we changing where it's coming from? Is that what we're doing? Because it's under contingent on grant funding. So it's already actually in here.
Go ahead, Jen.
Okay, so this came up a couple years ago with council. So there's certain items that are contingent on grant funding. So they're not technically an approved project until they prove the grant funding. So you'll see multiple projects under that contingent on grant funding, because the concern was if we put them within the actual budget line above that contingent on grant funding, then that actually gives authority to spend at that time.
Okay, but-
So
But we've already set aside our portion of the funding, have we not?
yeah, well, it was identified originally, I think, as general capital reserve. I can't
We were gonna
recall.
Take it out of reserve, right?
That's where we were going to take it from originally, if they would come up with their 50-50. So it's technically not been funded yet. So it's identified as such, but until they came up with their 50-50, then it wasn't earmarked from that reserve.
So my question then, I'm trying to wrap my head around this because we do it different every single year, is when we approved all of these projects, because there's like 6 of them, 7, I don't wear my glasses, whatever they are, contingent on grant funding, that those dollar amounts were already in that spreadsheet to say negative or positive, whatever, right? We've already allocated, or if we actually now approve all of these, we're now further in the hole than we were starting point.
You're further down because the only ones that are approved, full approved funding, are the ones that are within the reserve funding sheet.
Exactly. And we didn't know when they would come up with their portion, right? And
Yeah.
At that time, we discussed, then we would take it out of our capital
Okay, so
reserve
then,
to fund it.
okay, but then how do you do a support letter? So if all of a sudden you have a project that comes forward that they're actually using our support letter.
Because we
for-
commit.
Okay, but if we're committing the funding, then to me, it needs to be committed in that year's budget. Whether it actually doesn't get released for 2 years until that funding comes up, it needs to be released or it needs to be committed in that year's budget. So like when I voted on all of these are committed in the 2021 budget already, but now you're saying that we have, because some of these are actually fairly substantial.
On page 102, it's a line item. And so then.
I know, that's what I'm saying.
Yeah.
So to me, it's already in the budget.
on
It's tech-
122,
So it's technically in there. So when the letters go out that state that there's funding set aside for them, yes, it is in there. So when the directors come and say, where can this funding come from? Or when it comes to budget time, where can this funding come from? This is identified. It's not necessarily locked down. It's just stating that, yeah, there's funding that's, I wouldn't say put aside, but it's earmarked to go towards there. But it still would be available. Like any one of these, council can make a motion at any time to change any of the funding sources. So
I get changing the
102.
funding source, but to amend the budget to include, because we already fought this all out. These projects should already be included in the budget. if we have to make a motion to change where the funding's coming from, whether it be reserve or MSI,
Yeah.
but the fight already happened to get them in the budget to begin with.
And that's why they're identified in here as contingent on. But the concern back when these were approved is if we put them up above that contingent on, then that gives them spending authority right now.
I totally get that, but are you telling me that we need to have the motion state that the budget be amended to
Correct.
include?
They're identified here as that they were going to be looking for funding sources.
I thought when we approve a budget, all the lines on here are approved in that budget year, that yes, there might be another motion required when they prove that they have their funding and that you can release that funding. Or that if you have to have a motion stating where the funding is changed, whether it be from general operating or capital reserve to an MSI, but it should have already been in there. So now I'm looking at this. If all these projects come back, there's what? Another $1.8 million that we have to find?
No, well, I guess it depends on which one. If you're looking at the access pave and the sewage force main, but then the 2021 contingent on grant funding, it's 361,000.
I'm looking at 2021 contingent on grant funding. You got 1.1. Is that not the total?
That's the North
1.8?
Storm, that's the North Storm Pond A.
Yeah, that's North Storm A.
I know, but again, but if that's what don't we not have our?
You have
funding in the budget?
$50,000 towards that one right now because that, the venture hasn't been approved.
We would debenture that one and then offsite levy a portion, right?
Yeah.
That's what the plan.
Exactly. So it's identified, but it's not funded. Like we've identified saying that there is funds available within these reserves that could fund that portion, but it hasn't been moved to an approved project because council's identified that they would support it based on the contingent on grant, contingent on debenture, or offsite levy. But until that comes into play, then it doesn't become a spendable item, which then brings it above that line.
That's right.
If council wants to change it,
As long as we're aware
that's
that
fine.
when all these projects come up, especially the ones with the rec boards that we've already given support letters to, that we're gonna actually have to amend the budget and go further in the hole. Because again, we're already, there is no surplus. There really is no surplus.
I think
So-
we were all aware because we're spending 50-cent dollars and we made that commitment at budget.
No, but you're missing my point. Again, we made that commitment at budget time and those dollars should have been included in the budget. And they're not included in the budget?
So I'm
We-
okay with this year's, but what about last year's?
such as, sorry.
I don't know, do we have any last years that we made these commitments to that haven't did it? And if they come back next year and now they're doing it, are we?
No, they're only the two that are in here is from 2018. One's the access pave for Zama. The other one is the sewage force main. So those are contingent on the funding and those are the ones that we're looking at funding sources for. And then the other ones are the 2021 contingent on grant funding and those are all the rec board ones as well as the Storm Pond A.
We have no more hiding somewhere that.
No, that's just very.
No more other support letters that we sent out to nonprofits in the last couple of years that were, yeah, you go find your funding, we'll find ours.
Not that I'm aware of.
I hope not.
Then I'll make the motion.
All in favor? Yeah, carried.
I really don't like the way we do that.
I remember it was a year ago, or was it 2 years ago? This was brought up and I thought they said, just remember, if all of a sudden any of these projects come along and they get have their 50% grant funding or raised, be ready to amend the budget. I'm very sure that's what was said then, because throughout the year.
See, and I've always sat
I was
here,
with Lisa. I thought.
I've
this
always
was
sat
set
here and
aside.
said, when we actually approve a support letter, we're approving that funding.
Right, and which only makes sense, but I thought that was very, I think Carol actually said that, just remember that this is going to come back because it doesn't matter if it's June or September or whenever, that then we'll have to do an amendment. But I could be wrong. It's either a year or two ago, so.
Okay, we got a lot of book to cover yet.
Okay, page 71, Donnie.
Thank you,
Streetscape.
Mr. Reeve. Streetscapes Terms of Reference Amendment. Basically, on April 1st, 2021, the Community Services reviewed the Terms of Reference and made the following motion that the recommendation be made to council to approve the Terms of Reference as amended. On page 73, you can see some of those amendments. Basically, we put in there that each local councillor may also seek input from community stakeholders such as the Crete Chamber of Commerce and Fort Vermilion Board of Trade. We deleted the primary role of the committee is to make recommendations to council. Really, it is to make recommendations to the Community Services Committee. We took out the Director of Planning and Development, put in the Director of Community Services. And on page 74, anticipated 2 meetings per year was also taken out.
So the only comment I have on this one is that as long as everyone's clear with the interpretation, that if there isn't a active committee, that it's the Community Services Committee that, because that doesn't really state in here. So as long as everyone's on the same interpretation level, is that like we don't have a streetscape committee in Lacrete. So then realistically, Peter goes out and talks to whoever he wants, brings it back to Community Services decides.
Which it should be, because it's been advertised for 2 years in a row and nobody put up their name, so.
Yeah, but that's not technically listed in here. So as long as we're,
Yeah.
as long as we know what this means.
Are we still putting that 25 grand into each community?
Yep.
I'll move.
All in favor? Yep. Carried. Credit card use amend policy 028. Go ahead, Jennifer.
Thank you, Mr. Reeve. So I know normally these would go to the committee of the whole meeting. However, there isn't one in May, so I brought this one here. So it's just some small amendments here on page 79. The MasterCards themselves used to come to the Finance Committee. As there's no longer a Finance Committee, I'm recommending that they come to the Committee of the Whole. So a lot of this is changing it from the Finance Committee to the Committee of Whole. As well as there's a schedule change on page 80 from B to A. And then the non-compliance being that the staff member that has the credit card would authorize for a payroll deduction for the reimbursements of the costs. So we don't have authority to just take it off their checks. They have to sign off on it. And then again, the credit card limits themselves, they were changed and then brought in line with the actual organizational chart.
So what do you do to make somebody upset in the office grant to get cut?
That was at the direction of the CAO and their spending habits. So
I'm just looking and wondering why the CAO needs 45 grand.
originally it was to, I guess the thoughts were the travel and that, and then the hotels along those lines, as we do have a new administrative assistant. So she's going to be taking on some of them, but right now she doesn't have a card in place. So she's been using his quite a bit, and then going forward,
Yeah, 83.
he'll be using his
Between
some.
the two of them, that's 75 grand. I mean, this is every month. So
I think what they found was that when you travel to RMA and FCMs and that, some of them were taking $10,000, $20,000 hits just to book the hotel rooms, plus the charges on top of them once they got there. So that's why the large amounts there.
Jen, did you mention that there's a change now that, so if employees rack up a bill that they actually have to sign to do the PRD, that you can't automatically take it off their check?
That's not new as far as, Sandra, you can't do any payroll deductions outside of normal benefits and that the employees is aware of, any
So I
payroll
would hope that
deduction.
if there is that and you have to fight with them to get them to sign it, that the day after that their card is removed.
Yeah, it does give some disciplinary action in here as well.
And then the only other question I had is, and maybe I'm losing it because we have meetings back to back, but so the rest of the finance committee stuff, like check registers and all that, that comes to, that doesn't come to committee of the whole meeting, does it?
That comes to council.
Council?
Yeah.
So why would this one go to committee of the whole and those all come to council?
That's at the discretion of county. It's just right now with the committee of whole. I know sometimes we don't have a lot on those packages themselves, so this one
Because I'd like
just
to be
be a
able to see it
secondary
all in a
committee.
package like we used to have at finance committee. So if, however, it used to be a finance committee, all of that together,
Mhm.
is that comes all together. What, I don't care
I think
which
it's
one it
all
is,
the
if it's at,
committee of the whole.
if it's at committee of the whole or a council, I don't really care, but it needs to be all together instead of one here and one next week. And so can we change all those to committee of the whole then?
So you want this one to stay in committee of the whole and then move the rest?
That'd work. And
I'll
it's-
move.
All in favor?
Yep.
Carried. Appointment of auditors, page 87.
I'll move recommended action.
One question.
Yeah.
One question.
Okay.
Auditors used to go out for bid, whatever, how often we did it.
Take a check
Did it
too.
run out now, or why are you just recommending, or did we not go to a tender process? Or
It didn't go to a tender process the last time either. So this one is just to bring it in line. So then it can go back out to tender again. And actually, I'm going to recommend that the policy actually be amended because it was for a 3-year term. So when council moved from a 3-year term to a 4-year term, it's been totally out of whack. It's normally supposed to be every second year as per the policy that when the auditors get appointed, but it hasn't been appointed since or gone out to tender since 2015.
So
be honest.
what is the price now? I think I saw 84,000. Is this going to continue at that same price or?
It's been an abnormal year, obviously, because they've been doing a lot of it remotely. So
Come down because travel and all that stuff comes down. right?
yes and no.
We also had a pile of extra stuff with disaster in there.
With disaster,
Yeah, the disaster is taking up a lot of time, as well as they weren't able to fly this year, so they drove. So then, and of course, they're paid right from the minute they get to the hotel till they come here till they go back. So there's a lot of travel time. There's four of them that come up. So you add all of that into everything. So there was an increase on the travel plus the travel up and that, where normally it would just be a
Probably
shorter trip
4
around.
vehicles because you can't travel together in one vehicle.
They traveled in one, yeah, all masked up, but even still, yeah. So it has been a lot, and the last couple of years have been definitely abnormal. I know they've been great to work with in that, and the prices, you're right, are a little bit higher, but when it does go back out to tender. Yeah.
This is just for a year and then we're gonna tender it out.
All in favor?
Yep.
Carried.
Sorry, can I also recommend that the policy be amended to be a 4-year term? So right now, the policy states a 3-year term, but if we, so this one,
Yeah, but you can just bring the policy to the next committee of the whole meeting because we're bringing them there anyway, right?
or the finance committee, or the council meeting, because the next committee of the whole is not till June. So that's up
Yeah,
to,
just bring it to the next council meeting.
okay.
Financial reports.
So this follows up from the auditor's report, the financial statements. There was a surplus. Councillor Braun had asked about it during the last meeting. So as for policies, general operating reserve policy and general capital reserve policy, the surplus at the end of the year is reduced by $50,000 for contingency as well, and then split 50-50 between the two. So the first council motion recommended is to allocate that surplus to those reserves.
I'll move motion 1.
All in favor?
Yep.
So
Carried.
just to,
Need more.
I'll move the next one.
All in favor?
Yep.
Carried.
And just another comment is that this isn't necessarily surplus free to spend on whatever you want kind of money.
Goes into reserve.
Unless
Right.
it's approved by.
It's going into the reserve.
No, I know though, but it
Ward 5.
might be for carry forward projects and that kind of thing.
Yeah, well, it goes into the reserve itself. So no, the carry forward projects have already been allocated out of that. So it's the surplus. So what we found is with the DRP, with the Chuckegg fire, I think if you all recall last year, there was a deficit because there was unconfirmed funds from the Chuckegg fire, but we were able to confirm those funds. So it actually brought us into a surplus this year. So those are those funds there. So it actually goes back into the reserves themselves as
I
unallocated.
know, but the public always thinks surplus is just free to spend and that's not
Oh,
really.
no. Sorry, no, that's for our capital plan. That'll be coming to the next.
Do we move the financial reports from January 1st to April 30th?
I'll vote it.
Sorry, we missed a motion.
No, we didn't.
Yeah, third one.
Third one.
Third one.
So we have the tracking sheet of
No, that one
changes.
we did already. That one's carried.
Okay.
Whatever.
Yeah, because you move one and then Lisa moved one and now the next one would be
Ernie did the next one.
the financial reports from January 1st to April 30th. All in favor?
And then there's one more, right?
So just to confirm, I made a recommendation on that tracking sheet change. There's a surplus of $396,000, $396,180 from the 2021 budget based on the assessments that came in. So I'm recommending that it goes to the gravel crushing reserve, knowing that we have a crushing program coming next year, as well as we did a short, we did a draw from it in 2020. So I think that'd be prudent.
That's above the 1.2.
Correct. Yeah, that's the surplus from 2021. So that's within the tracking sheet of change. So that one's okay.
Jennifer, can you explain what a tracking sheet means?
Page 96.
Yeah, so that's the
What we took out, what we put in, where it's moving to.
through the budget process itself. So everything that council made motions on through the whole budget as well. And then once the assessments came in, calculated with the mill rates and that, these are the changes that were made. So back through council, budget meetings, council asked administration to look at projects that could be funded by way of grants instead of reserves. So at the end of 2020, Budget Council and as well as through the 2020 Budget Development Council, counseled some projects that were funded by MSI or various projects, and they just, I would say, reform those projects to include streetlights or some paving and just change some schematics and some scopes. So at the original onset, they were funded from reserves. So administration is recommending that 3 projects be funded from the MSI. And unfortunately, MSI, we haven't got our final number yet. It's only a tentative number from them. So I'm anticipating a final number from them soon as to their final allocation. And then I can bring that back to the next COW meeting for discussion on projects. But I recommend that the Lacrete 9 streetlights project and the intersection upgrade project of 100th Street and 109th Avenue come from the MSI, as well as the water line to Blue Hills would come from MSI funding. So that's additional. So we put just under $1 million back into allocation from reserves and funding it from MSI. So actually counseled quite a few projects that were underfunded. We had the graders that were budgeted for $1.265 million. There was a purchase of 3 graders, selling 2. We only ended up purchasing 2 and selling 2. So that's quite a bit of a difference there. 500 and some $1,000 went back into MSI pool, which funds a vast majority of these projects, as well as the one, like I mentioned, and at the Lacrete entrance, where they changed the scope of the project to include some lights there or some upgrade to that area.
Okay, so what's the motion you need on that one?
Just that the funding sources.
Funding sources, just mainly switching the funding sources is what you're doing, right?
Yeah,
So
that
so you're
was.
using MSI.
Yep.
Okay, Yeah.
Mover,
I will.
all in favor? Carried. Page 107, check register. Get onto it here somewhere, probably.
Yeah, it was.
Somewhere in my mess.
We have 3 check registers as well as the automatic withdrawals from the account.
Just doing one.
There's an attachment. Did you get that, Colleen?
Check number 601.
Oh, that's the relocation cost for the new GIS.
Lawyers and engineers are the vein and
What are we paying government of Alberta? 277,000.
That's the police funding model. So as we were aware, like there's that portion that we had to cover on top of our enhanced policing.
That are money, engineering and planning.
Engineering and lawyers. That's, yeah, crazy, Dave.
Question. 676. What is that about, Samaritan's Purse?
Which one?
676.
Does that come out of DRP?
That comes out of the DRP, so that's approved in their funding, as well as requesting an additional 6 months from them, and they're.
So they extended for 6 months, or we asked to extend it?
We've asked for the funding for an additional 6 months.
And they've approved it?
It's Brad, in theory, approved it before he left, but Brad Geddes is no longer under AEMA DRP anymore. There's a new gentleman, so he said he was going to talk to him. So the last email from him is that he recommends it and to make it happen.
sorry. When we get I was just looking, I just seen the natural gas bill here.
Sorry, which number?
553. So I guess the one question that we had kind of had at our rec board meeting was like with keeping in ice a little bit later in the season. Like, do we get an individual bill for each building, or do we get or is it all lump sum, whatever the county uses?
No, we get an individual per site ID.
Yeah. I wonder,
So if they wanted that information, they could just ask.
okay.
So that would be actually interesting.
Now, the interesting part would be comparing April this year versus last year, because this year they kept it until the end of April. Last year, probably about 11th or 12th, something like that.
Yeah, because it would be interesting to know what the actual cost is to keep,
Power.
either keep it in or put it in early or however that works.
Exactly. Like, yeah, a little bit of a comparison would be good.
Yeah, you're going to have a change a little bit because of that carbon tax as well. So,
Yeah,
I mean, in our coding, we separate it, but within the actual paying to them, it's all included in there. So, I mean, that's something though that we can pull apart as well once we know their site ID.
Okay, thank you.
Anything
Best
else?
flood, best flood barriers, that's the Tiger dams on the,
48 grand.
Good number.
There's no number.
fifth one
this
from the
page.
top. It's the payments, the direct payment ones.
Yeah, that was the trap bags because that's out of the state. So we had to do a funds transfer, wire transfer to that one.
I know we've talked about this before about the streetlights and stuff. Are we gonna bring that back to a future Cal meeting maybe? And actually look at what our streetlights are, and I know we did that a couple years ago, but just continuing to look at these, what our actual streetlights cost.
Mhm.
But whether they're, what do they call them? Debenture? No. it's not.
That invested or
Investor,
non-invested?
Yeah. And
Yeah.
do we get a credit if they don't work and
Yeah,
all that
good
kind of thing?
question.
They made a note to bring it to June's.
So is the I see Brownlee is there's an automatic withdrawal, and also we do check runs. Is there this automatic withdrawal? Is that like is that a monthly fee?
Which number or what date?
There's well
Oh, multiple.
21/3/24 Brownlee.
So
For
the
50.
Brownlee check run itself is invoices. So I have a note here that it's 7 invoices for that check to them. This automatic withdrawal would have been a land purchase under the mitigation. So again, wire transfer.
Well, an in-trust. This would be the
Yeah.
in-trust stuff?
Oh,
Yeah. One of the pieces, yeah.
Anything else?
Going up, I guess, over time, more and more of this is made direct debits and so on? Or is there gonna be more of this in the future? or-
No, this one was from January until June. So it'll be coming to now going forward, it'll be coming to the Cal meetings on a monthly basis. It's just with year end and that, we were concentrating on getting that stuff done for 2020 for that. So you'll be seeing this every month going forward. We don't tend to do a lot of wire transfers. It's not something that we're comfortable doing. We prefer the check method.
Not necessarily new technology, it's just, this is just, okay. I'll move.
All in favor? Carried.
Comment on, what? Canada Post Supplies? Yeah. Oh, you guys do everything for Pitney. Never mind then. Because now that we're actually a contractor for Canada Post, we actually get credited for what we actually sell. So if we're actually buying stamps, if we actually buy it from ourselves, it's like that.
Yeah, we just run it through the machine. So much faster when we
Well, no, I'm
have,
just because there's the Canada Post Supplies on here, right?
yeah, it's supplies and different things. Yeah.
Okay, next we got bylaw 1223-21, page 117. Go ahead, Caitlin.
Thank you. So administration has received a land use bylaw amendment application from F10 requesting to reduce the minimum lot size in the rural industrial general zoning district. The developer has submitted an 80 lot subdivision lot layout plan, which is proposed to be half industrial lots and half country residential type lots with a 15-meter berm for a buffer. The quarter is already zoned as rural industrial general with a minimum lot size of 2 acres. The developer feels that the reduced minimum lot size to 1 acre would complement the transition from hamlet-sized industrial lots to lots outside of the hamlet boundary. Hamlet industrial lots are typically 1 to 2 acres in size, and there is no regulation on lot size for in-hamlet.
My question is, I don't have any problem with this. I think it fits in well because the west side already goes up against the residential portion. My question is, what is proposed servicing? It's not a low pressure sewer thing or that type of stuff, is it?
I believe they would tie in, well, we would have to approve a low pressure system, I believe, unless we do the north sanitary.
Yeah, so I guess kind of what this, I guess, kind of affirms that we need, but this is one of, say, 4 developments on the table currently that would require the north sanitary trunk line ultimately. We Helix did do that preliminary study for the north side, so we did ask them to do kind of confirmation of invert elevations and so forth, right, to see if the design was progressed well enough, I guess, for these guys to do a sanitary design based off of that. So we've got confirmation that they can proceed with the design, but at some point that becomes a critical piece of infrastructure, as there would be a development kind of sitting, waiting to connect to that proposed north sanitary
That's my main
line.
question. Is it going to be a normal sewer line? Or is this going to be the same as we did in Wally's World there with sewer tanks, holding tanks and pumping it in?
I believe kind of there's definitely more conversations to be had with them. Fred can jump in, but I think kind of where we'd left off with them was that the industrial stuff would all be gravity, and the residential portion may have some gravity, but transition over to a low pressure.
Yeah,
we
they
were
were
still-
requesting low pressure for the residential.
For the residential portion, they had planned that?
Yeah, and then west of that, there's another interested developer also discussing, I guess. That's
Yeah, that
later in
ties
the
into
meeting,
the
but-
next
So
RFD.
do we really want to go with the low pressure? Is there really such a big cost saving?
There,
because all you do is pushing it on to the landowner that's going to buy and wants to build, right? Because he's going to spend what, 20, 30 grand in the sewer system? Or if we could service it right, then we don't need all these sewer pumps and these holding tanks and all that.
we would, yeah, and that's where, I guess, the conversation on servicing has been quite preliminary, in all honesty, on our end, as far as those details. I guess I'd say about the only benefit of low pressure is because it's more of a sealed system. There's less of an allowance for inflow and infiltration, so in some ways you can service more with low pressure. But there's definitely that kind of that cost benefit where at one point it makes more sense for it just to be your normal gravity.
And I think a lot of that tipping point is on the size of your properties, right? At a certain point, when your properties get so and so big, to do gravity sewer for only one service for a lot of meters becomes very expensive, where low pressure then would be cheaper. But at a certain point, if you also have too dense of a population, then all of a sudden the low pressure sewer is no longer a viable option as far as even, I guess, it working practically, right? So.
Okay. Good.
Well, that can be discussed too. Great.
I already got my answer. He's listening. Paul is listening, so he answered it.
Is this going to affect our North Storm Pond again?
No, it's not. And Paul's comment is only if we have to wait for county system to tie into it. And that's why that north sewer main is so important to get it done so that they don't have to wait. So.
North sewer main or the pond? Oh my.
No.
So
there's a
north
sewer main
sanitary.
also.
North sanitary. This wouldn't be affected by the north pond, or at least where it's proposed to go.
So there's another project maybe coming next council meeting for a sanitary line on the north side of the creek.
So that
That's
we
the
can
big one.
expand.
So that would be the big one. So
Yep.
that would be, next council meeting would just be for engineering. or budget for engineering, and then like the rest of that would be proposed to go through the normal budget process.
And that
for the 2020.
that was discussed at budget time as well. It's just that we wanted to push it past into the summer, I guess, to see what our revenues would be, and I guess, yeah, what we would look to bring forward is the engineering portion so that we could tender that out next year for construction, right?
But if we approve this, we're essentially telling them go ahead, and then if we don't approve building the north,
There,
then what?
there would be, not ideal, but it would be possible, and we did have that conversation with them, in that essentially they could put in a large holding tank, essentially do a low pressure temporary line, kind of the, whatever it would be, half a mile.
But that would be kind of a short-term
Similar.
waiting for the
to-
county to put the north sanitary in. So you're right, to an extent, it would require us to put in
It's not cart
infrastructure
before horse.
long-term.
Like, I kind of agree with Jackie. Like, I realize that there's need there and all the rest of it, but it's kind of like, oh, well, if we approve all these developments, then we're actually tying the hands of the municipality to actually force the approval of those projects. And we don't have, so is that project going to be local improvement back to the areas as well, or offsite levies? Do we have those offsite levy do we have those offsite levy bylaws completed?
It would all tie in.
No, that's not, don't say yet. Do we have the offsite levy bylaws on all of the lands completed before we actually approve any of this?
No.
You know, so again, it's kind of putting all of that development before the actual who's going to pay for it.
Yeah,
Yeah.
and administratively, we've had conversations around that too, as far as the challenges of approving some of this from an infrastructure and levies and collection and ensuring that it.
Because again, so if we approve this, and if all of a sudden we haven't completed the offsite levies on all these projects that are required to service this approval, and then all of a sudden it comes back with a developer saying, okay, well, I put the approval, or I put that project together based on this cost, but now all of a sudden you've added this and that and this, and it totally changes the whole process of what he's doing or what they're doing. Like, that's not an upfront way to do business either, when they don't know what the actual cost of those properties are going to be with offsite levies attached. So when are we going to see offsite levies for all the projects?
I believe we're hoping for June.
Yeah,
Um,
the
I'm sure
goals,
they're going to
Yeah.
want to start building before June, are they not?
That's probably the plan.
they're, when we asked them kind of when they wanted to get going,
Yesterday.
it was pretty much along the lines of yesterday, yeah. But, well, when we talked to them as far as kind of needing amendments to zoning districts and various other things, they did understand that there was going to be a process, but their plan is definitely this summer, right? But yeah, we've talked about the same concerns that you're bringing up here.
I guess that's a challenge that we've tried to communicate to council, or we have communicated to council, is that there's interested landowners, but the infrastructure requirement is there, right? So it's, yes, it's the cart before the horse, but this just proves, I guess, what we've been trying to communicate, is that there is interest there, and at a certain point, and we're seeing that, I think more so this spring than ever, is that development demands there for that north sanitary is definitely really high right now, right? So
When I get that, but we did that, like Helix did all of those reports and did all of that process.
Yeah.
So what should have happened right off that get-go is, instead of trying to figure out which development's going where, is how those offsite levy bylaws are going to be put in place.
And again, that kind of came back to the project that Byron is working on, and that's where we were wrestling with it. Why create two separate offsite levy bylaws for the storm pond and the north sanitary when we'd like to kind of amalgamate all of them? And that's the project that Byron was looking after there, is try to get back to June to council here to amalgamate all of them. So why create two new ones that when we're going to amalgamate all of them? But the pressures are here definitely for developers that want to proceed, that we didn't see coming, I guess, in February when we were looking at amalgamating all of it, right?
So how can we move forward? Like, we can't stall it all, but like, obviously that's, everybody wants it to go ahead. How can we do this to get to first, second reading to public hearing and then get all this information? Cause we can't stall it, we need to move forward. So that's, I'm trying to figure out what we need to do.
Well,
That's
the
where
way I
similar-
see it here, I mean, the biggest thing is reducing the lot size. So regardless of anything, it has to go to a public hearing.
Yeah. So
And so whatever kind of additional requirements are put in place or added.
And my biggest
before-
thing is, we need to have offsite levy bylaws in place in order to approve the projects that are going to
Yeah.
be required to service all this new
Mhm.
property.
This is just a rezoning at this point, And it'll probably take
Oh,
till June before we get the rest of all the plans and all that stuff together.
Yeah, I think Caitlin can probably comment a little bit more on the timing of the approvals and then,
Yeah, so these two items, I guess the next two bylaws, they have to be advertised for 2 weeks. So this wouldn't come back until the end of May. And then we could have the first reading for a new offsite levy bylaw for North Sanitary if council is interested in, I guess, in that project. Then again, we would have to advertise another 2 weeks, and then that one would go for second and third. And also the developer would have to rezone a portion of this quarter, and that's coming in the next line item here. So
So right now, if we don't approve this, right now, if we approve it today, there's still, their earliest that they can actually get going is in June.
Yeah,
Correct.
because it's first reading, right?
Yeah,
And
so
all we're
we're-
doing
yes, this is just
advertising
first
and
reading.
Moving
Yeah.
it forward instead of slowing it down.
yeah, this isn't the subdivision approval, right? So this
No.
is some of the preliminary steps prior to subdivision approval.
So are we going to have our offsite levy bylaw done at council by June?
But we don't.
That would be the expectation if
Okay, but we
everything
don't-
goes
Do we
well.
have the North Sanitary even approved in the budget?
No, we don't.
No. Like, we haven't even approved that project yet.
Thank you.
And we already need the project if we're gonna approve this. Like, see how this is going?
But that's similar to the storm pond one as well, right? We brought that forward to do a budget amendment on it, but then direction from council was that we need to offsite levy first, right? So same idea here where we'd have to bring that offsite levy to see that there's flavor from council that the numbers make sense, and then to approve the budget
Okay, but.
based on.
I know, but then you're gonna say, okay, so if all of a sudden we approve all these development projects, and I'm not saying we don't need to do it or whatever, what I'm saying is that the process of how we're doing this is ass backwards. Like, we need to
Well,
be
we're
able to
ju- we're
figure
just
out how,
working a
if we
little
can
bit slower
actually,
than what
if we
some
can
are.
actually afford it. And you can't have that conversation after the lots are already done. Like, you have to have that conversation, the developers actually have to be aware of what it's actually gonna cost them to develop.
And that's why I think it's important to do this, because then the offsite levies comes after this.
The offsite levy should have come before
The
that.
offsite levy should have came first.
Okay.
Yeah.
But this is only really for the rezoning, right? Yeah.
This item is just for the amendment to the existing land, like to the existing zoning that's on the property.
Something I'm thinking about here, as all these pieces fit together, we end up with a public hearing. And I see two parties here, right? You've got the people who want to live in this area and the people who want to have businesses in this area. And changing from 2 acres to 1 acre, a berm, I'm not exactly sure what a 50-meter berm looks like, but are we going to be hearing conflicts or some problems between the
noise
two?
barriers.
I think that's exactly what it has to go
Well,
to
it's the
the
first
second
reading,
reading
it
for
gets
public
advertised.
hearing.
I agree.
Yeah, but that's exactly.
We're not
why.
through, right?
Yeah.
Yeah, so I don't see the issue with
Can I move
going to
first?
that.
I'll move first reading.
Okay, all in favor?
Oh,
Carried.
okay. Sure.
I guess just as a note, we are able to charge development fees. So if council made a motion of what the development fee would be on the property that would cover the same as the offsite levy fee, we could charge that as well upfront.
No,
So-
we need to get the offsite levy bylaws in place, because if we're gonna spend $3 or whatever $1 million for these projects, we need to have funding in place before all of this land gets eaten up, and then all of a sudden, the remaining land is where you can put offsite levies on, because the existing ones
I
don't
think
wanna have
that is-
everything.
No, I understand that. I'm just saying that that's another option if you wanted to do that ahead of time, but
Know how
that,
much to charge as
yeah.
a development fee in order to cover the offsite levy fee, then we should just have the offsite levy bylaw here because we know the number.
Is there any way I know we just passed this, is there any way to leave a bigger buffer zone between industrial and the Hamlet Country Residential?
that would have to be a
Price will do that.
decision of the MPC at the time.
Those lots that are right close to them are gonna be cheaper than the ones that are further away.
Yep, and then we'll all hear about the dust, and we'll hear about the noise, and we'll hear what we.
Don't they
all
already
count
wear-
others.
I don't have the picture here.
There's a berm, right? Like a 15-meter berm, what you're
Yeah,
saying?
they're proposing essentially a 15-meter wide kind of municipal reserve strip.
Or they
with
might
a-
be more expensive because they
with
have
a-
a slide off of it.
The grass berm.
Yeah, you get your
um,
industrial all
right
right
as a-
up your residential.
as a bit of a visual and noise abatement
Mhm.
buffer. Yeah. There is we understand from, I guess, the land use perspective, the potential conflict. Currently, it's kind of on, because right now they're kind of proposing to split the quarter section roughly in half. Really what they did is they moved where the transition from residential to commercial industrial did east a quarter mile. We were going to be seeing a transition at some point kind of in that general area.
So here's the beauty of doing this, like whoever buys residential lots on the west side of the berm, they know there's gonna be industrial on the other side of the berm, because nothing's developed there yet. Like, so it's their choice.
Yeah,
Mhm.
yeah.
It's similar to the Frank Gertz subdivision.
Yeah.
There's a buffer in there and, yeah, the odd time you hear a little bit about it, but it all works pretty good.
Exactly.
Tree line and whatever.
This isn't gonna kick a intersection treatment on the corner there, is it?
No. Nothing more than is already there.
Well, for most part, between midnight and 6 in the morning, it's fairly quiet, even industrial.
And the residential portion, I mean, we all know that's a busy intersection and it warrants lights probably soon, so.
See,
More development.
that's exactly what I was gonna say.
Oh, it's,
So,
we already talked about it.
so
budget
should
time.
should the developers that are profiting from it start paying for traffic lights? Considering we seem to have to be able to have them every, what, quarter mile?
Okay,
Two races in one.
bylaw 1224-21 on page 125. Go ahead, Caleb.
Thank you. So this is another proposal from the same developer to create a new land use zoning, which is rural country residential 4. This would be part of the 80 lot subdivision. This is not for a rezoning. This is the creation of a new zoning first. Currently, the land use bylaw has 2 separate rural country residential districts, and they allow for all build types, and the other one allows for all build types and the other is intended for houses. Lot sizes are usually 3 to 5 acres per lot. The applicant would like to develop 0.8 to 1.5 rural country residential specifically adjacent to the Lacrete Hamlet boundary. These lots would be similar in size to the Hamlet country residential lots in Lacrete. The intention of the area would be estate living. Only dwelling single-family homes with attached garages would be permitted, and the homes would be required to be a minimum of 1,500 square feet, less the garage. The uses proposed in the district would be less rural type uses and more urban type uses. The developer would like to have a higher density lots adjacent to the hamlet that would eventually be within the hamlet, would be their hopes that should boundaries change. This would be the first rural country residential with lots of this size. Currently, there is no area structure plan reference to the specific location other than the 2020 Lacrete Industrial Land Strategy. This entire parcel has been identified as proposed light industrial pocket as Lacrete expands. And then I have a bunch of recommendations from the municipal development plan, which means that we should probably have an area structure plan from the developer for this area. We should provide for the establishment of attractive, well-planned and properly serviced rural residential development. We should not be allowing expansion that would limit the logical expansion of the town of High Level or the hamlets of Fort Vermilion, Lacrete, and Zama, have potable water supply and have adequately serviced and municipal serviced where it can be provided in an efficient and economical manner, and do not create potential land use conflicts by locating adjacent to areas which would have existing or are proposed for heavy industrial uses. So administration has no concerns in terms of the new land use zoning district, but is concerned with the future plans of the lands surrounding the hamlet. Administration will need to determine servicing feasibility for this leapfrog parcel, but also as this district is approved, we need to be prepared for additional applications in the future. So that was just kind of,
This is the same property.
this is the same property.
Just down this, the residential.
Yeah. So this would be the creation of the new land use zoning. And then if this is approved, then they would ask to rezone that other half of the parcel to this.
Yeah, that's on page 123. the
This
map.
is not for traders. This is just for big houses.
Yep.
I'll move.
All in favor?
Yep.
Carried. Page 145. Bisju Lake Sub-Regional Plan. Go ahead, Byron.
Yes, thank you. So as council, I think all of you guys were there for the session with Environment and Park staff for the Bishu sub-regional plan. So I guess based on that conversation with council, we have included kind of the list of items that we've felt council of concern for council and as a result, I guess, concerns for the region. Josh, Lisa, and I did have a Zoom meeting with Dan Williams yesterday. That's when he was available to discuss it. After he was here the other day, he mentioned that we should follow up with him. So we did have that conversation, and we'll have some more correspondence with him as well for him to bring some of these concerns forward to the minister. So I guess just have it here. I guess for council, kind of, is there anything else? I know in talking with Lisa, we'll try to incorporate some of the feedback that she's received from some of the residents in Zama as well. There's some good feedback there. And then I guess as far as is kind of the question on the mapping, we did get a hold of AEP for them to provide higher resolution maps. So kind of the maps out with the road network, we can print them a lot bigger and they should still be clear. So we're just administratively, we're happy to do that and to kind of collect some of that information, but none of us feel that we're an expert on what that trail network should be. So I guess kind of our recommendation administratively, we were willing to help facilitate some of that, but I guess we'd kind of try to put it back in the community or whoever's hands to actually go through the exercise of highlighting, roads on a map. And then the recommended action is that we send a letter as well. And then I guess I would encourage council to individually go through and provide feedback through the forum or the official avenue on AEP's website.
So to add to that, when do we have our next meeting? 26th. So last 6th, May 6th, we actually, so May 6th and May 18th are the public engagement sessions that the AEP actually put out. So at 7 o'clock on May 6th, we actually signed up and we broadcasted it and did the Zoom live at the Cornerstone Building in Zama. And there was 18 plus me there and went through. We actually were there till about 9:15, 9:30, and they didn't actually get through the tail end of the, I think it was last 6 slides or whatever that they didn't get to. So there was a lot of conversation. So I did send out, I'm still kind of gathering my sticky notes from everybody that said they were going to put stuff together, because we broke there about 9:30, and then of course we may or may not have went and discussed it over whatever else. But so there's a lot of good comments. So I'd like to actually have some of those incorporated into here. On the 18th, there's a second session and I booked that as well. Not sure how many of them will come back to that second session. They are talking about maybe us doing a presentation to AEP on that second session, but I'm not sure how that's going to work. So if it's possible, we don't, the feedback has to be back into the province by May 29th. We do have a meeting on May 26th. If that would be after that second open session, if we could forward kind of the Zama comments to Byron and then incorporate it into as many as possible into the kind of the county document that goes forward, that actually would be beneficial, I think. Because then you also have committee or the community support behind it as well. Because there was a lot of other ones. Yeah, it mirrors a lot of what we already kind of have in here, but then they picked up on a lot of it. The biggest issues that they had was one, the rail multi-use corridor, all of the things around the planning units. The planning units are extremely confusing, and the more you actually look into the planning units, it's actually scarier than what, at the first glance. And then that road network. And again, trying to incorporate what's currently there and what's been there for 30 or 40 years and has that compaction in some areas but just instead of just pulling it out and starting from scratch is kind of how they want to do it, but I'm not sure why. So road network, those, the planning units and the multi-use corridor were kind of and just the hamlet itself. And of course, I think we talked about it here as well, is that if you take in the hamlet, that north area that's been on the books for a while to transfer into white zone plus the lagoon and the water wells, if you take all of that, but that's actually planning unit that straddles the Caribou Range and outside the Caribou Range. So you can only have a maximum of 20% footprint disturbance in there. The hamlet of Zama actually probably and all of its facilities, right, probably uses up that 20% footprint. So you actually can't do anything else in that whole entire planning unit. So that's those concerns where does it actually work when you start putting the numbers together?
I was thinking the other day about that disturbed area that we were talking about there. You know, when you go 500 meters on each side of a buffer, there's not a single square inch that's not disturbed because there's cut lines.
Well, that's the map.
I'm pretty sure there is a few, but 96%, I want to say, of the Bistu region is disturbed when you go. Yeah, the buffers. Some of the stuff kind of Grand Cache, like the little Smoky La Pêche ranges. There was so much disturbance when you had the overlaps that they could have removed literally a third of the disturbance physically from the landscape, but the numbers wouldn't have changed yet.
In December 2011, those two girls came and presented to us from whatever group that was. The one had the advantage, she didn't ski in. And she showed us a map of Zama. and using this disturbance, half kilometer either side, it was all black. We knew that in 2011. And now we're debating these things and all these pieces you just brought forth, Lisa. How do you understand all of this and approach all of our concerns? It's just too much. Like, bless if everybody's trying to help here, but there's a lot at stake.
Well, actually, it's funny you bring up those two girls in 2011, because those two girls in 2011 in that map they had, Zama wasn't actually in the Caribou Range. And now all of a sudden, 10 years later, Zama's actually in the Caribou Range.
That's 2012, 177
And that was one of the questions, because of course we had a lot of the, we had Lewis and or Lawrence has been there since time internment, was how many, 45, 50 years probably, or whatever. And he's like, I have maps still that show Zama not in there. And of course, so those are some of the issues that they brought up to AEP, and it was like, oh, no, Zama's always been in the Caribou Range. And it's like, no, pretty sure there's maps all over this place that, shows that that's not a real thing. They started talking about roads, and especially up the Shaquille area and Amigo, and it's kind of like, but there again, they're going off of if a company has a road lease, like has a road agreement or has a lease for an LOC, it's on the map. And of course, those old guys that are sitting in there, and well, not all old, I shouldn't, not necessarily old age wise, but old Zama wise, is they're saying, well, those roads haven't been there, or they were put in like 1967 and never went back in. You can't tell me that that's actually in there and that's actually should be classified as a disturbance. So there was a lot of that kind of going back and forth, but
there's roads out there. I was working with Win Littleton in, I don't know, 2003. And
not
we're out there.
1974.
No, not 74, 2003. And we're out there slashing line to make the lines for the cats to come in and so on. And we came across high grade roads, gravel, ditches, everything. Nobody knew they were there. And that's some of what you just said.
No, I'm saying the other way. The other way is that the road is on the map, but
Yeah,
they
but
haven't
you
a
can't see
disposition, but the road's not actually there.
It's still, a kilometer disturbance, but nobody knew it was there. The helicopter people, you didn't see it until you actually got the chainsaw. So like it's.
You work with Win Wellington?
Oh, yeah.
How'd that go for you?
Well, I'll tell you a story.
When-
Worked with his brother, too.
Okay, so
When
We
was,
could have the kind of the final submission on the 26th, and I'll work with Byron on that and get the communities
I got a
put into
question.
there. Does that work?
you have a question?
Yeah, when was Zama included? Because it wasn't in 2018.
No.
So when was it included?
Like even when we first started NWSAR, the maps that were out at that point in time, when we first
Yeah.
were on NWSAR, Zama was not in the Caribou Range.
So when did they just discreetly add it?
Must have been when you started the subregional plan.
Nope.
No,
it was before then.
It was before that.
Yeah. It was,
Sometime kind of in the earlier stages of NWSAR, all of a sudden Zama went from just outside to just inside Caribou Range.
And why? What was the purpose?
Because
no one can
So when are
actually
they
say,
gonna
there's-
discreetly add the rest?
And the part that they're
they have.
the part that they're very hesitant to say, I want to say we've managed to essentially fish it out, but essentially, a Dave Herview, whatever his official title is, but kind of his role within AEP based out of Grand Prairie. So him and whoever his successor would be essentially have the discretion to draw that line on a map. So you can do all you want with the planning units and everything else, but essentially it comes down to kind of the head regional biologist for Caribou that gets to say, and yeah, they'd have to have some level of proof and backup, but that proof and backup is not public information. That's all held very close to their chest, and it's essentially one person who draws that line on the map. So to me, that's some of the biggest risk with all of it, but that's something that seems to be well enough away from the politics and influence is some of those kinds of things.
and that was one of the biggest questions that came into the community end is, okay, how do you draw that map? Who decides that? Like, when did that line get moved and how does that work without any communication with the community that it actually directly affects? And even to the point where, okay, if that's the case, however that criteria is, put that in the plan. Like, there needs to be some very, transparent reasons or criteria or a process in order to move that line, considering that line is so critical to what you can and cannot do.
Yeah, just what you were saying, we started discussion about what that impact has on, I think you were saying north side of Zama, north zone, it's huge impact.
So yeah, so if we can put this on the agenda for the May
Moving that.
26th meeting.
I'll move. Why not?
Well, can we say, no, can we move it to the May 26th meeting and then put it in right after that? So table it? Yeah, table it till May 26th.
May 26th, yeah, that works.
Okay. Yeah.
Yep, so that's still what we'll be working towards, but it's.
Yeah.
coming back to the next council meeting.
Yeah, and I sent you most of what I have, so we can start including or whatever, but. And I can send out, once I finish the rest of what the community stated, I can send it to all of council too, so they know.
It doesn't, we can just leave it like that, can we not?
Yeah, I would just say,
After the May 26th meeting.
Or just say carried and nobody send out the letter until after the May 26th meeting.
Okay, well, as long, either that or are you, okay. Are you guys fine endorsing everything that came out of the community meetings? Or do you want to look at it first? That's all I'm thinking.
We'll definitely read it, yeah.
Well, that's what I'm saying. So we should actually look at it on the May 26th with all the community input in it first.
Yeah, I'm just saying you can
Okay.
carry this and nobody sends out the
Sure.
letter till after May
Okay,
26th.
sure. Good to go.
All in favor? Carried. Aero Technology Fiber Shack,
I will move recommended action.
all in favor? Yep. Carried.
The only question I had is, do they
Nope,
have a,
it's done.
do they have a, sorry, a date? I didn't, unless I missed it, but I know they want to run fiber from Meander,
They said they wanted it by the end of June.
end of June.
Page 177, we have telecommunication tower request. Go ahead, Caitlin.
Thank you. So admin has received a
Two
proposal
towers in the same council package. Go for it.
from TELUS Communications to place a tower at the Lacrete Water Treatment Plant. During budget, administration was asked to look into the shared tower option for Lacrete Water Treatment Plant. After several conversations between admin and TELUS, we've determined that this is not a feasible option due to the proposed placement, tower ownership, servicing abilities in terms of entry. We have shared this information with the corporation. They're still interested in pursuing this placement. Considering this is county land, we would be the leaseholders of the tower. Therefore, administration needs direction on how to proceed. The applicant would also like our permission in order to submit a development permit application. Normally, this would trigger the notification decision process. So the options I have here is that we enter into the lease agreement, that we start with the notification process prior to lease agreement negotiations, or that we recommend to TELUS to investigate other locations.
Peter? Thoughts?
Oh, we move ahead, then we collect about $8,000 a year, I think, from rent is what it says in the agreement, and that should cover the cost of us having our own.
You know
So
what,
that
this-
was-
but admin is just saying it's not suitable.
What?
So why are we even looking at it?
Yeah, exactly.
What's not suitable?
Is that
No,
not what you just said?
Caitlin just read the whole thing.
No,
That was for shared.
no,
So it
the
was,
shared, she's
Oh, I missed that.
saying the shared is not a good option is what she's saying, that we should do our own. And since they still want to move ahead, they're gonna pay us $8,000 a year. So that'll help us pay for our tower, our own one, so that we don't have to worry about them.
Yeah, just to,
Most of those towers pay for 15 grand.
I don't know how much they pay, Byron. Are you aware? I think the other
it
one.
was
they're paying
8,000 for our previous one.
Pardon me?
8,000 per
Yeah,
annum
and I
was
think
the
they're paying
previous one.
15 for the private school one. And
So we
they
could
got a
ask
good
for
deal on
more.
us. I don't know if we
Wait, the
should try
school
and.
has a telecommunication tower?
the private
Private
school.
school.
Oh, man.
Private school.
Private school.
Yeah, but it's not very reliable.
So I think we should
Is
try
this
and move this up a little bit. If the school gets so much more money for it, why should the county have to go cheap?
I'm having a
We can
deja
ask
vu
for more.
moment. This is exactly why we have why the big cluster on the road network in Zama is because you have one company that can't get along with another company, so they build a road right next to each other. So, we build a tower here and we build a tower there, but because it's, not perfect and, the legality and the lease and the approvals and
Well, and if you
just
remember,
easier and cheaper to build your own. So pretty soon we'll have
is.
towers all over.
yeah,
Same way we have lease roads all over.
you remember CCI put towers up in the community and now TELUS is coming back and they're going a little higher and they think 3 towers are going to cover the whole community where CCI put 4, I
How many
think.
towers do you
and-
have in that community? that
Oh,
doesn't have any internet?
Lots. Anyhow, it's all about the
preparing
internet.
for 5G.
I think we should move ahead, but I think we should try and get a little more than $8,000.
So is
especially
this
if that's what they
similar
get.
tower to baseball?
Yeah, the baseball one,
Is that the same
and then we
thing?
have the one at the school, and then this one at the water plant, so then it would cover the whole thing.
This would be
This
one of
is
like,
60 meters.
so the CCI ones are the shorter ones, the TELUS ones are the bigger ones with the bigger things. So this would be one of
Rhineland
the bigger
School.
ones.
Oh, okay, so it's not that high.
But they're all 5G, right?
No.
They're all 5G capable?
Yeah, right.
Fiber
No,
optic.
like the ones at the baseball diamonds or at the, is this exactly what's coming?
This
No,
is
this
60
one's at the
meters.
Rhineland School, that one's the.
It's like 60 meters, that's 100.
That's 200 feet.
Okay, you're moving that, Peter?
And that's fine.
Or
for-
somebody did?
Yeah, it should be fine. Yeah, very sure.
Well, I think we should, what,
Up the rent?
how should we do it? I think we should move the rent up a bit. If the private guy gets a lot more than our government dollars gets. Why should we not get similar to what the private guy gets?
Should be equal to what the private guy gets.
So
Well,
shall
that's
we,
right, but the first one was done at 8,000 is what I understand. But I don't know.
so the motion should be that administration enter into negotiations
Yes.
regarding lease agreement with TELUS Communications?
Sure.
Go ahead, Nate.
I'll move.
All in favor?
Sure.
Carried.
Remember that. now.
Yeah.
I seen that.
We had that discussion the other day, remember? At our MDP meeting there.
Okay, at least I did. Administrative policies, page 189. Go ahead, Jennifer.
These
Thank
are all the
you.
ones we went over already, right?
Yeah, so these are
Move first.
presented, okay.
I'll move that we
Rescind.
rescind ADM 016.
All in favor?
Yep.
Carried. Somebody want to move?
I will.
Carried. 09,
I will.
all in favor?
Yep.
Carried.
Purchasing wearing apparel, we're not doing a program this year, so, but there's still $100. So what, can we go buy something and submit an invoice, or how does that work?
So I wasn't at that meeting. Are we not doing a program this year?
Yes, well, I don't know, are we?
Oh, we can do one.
We didn't pull it off.
We didn't, yeah, we
Oh, we didn't
didn't.
pull it off.
I think we haven't done one for the last 2 years.
We haven't done one for a while. Then. I was just
Yeah.
wondering.
We
Sorry.
do it, it works, and if it's not, then we don't, right? Isn't that
Yeah,
how
I
it's
mean,
worked before?
It's in the budget, and I think we need.
Well, I
to
need some new ones because
pass
now I
the
got
policy.
just
I just asked, how do we proceed?
regular.
Yeah,
ones.
well,
How's
that was something that Carol used to look after, whatever, but I'm sure that we can
Cover.
get something set up with the same supplier along those lines. The only difference was I think we added the waste transfer station contractors and our summer staff onto this one. Returning summer, yeah.
Oh, we need to move that one.
Yeah.
Someone,
Someone,
Josh.
who's else name? Someone.
And Cameron said. he
Cameron
would-
did, yep.
Okay.
All in favor? Carried.
Next.
Page 199, Byron.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Reeve. So we recently received a request, we contacted Sean Wheeler as the direct board president, asking if the county could issue receipts or charitable receipts to donors when, I guess his request was specific to the Crete Rec Board, but there'd be no reason why that can't be something applicable, I guess, kind of for all the rec boards.
Yeah.
But yeah, asking if we could issue receipts for capital projects when they do fundraising. So as council, I guess was aware, you recently, or you did just approve, I guess, kind of a budget amendment for one of their projects. So there are limitations to the types of projects that are eligible for charitable donations. And there's financial reporting and processing component that must be strictly adhered to in conversations with Jen. It's, you know, as long as the parameters are met, it shouldn't be too onerous on staff, but there's definitely, it needs to be driven internally. It can't be driven externally, I guess would kind of be the way that I'd interpret that. And then projects on municipal property or kind of and/or municipal assets are typically eligible for charitable donations. So most rec board projects then would qualify. It would become a hassle if every little project became part of this on the accounting side, but the larger ones makes well enough sense.
We'll do it so it's a minimum of $5,000 or $10,000 donation kind of deal.
So
or
like
whatever.
there'd be,
You don't want to be writing the receipt out for $100 all the time.
We did before for, I believe it was the Jubilee Park is where one of these motions, but that's why I think the council motion that I'm requesting is very specific so that council is clear on which project it's going to be going for it. So if somebody wants to donate $50, that's fine, but they actually have to come into the office and do the donation. We can't accept it through a third party. Yeah.
So, couldn't the rec board do this?
They don't have that charitable thing. It goes
They're
through the
nonprofit.
feds, and I asked that question too, and they're nonprofit, but not a charitable donation organization, and a lot of these businesses are donating substantial money, and they'd like a charitable receipt, which is fair in my opinion. It's a county asset in the end. It's on county land, and so why not?
Well, the other issue with that is that there was something about, because we looked into it in Zama, but because we didn't actually own the facility. So charitable, we couldn't get the charitable designation because we didn't actually own the facility
County owns it.
because the county owns it.
I don't think that's easy to get, being
I
a
don't-
charitable organization.
No, it's
No.
quite a hassle. I
Yeah,
know
it is.
this,
And the
whatever the
county is
seniors
set up.
group here is working towards it and they're what, 2
Yeah.
years in?
We did it that time for Jubilee Park and probably other programs that we've done already. And so it's set up at the county level, right?
Yeah, we've done that as well as Canelson Park.
Yeah,
Mr.
Canelson
Canelson
Park,
donated
yeah.
the piece for that.
So I
Okay,
agree with
motion.
this. I will, or whoever will, but I also want to see if we can actually maybe bring back, not in the very near future, but at some point in time, bring back an actual policy on this and maybe put those thresholds and that threshold and that rule in there, because I know I'm looking at the approved but waiting on contingent funding. There's like 3 projects from the Fort Rec Board that could actually work for this as well. So if there's like a minimum, if it's like a minimum of a $50,000 project with matching component or something, like whatever that works, not every $10,000 project, but bring back some sort of policy that outlines what it is so that everyone's the same.
Yeah.
I think
And
that's a good idea to clarify that, because I remember talking to Julian in 2015 when we were starting our lodge board in Fort William, and she was willing to sign to do these donation.
Why
charitable
not? I mean,
donations.
it's a good project for the community, right?
Okay,
Yeah,
Lisa
but that
moves.
one would be different because we wouldn't own it.
Yeah, it's a little different because we've had requests from people saying, I want to donate here. Can you give me a receipt? And that doesn't work, right? So, but that's why this motion has to be very clear to the project so that we know when the funding comes in, where we allocate it to, because we of course have to track that.
Clarity would be good.
All in
Can I
favor?
make a friendly amendment that it include all rec boards?
No, see, this is
We
very
want-
specific.
It's project specific.
Oh, you're talking, you're
And that-
talking about bringing it back.
Yeah, and then bring a
Okay.
policy back that allows that.
Sure, I got you.
But I think we still have to have an individual specific motion though for each one we approve, even after a policy, so that because there probably have to be a reserve set, right, or something. Account.
You have to allocate it out to a specific. Yep.
So what,
Yeah.
carried. And then, sorry, Mr. Reeve, I'd recommend that there be a motion as well that we develop a policy around kind of future charitable receipts.
I'll move that. I think that's what.
However, exactly what words, just
To be
I've
completed by
got the
2022.
conversation, but that way we can
2025?
2025.
2025.
Yeah, it's
Prior
not-
to
Bring
the
back
next-
for approval.
Prior to the next 4 million flood.
There you go.
Hopefully, it was a 1 in 100 years, so.
Funny, we don't have something right.
Charitable donations policy.
charitable donations policy.
We have no policy on that?
Policy on it that's very clear, like as to what council's request is right now. Because again, like a $10,000 project is, unfortunately, it's below a threshold that we would even consider. Because again, it is a lot of time in tracking, just to ensure clarity.
Let's move by Eric. All in favor?
Yep.
Yeah, I'll
Carried.
move that.
And we did discuss that maybe they only submit 1 invoice a month or something to not make a lot of workload for you.
No, that's the individual has to bring the donation here direct, so the rec boards themselves cannot collect them. When Byron and I talked about that, is the
Okay.
individuals have to come in and submit it. If they want to collect 10 checks from an individual and then the rec board submit it that way, that's fine. But any cash donations and that have to clearly come from that person, because that's who we issue that receipt to.
Very good. Council committee reports. Who wants to go first?
I will, nothing.
Okay, who else has nothing? Cam.
Oh, what do I got?
6 months to get to that.
Well, we had that flood mitigation team meeting, but that was mostly, the government talking, wasn't really, don't have a whole lot to report on that. I have talked to Mary Mercady, our CEO for the Boreal Housing, and she is willing to come to council if council wishes to give a report on where we're at with the transition with the Heimstead Lodge to the LCMNA. So if you guys want her to come, she's willing to do that. And we can also get a couple people from AHS on Zoom as well, if you guys wish.
How about LCMNA? How about LCMNA as well then, right away?
Yeah, we could bring Paul or whoever.
Can we do that at a committee of the whole meeting?
Where are we with that?
Well, they've received all of our information, our letters requesting the access agreement. as well as the date, the 1 year. But their response with our access agreement said, they said it doesn't make sense for us to get or us being Boreal Housing to come into an access agreement with them on a short term being the next year. But it does make sense to do it with LC Manet, and they're yet to receive a request from them on that. Don't know why. So, but yeah, I can request Paul show up and we can get a full report on where we're at and which direction we're going.
I think it's a good idea.
Okay, so I will get it set up. If we can't get on the next meeting, then for sure the one following. Or I guess it'll, yeah, through at a Cal meeting. But you're not going to be here, right?
Not the next one. Because there is one in May, right?
No, Cal's June 22nd, I believe.
Okay. That's a nice.
I can probably make it happen for the 22nd, June 22nd.
Okay. Oh yeah, well, that's a good one.
And that's all I got.
W. Eric.
Not really. We've had a few things that have been through our meeting. Nothing beyond what we've discussed at some of these meetings. Yeah, I think that's about it. Nothing new.
Lisa?
Okay, MFTA. We actually got approval from Community Futures after our community services meeting the other day. So I talked to Community Futures and to Andrew about extending the survey for the business and tourism survey collection until July 30th to be able to increase the amount of tourism using our campgrounds. So we did order cards that'll get to Donnie to get to the caretakers that will hand out with anyone coming in that'll actually have the QR code and the survey address. So that's that. I think we're sitting at close to 300 confirmed surveys on that one. For the Zamarek, we actually applied for, I don't know if everyone remembers me talking about our garden towers. So we actually applied for FCSS. That special FCSS funding was last year and we're denied. So we actually applied through the Canadian Grants Foundation, no, Community Funds of Canada, through the Foundation of Northwestern Alberta. And we actually got grant funding for all of that. We used our fundraise funding to actually purchase them, but now we're going to get reimbursed. So that'll be good. So that's about a $25,000 grant right there. We had the Bistu public meeting in Zam on May 6th, and we'll hold again another one on the 8th or 16th or 18th or whatever that date is. The Ready Startup, we had a Ready Startup meeting with our contractors for the Can Export Grant. So that's moving forward to look at all of the commodities that could be shipped on rail out of here. And then also look at transload facilities, sort of the very prelim, and then will give us sort of an idea on, you know, how to drill down into that to look at which commodities that would actually like to focus on or to be able to look at more information on, and then all the value added. And that would be import and export on that one. So that's through Ready. Through Ready and MFTA, we've been working with Move Up Magazine to increase distribution. Of course, because up until now, it goes into, supposed to go into every mailbox that doesn't have or that accepts flyer mail. So now they've actually agreed, or Canada Post has agreed to actually include it or allow it to be included in every mailbox, regardless if it's flyer mail or not. So that actually increases distribution, free distribution for the whole Northwest region, Fairview North, by 30%. So that'll be not this issue. They did do a little bit of changes through this issue and actually were able to push it out a little bit more, but for the next issue will be that increase of distribution. So what they are asking though is to double check, because it seems that some of the post offices, regardless if they're required to put them in the box, they're just not choosing to do so. So that's actually affecting some of the distribution. So in that one, the next issue will be actually MFTA. One of the MFTA features will be the Lacrete Chamber. So we're actually working with Larry and Lacrete Chamber to try and see what else we can do. I know that they did the feature this time on the second rink surface. I'm not sure if you guys saw that. Rocky Lane Ag Society expansion is in there as well for service expansion. Gail Hayday is actually one of the new local writers. So this is her first issue that she's been featured in. So she did a lot of the writing for all of our stories up here. So that was good. And again, we use all local photographers and that kind of thing. So
I think it's actually spread pretty good. I've heard
And it's nice because it's our own. It's not Grand Prairie. It's just, it's like Fairview North and it's full color, free distribution. And there isn't another one kind of like it. And everything else, like any other magazine like that has, you know.
This is Move Up, you said?
Yeah. It's geared towards, you know, all of a sudden you get Grand Prairie in there, well, then they take over. You get Edmonton or Calgary and then they take over, right? It's definitely a rural, small town focus. So. And I think that's probably who actually owns it. Like she's from Meander and he's from Peace River. So it's kind of, right?
Oh.
So yeah, that's all I had, I think.
Jackie?
I was boring. All I have is MPC and you actually have the minutes. Start on page 204.
So you're telling us read them yourself?
Peter?
Community services, I think, Lisa maybe touched on it, but we had the campground attendants here. We had a good discussion with them. We talked about where we were trying to go with making it a profitable venture, and they all seem to be interested, except for Aaron and Nana. I think they're ready for retirement, but the other two are interested in making it a business venture, and so that was positive. I did attend the MDP open house in La Crete. It was just me and Byron and Caitlin and a few other staff.
MVP?
Municipal Development Plan.
Oh, M.
And we had Vanguard there.
Clarify.
We had a good discussion with Henry Ents, and that went okay. And then other than that, I was at the Ready meeting with just the regular stuff, and so that's about it.
Right on. Yeah, I had, I guess, with community service as well. Kind of interested to see how that's going to go with the campsites.
Yeah.
That's for sure. Other than that, the media has been pretty hot
Yeah.
for the last little bit, but that's okay. Just on schools and whatever else, all and the connection between the Mennonites and the Hutterites. And
The telecommunication stuff.
yeah, but I mean, other than that, I think it's okay.
I have a question. What about Rick McIver? I thought we were supposed to have a sit down with him. Whatever became of that?
What?
And that was supposed to be sooner than later. Like that was supposed to be in May.
April.
In April.
Yeah. If I can touch on that. Yeah, I talked to Brad before he left, and they put those new restrictions in place. So that included them. So then that included their travel as well. So they couldn't travel outside into other areas. So there was a restriction that was put in place because he was supposed to come up the last week of April to travel Highway 58 and 88 and all the rest of them, but it was delayed that way.
Yeah, but the minister was coming up, right?
Yeah.
We're supposed to, yeah.
Yeah, that's what.
Because I was waiting for that too, but we haven't heard no more, right?
Well, that's what
That's what
Jen's
Jen
just
was
saying
saying.
is the restrictions included ministers.
Did you see Arnold when he was in Fort?
Well,
No,
we could do it.
didn't even know he was here.
Zoom.
I knew he was in the creek, but I never.
Pearson?
Yeah.
Yeah, I heard twice that he had been in the restaurant early in the morning, and that's all I heard. I never saw him at once. So,
See, if you're passing through, you stop to take a leak or grab a Pepsi, that's not considered
No,
stopping in.
no. No,
He was here, I
and
think, too.
I asked
2 nights.
questions. I haven't heard that he met with anybody except a few people who sat at his coffee table in the morning and had a few discussions. That's all I've heard. I don't know what brought him through.
Well, no, because he called me, it was in the evening, around 8:30, 9 o'clock. And he's just heading up to the Creek Hotel. Couldn't find you for the honeymoon suite at the Hilton here. Yeah. The next morning I spoke to him. He was on his way to Fort Vermilion. He had meetings at Fort Vermilion. And then after that, never spoke to him again, except he said, I told him to call me that evening if he had time. And because he was going to stop in and because I couldn't during the day, I didn't have time, but never spoke to him since.
What kind of meetings in Fort did he have, do you know?
Just to back up to how we were talking about campgrounds and stuff, and actually one of the things that was interesting on that survey, the prelim data on that survey is that out of at that point in time, it was like 224 or whatever, 57 people stated that they were at one point in time interested in starting a tourism or small business. So, you know, that shows that there's actually a lot of entrepreneurial spirit out there. We just have to find the right.
Did you see I had submitted my thing?
Did you submit your thing? I don't. Did you?
Yeah.
I don't know. I haven't looked.
But I didn't know, I wasn't sure if it had gone through because my service wasn't the
Oh.
very best.
Because I haven't checked names or anything. I just look at the actual data. if you want to win. You have internet at your
Actually, I
house?
guess, I don't, I guess we need to start reading all of our emails, but Arnold sent us an email. I don't know, did you guys get it?
Yep. It's usually from Joe, was it Joe Ostrom?
No, this is, says directly from him.
Newsletter, right, about what he's been doing.
Oh, yeah, I read part of it and then.
Was not much there. I saw it.
It's in a,
But yeah, it says constituency, but well, yeah, actually it's 13 days after he was here, so.
Yeah.
You guys must have better internet service than me because I didn't get it.
Really?
just
You in-
like
are
if
you
you're
in
right,
his
if you're
constituency?
downtown, then it's okay, but I mean,
I get them when I'm not in
Yeah.
his constituency. I just
like
wondered.
at home, it doesn't work. All in favor?
Yep.
Carried. Let's take a quick break before we go on camera.
Can we just do
Or-
municipal planning commission? meeting
Oh, yeah,
minutes
for
and
sure. Yep,
information
let's do that.
first?
Yeah, MPC minutes.
Sorry, we're almost done.
Yeah.
Anything?
I'll move it.
All in favor? Carried. Well, we could actually just quickly do the information correspondence and then the rest is all in camera. And yeah, we can do that. Let's quickly do that. Page 217, we have the information correspondence. Questions, comments? Grant, oh, Grant just left. I was gonna say, congratulations on being a counselor, Grant.
Yeah,
Oh,
we
yeah, I see that too.
got a few
And Dave.
counselors, a few additional counselors that you maybe didn't know had been elected, but um, I'm not sure what page that one's on, but I think the local councils are probably all quite aware of that issue. It was discussed, I believe, at the last committee of the whole meeting.
But I mean, he might have counseled him.
Page 229.
Yes, that's
Page
correct. Page
229,
229. Yeah.
Dave Schoenberg.
I'll move information for information.
All in favor?
Yep.
Carried. So if whoever is listening online, we're going to be taking a short break and then we'll be going in the closed session, which means in camera, which means that it's
Broadcast will end.
the broadcast will no longer continue. So whoever's out there, thank you for joining us and hope.
But won't the motions coming out of camera be, they will be broadcast?
Yeah, yeah. And then once we get out of camera, then motions will be made, but I'm not sure how long that is. So yeah. Let's take 5.